in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
The divided Korean Peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximise the social, humanitarian and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
Defense Secretary Jim Mattis has called Iran the biggest destabilizing force in the Middle East. Keen on ending its own relative isolation, Iran portrays its security posture as defensive, a type of self-reliant deterrence against adversaries bent on keeping it weak. This posture manifests in aggressive and subversive ways, and Iran has used a range of military and paramilitary tools that serve to destabilize the region. Although the JCPOA has curbed Tehran's nuclear program for the next 10 to 15 years, the United States and its allies have been unable to deter Iran's incremental extension of regional power. The Trump administration and Congress will need to evaluate and prioritize their objectives in Iran and in the Middle East to counter Iran's destabilizing activities. There are several policy pathways the Trump administration could take, each presenting opportunities and risks for U.S. interests. One pathway for the administration could be to uphold the Iran nuclear deal while working to clarify any gray areas in implementation, including capping Iran's missile development. Some powerful factions in Iran would most certainly resist this effort, potentially undermining the influence of Iranian leaders willing to work with the United States, and would likely seek further concessions from the United States and its allies. A second pathway could be to disrupt the actions of the IRGC and undermine Iran's cyber activities through targeted military and financial operations, and by undercutting local support for IRGC activities. This pathway, however, could lead to an Iranian response including kinetic and cyber offensives against the United States and regional partners. A third pathway could be to challenge Iranian maritime aggression in Gulf waters by taking a more assertive stance in enforcing the rules of engagement for U.S. personnel in the Gulf. This pathway could risk escalation in the narrow Gulf waters of the Strait of Hormuz. A fourth pathway could focus solely on upholding the nuclear deal to ensure that it is not derailed by internal and external pressures in the U.S. or Iran. This pathway would likely lead to continuing Iranian provocations and non-nuclear capability development that may increase absent a response from the United States and its partners. Ultimately, the Trump administration and Congress must create a holistic strategy that accounts for a range of Iranian objectives and activities. This would include a commitment to uphold and strengthen the nuclear deal, working with allies and partners to step up counterterrorism efforts against Iranian proxies, sustaining financial pressure and incentivizing Iranian cooperation.
January 17, Iraq time, marks an unrecognized milestone. The United States has been bombing that country almost continuously for a quarter of a century. What has the U.S. been trying to accomplish with all these air attacks? And what has been the effect? The air attacks have occurred in 5 phases. But to fully understand this history, we need to go back to the beginning of air power theory. The tactical use of air power sought to defeat enemy air attacks and to strike enemy ground forces. But the horror of World War I led some air power advocates to propose a new idea: use air power strategically to strike at an enemy's economy, population, and political leadership, thereby winning wars without costly ground campaigns. The massive conventional air campaigns in World War II, in Korea, and in Vietnam produced many positive results, but they did not by themselves produce enemy surrender. When Desert Storm began, some in the Air Force hoped that new technologies would force Saddam to surrender from an air campaign alone. Others saw air power as part of a joint campaign working with ground and naval forces.
And an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait.
Air attacks did make a major contribution to winning Desert Storm. But as was true of previous adversaries, Saddam did not surrender to air attacks alone. Iraqi civil society and Saddam's government proved to be highly resilient. After the war, Saddam used his own air power to suppress insurrections and stay in power. So the U.S. instituted no-fly zones in the north to protect the Kurds and in the south to protect the Shia. These were successful in protecting the threatened groups, but no-fly zones turned out to be major military operations. Maintaining them year after year required continuous suppression of Iraqi air defenses and periodic attacks on the Iraqi military.
I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction.
The U.S. launched a new wave of air attacks during the invasion of Iraq in 2003. These attacks looked a lot like those of 1991, with 2 changes. The first was attacking Iraqi leadership directly, called decapitation. The second was called shock and awe, hitting a society so hard and in so many ways that it becomes disoriented and collapses. Both failed. Saddam evaded attack, and although Iraqi society suffered, Saddam did not surrender. In other areas, air power again made major contributions. During the long Iraqi insurgency, air power played a useful but secondary role because insurgencies produced only a few and then very fleeting targets. Many air missions were taken over by UAVs. Their patience and precision matched the nature of counterinsurgency. Over the years, a conventional wisdom has arisen about the use of air power. Decapitation is hard to do, but can sometimes be successful if there is a small group of charismatic enemy leaders. Strategic air attack can cause a lot of destruction, but its ability to win wars on its own is unproven. Battlefield support can be very effective, but it needs a viable ground force, U.S., allied, or local, to win battles. In 2014, President Obama pledged to disrupt and ultimately destroy ISIS. To do this, the U.S. appears to be using air power in all 3 ways. Results so far are again mixed. We've killed several ISIS leaders, but others have replaced them. We've killed a lot of enemy fighters, but so far, ISIS has been able to replace them, though with some strain. We provided air support to the Iraqi and local ground forces with some success, but the rollback of ISIS's territorial gains still has a long way to go. What will the next 25 years bring? Air attacks have become a central element of U.S. involvement in Iraq and the broader Middle East. When we are changing regimes, we attack governments and civil society. When we are suppressing terrorism, we attack individuals and cells. When we are supporting partner militaries, we provide close air support to their troops. So where our policy goes, there will go the air campaign.
Air power and military space systems have revolutionized the way the U.S. military operates, and the global economy increasingly depends on reliable and secure access to space systems. The Aerospace Security Project at CSIS examines the technological, budgetary, and policy issues affecting the air and space domains. Our research is focused in 3 areas. Space security examines the evolving military uses of space and how the lack of norms of behavior can affect escalation and deterrence. It explores how alternative architectures and new space capabilities can enhance the resilience of U.S. military space systems. Air dominance and long-range strike looks at the future of air and missile forces in a more contested operating environment. It examines the role of stealth, unmanned systems, and autonomous systems, how these capabilities can be integrated to enable new operational concepts, and options for the air and ground-based legs of the nuclear triad. Commercial and Civil Space explores international partnerships in space, efforts to reduce the cost of launch, advances in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
The divided Korean Peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity, and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximize the social, humanitarian, and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
Defense Secretary Jim Mattis has called Iran the biggest destabilizing force in the Middle East. Keen on ending its own relative isolation, Iran portrays its security posture as defensive, a type of self-reliant deterrence against adversaries bent on keeping it weak. This posture manifests in aggressive and subversive ways, and Iran has used a range of military and paramilitary tools that serve to destabilize the region. Although the JCPOA has curbed Tehran's nuclear program for the next 10 to 15 years, the United States and its allies have been unable to deter Iran's incremental extension of regional power. the Trump administration and Congress will need to evaluate and prioritize their objectives in Iran and in the Middle East to counter Iran's destabilizing activities. There are several policy pathways the Trump administration could take, each presenting opportunities and risks for U.S. interests. One pathway for the administration could be to uphold the Iran nuclear deal while working to clarify any gray areas in implementation, including capping Iran's missile development. Some powerful factions in Iran would most certainly resist this effort, potentially undermining the influence of Iranian leaders willing to work with the United States, and would likely seek further concessions from the United States and its allies. A second pathway could be to disrupt the actions of the IRGC and undermine Iran's cyber activities through targeted military and financial operations, and by undercutting local support for IRGC activities. This pathway, however, could lead to an Iranian response including kinetic and cyber offensives against the United States and regional partners. A third pathway could be to challenge Iranian maritime aggression in Gulf waters by taking a more assertive stance in enforcing the rules of engagement for U.S. personnel in the Gulf. This pathway could risk escalation in the narrow Gulf waters of the Strait of Hormuz. A fourth pathway could focus solely on upholding the nuclear deal to ensure that it is not derailed by internal and external pressures in the U.S. or Iran. This pathway would likely lead to continuing Iranian provocations and non-nuclear capability development that may increase absent a response from the United States and its partners. Ultimately, the Trump administration and Congress must create a holistic strategy that accounts for a range of Iranian objectives and activities. This would include a commitment to uphold and strengthen the nuclear deal, working with allies and partners to step up counterterrorism efforts against Iranian proxies, sustaining financial pressure and incentivizing Iranian cooperation where possible, and countering Iranian activities along the spectrum of conventional and unconventional operations.
On August 2, 2011, President Obama signed into law the Budget Control Act. 5 years later, it's worth reflecting on how it came into existence and what it has meant for the U.S. military. In the spring of 2011, the federal deficit was projected to peak at $1.5 trillion. Republicans had just taken control of the House. Democrats wanted to increase the debt ceiling, but Republicans insisted on dollar-for-dollar cuts in spending. Both sides refused to yield, forcing a fiscal standoff. What emerged was the Budget Control Act, a resurrection of a much older law known as Graham-Rudman-Hollings. The BCA reinstated budget caps for the discretionary parts of the federal budget. These caps were set to meet a deficit reduction target over the next 10 years. For defense, this meant about $1 trillion less than the president had requested. Like the original Graham-Rudman-Hollings law, the BCA created an exception for war funding, but we'll get back to that in a moment. The BCA was really intended to be a forcing function for a broader budget deal, so the law created the so-called Super Committee with special authority to propose a deficit reduction package subject to a simple up or down vote in both chambers. It also resurrected sequestration, the automatic process of making across-the-board budget cuts. After the first year of enforcement, however, sequestration is only triggered if Congress appropriates more than the budget caps allow. Despite much finger-pointing after the fact, the BCA passed with bipartisan majorities in both chambers. A lot has happened since the BCA was enacted. By November 2011, the Super Committee officially gave up, unable to forge a broader budget deal. Throughout 2012, defense leaders repeatedly warned about the consequences of the cuts imposed by the BCA, but steadfastly refused to plan for it.
And now the wolf's at the door.
In January 2013, Congress passed a last-minute budget deal that increased the budget cap slightly for 2013, but it paid for these increases in part by reducing the caps for 2014. By March, time had run out, and sequestration was triggered. The across-the-board cuts forced DoD to cancel training, delay maintenance, and furlough more than 600,000 civilian workers. In late 2013, Congress passed a second budget deal that raised the budget caps for 2014 and 2015. both Congress and the administration stuck to this deal over the next 2 years, thus avoiding sequestration. In late 2015, Congress passed a third deal that also raised the budget caps for 2 years. Unlike previous deals, however, it added $8 billion in war funding for defense and $8 billion in war funding for non-defense. Yes, war funding for the non-defense side of the budget. I told you we'd get back to that exception. The BCA does not provide a detailed definition for what constitutes war-related funding, so in effect, it is whatever Congress and the President agree it is. And because war funding does not count against the budget cap, it effectively creates a loophole. DoD has used this loophole in its budget request by relabeling roughly $25 to $30 billion from its base budget as being Afghanistan-related. While DoD certainly felt budgetary pain in 2013, the 3 budget deals and the use of OCO funding have kept the defense budget near the level it was before the cuts began. Looking forward, the budget caps remain at their original level for 2018 to 2021. These caps were set to meet an arbitrary deficit reduction target without regard for strategy or need, and much has changed in the world over the past 5 years. The caps have also created a pattern of last-minute deals and OCO funding gimmicks that have made rational, long-term planning difficult. To break out of this pattern, the next administration will need to strike a long-term budget deal, or else the last 5 years of the BCA could be a lot like the first 5.
Hit-to-kill ballistic missile defense is the ultimate precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing the objects against the coldness of space. Currently, U.S. homeland missile defense is dependent upon only terrestrial radars. This places a large burden on the sensor network and makes it harder to identify the objects. That in turn means that the defender has to engage more of the objects in the cloud so as not to miss the warhead, either by firing more interceptors or multiple kill vehicles atop a single one. After the interceptors are launched, they receive imagery of the threat cloud, which algorithms compare to a threat database to help pick which objects should be engaged. all this is fused with the kill vehicle's own observations using onboard sensors to make the final determination for intercept. Finally, they maneuver into position to collide with the several targets that could be a warhead. The discrimination challenge is hard, but not insurmountable. An efficient and robust discrimination system should include a mix of sensors with different technologies from different domains on land, sea, air, and space.
Currently, India ranks 54th on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, more than 20 spots below manufacturing competitors like China and Malaysia. This is a major challenge for Modi's Make in India initiative. For example, India's truckers report that 15% to 25% of travel time is actually spent waiting at the heavily enforced state border checkpoints. They pay as much as $1.1 billion a year in bribes to state officials. The main problem is that India does not have a single national market. Its 29 states and 7 union territories each have their own system of sales taxes. As a result, internal borders look more like international ones. The version of the goods and services tax sitting before Parliament isn't perfect, but it will cut down on transit time for goods, paperwork for businesses, and could add 0.5% to annual economic growth. A seamless national tax environment will help Indian commerce flow more quickly.
The Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, is a group so vicious and unmanageable that Al-Qaeda expelled them in February of 2014. ISIS uses the ever-expanding safe haven straddling the Iraq-Syria border to pursue a regional Sunni caliphate. Originally intent on striking the regime in Damascus, ISIS has more frequently battled an array of Syrian opposition forces who in turn suspect ISIS of colluding with President Assad. Iraqis dominate ISIS leadership, operate robust local and international funding schemes, and lead several thousand foreign fighters from more than 70 countries in their assault on Iraq's Shiite-dominated government. What do these dramatic developments mean for an already volatile Middle East and the wider world?
Protecting the homeland is regularly identified as the top priority of U.S. missile defense efforts. This mission is dependent upon a global network of sensors and interceptors, including the Ground-Based Midcourse Defense System, or GMD. The formal prioritization of homeland missile defense, however, has not always been reflected in the budget. Today's ground-based interceptors, or GBIs, were originally designed in the 1990s and to some extent still use technology from that era. Today's system is able to defend the nation from certain long-range ballistic missile threats, such as from North Korea. As missile threats grow, however, today's defenses could be outmatched unless steps are taken to improve reliability and capacity. By the end of 2017, only 44 interceptors will be deployed between Alaska and California. The site at Fort Greely, Alaska, was designed to hold up to 100 interceptors. But reliability and capability are equally important as numbers. The Missile Defense Agency is currently developing the redesigned kill vehicle, drawing upon advances from other recent missile defense programs. Space-based sensors and improvements for tracking and discrimination will also help. The United States should also consider other solutions, such as directed energy, transportable GBIs, or an underlay of other interceptors for key areas. Entirely new types of threats to the homeland are also emerging, including cruise missiles and boost glide vehicles, which require different solutions. None of this is easy, but continued focus will be necessary to outpace these threats.
I believe in strong alliances, clarity in dealing with our rivals.
What is the very last
and I take the oil of Iran.
Populism, border walls, retrenchment, and protectionism.
While foreign policy is often overshadowed by economic concerns, contrasting visions of America's role in the world have played a major part in the recent election cycle. This contentious campaign season saw some of the basic tenets of U.S. foreign policy since the end of World War II called into question. Does this heightened acrimony over key aspects of U.S. international engagement reflect trends toward isolationism? It may seem unprecedented, but it is in fact not new. Today's controversies are continuations of debates that have lasted for decades. While support for the nation playing an active part in global affairs has remained strong since 1947, public opinion on key components of U.S. international engagement, such as defense spending, has waxed and waned over the last 70 years in response to economic trends, military interventions, and domestic priorities. In the first decades of the Cold War, America was committed to international engagement as a part of its strategy of containment against the existential threat presented by the Soviet Union. The U.S. experience in Vietnam, however, created an aversion to overseas military engagements that lasted from the late 1960s through the 70s. During the 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union led the U.S. public and policymakers to again question defense spending levels, foreign aid, and forward military presence. Many thought the limited interventions of Desert Storm in Kosovo would serve as models for future military operations. Then came September 11, 2001. Our response to the events of that day have largely defined contemporary American foreign policy since. First came the long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Their unsatisfactory outcomes left much of the public and policymaking elites disillusioned with large-scale military engagements. The result of that disillusionment has been an increasing reliance on small footprint forces for a variety of contingency operations, including in the global war on terror. At home, the most severe recession since the Great Depression exacerbated America's growing reservations about global engagement. As the economy recovered at an anemic pace, income inequality ballooned. Fewer were able to reap the benefits of our globalized economy. Opposition to free trade and large-scale immigration grew. Now, 8 years after the recession and the more than 15 after 9/11, views on the desirability of America's international engagement strategy are fractured. For the first time ever in 2009 and again in 2013, most Americans responded that the U.S. should mind its own business internationally and let other countries get along the best they can on their own. This comes at the same time that more people are concerned about major domestic terror attacks than in 2002, just months after 9/11. Do these polls reflect temporary reactions to the state of public affairs? Or is there a genuine trend toward retrenchment in the American public? Democrats and Republicans now disagree on the benefits of free trade, alliances, and multilateral approaches. Divergences in threat perceptions and approaches to international engagement have also grown between the American public and policymakers. As history shows, this is not a new debate in American politics. Yet, as distance from World War II and the Cold War grows, the rationale for U.S. foreign policy of engagement may be growing less clear to younger generations. If the new administration decides that sustaining a strategy premised on deep international engagement is best suited for the advancement of American interests, it will have to do a better job of communicating the rationale for those policies to create a foreign policy the American public can get behind. If, on the other hand, the new administration seeks to chart a new course for American foreign policy, it will have to find avenues of consensus among an increasingly fractured public.
The supercontinent of Eurasia is home to 60% of the global economy and 2/3 of humanity. It's been called the geographic pivot of history. For over 4 centuries, Eurasia's economic focus has been the maritime passages that surround it. But during ancient times, many of the world's most important trading routes ran overland. Today, regional powers are putting forward competing visions for reconnecting Asia. Roads, railways, and other infrastructure projects could revive overland routes. They could forge new maritime connections, and they could reshape the global economic landscape. The stakes are high. Last century's infrastructure projects fueled development, but also competition, and even conflict. Today's efforts could echo well beyond the region.
And the basic reality is
that the division of the world into kind of totally separate, autonomous entities and other areas controlled by sometimes foreigners is coming to an end. We are getting one interconnected world.
But critical questions remain about these massive investments. What's driving these projects? Will they connect in an economically meaningful way?
What does that foretell? What does that mean in terms of political ambitions and how people will look at the region differently, and will they behave in a different way?
The Reconnecting Asia project provides new tools for answering these questions, beginning with what's really happening on the ground. Use this interactive website to track the evolution of Asia's infrastructure network at the project level. Explore the who, what, and why behind these megaprojects. See tomorrow's supercontinent through the eyes of regional powers. Make sense of it all with expert analysis that uncovers the trend lines behind today's headlines. This is reconnectingasia.csis.org.
After more than 3 years of civil war, Syria is home to the world's largest, most complex, and dangerous human crisis. More than 160,000 people have died. The Assad regime is the driver. It violently targets civilians. Armed militant groups are guilty as well. More than 9.5 million Syrians have been forced from their homes, nearly half the population. This includes 3 million refugees who have fled to Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, and Iraq, overburdening these neighbors and threatening instability. There is no political settlement or military victory in sight. As the human crisis worsens, Syria has also become a haven for armed Islamist extremists. This has opened the door for ISIS, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, to launch its armed invasion of Iraq. Each month, 100,000 new Syrian refugees spill into the region. There are 6 million people displaced inside Syria. They struggle to find security, medical care, and housing, and half are not reachable. A generation of children are without schooling, vulnerable, traumatized, and ill. The Assad regime blocks safe delivery of humanitarian relief in defiance of the UN Security Council. Hundreds of armed factions impede relief. But countless Syrian and international personnel risk their lives daily to deliver assistance. Many have been killed or wounded. The Assad regime also routinely targets health workers and facilities. Many medical professionals have been killed or detained. Half of Syria's doctors have left the country, and a large portion of hospitals and clinics have stopped functioning. The public health consequences are profound. Disrupted immunizations for polio, measles, and meningitis. A breakdown of care for diabetes, cancer, and hypertension. Complications in childbirth. And Syria is now an exporter of polio, contributing to a global polio emergency. The United States has generously contributed more than $2 billion in relief, but the world's response still falls far short, and there is a danger of fatigue. Syria's colossal human disaster has triggered a crisis of conscience. There are no easy answers, just questions about what can be done, short of a resolution of the war itself. Arm the moderate opposition. Expand cross-border delivery, ignoring the Assad regime's objections. Pursue humanitarian interventions, including no-fly zones. Prosecute the Assad regime for war crimes. Expand assistance to stabilize Lebanon and Jordan. How to cope with the humanitarian fallout from an ISIS proto-state that is violently anti-Western and now controls large parts of Syria and Iraq. As the debate unfolds, we will struggle for many years to come with the legacy of Syria's human crisis, mass suffering, widespread societal damage, a possible lost generation, and grave new security threats affecting Syria and its neighbors alike.
Food and the way we eat has always been changing. From how it's grown, sourced, prepared, to the consequences on health and the ethics of what we eat. In the 20th century alone, we saw food in many different ways, and today there are many new trends shaping what and how we eat.
6 billion, 7.
Wow, 5 planets.
The age of electronics.
Big data isn't self-regenerating growth.
Subject to arrest.
The 113th Congress.
Food of the future will involve 3 major drivers: availability, access, and stability. Are current food production and efficiency gains sustainable? With more people, there needs to be more food. Growth of this order requires more arable land and better farming. Most importantly, it requires significantly more water. The effects of global climate change will further exacerbate today's water problems. With the presence of extreme weather, dry regions will be drier and wet regions will be wetter. Access to food is tied to wealth and location. We produce plenty of food on the planet, but not necessarily where we need it. While global hunger and poverty have declined, factors of access and utility still include food income, malnutrition, and obesity. With more people, there is more demand for finite resources: food, water, and clean air. Food shortages, riots, and mass migration will lead to global instability. But there are opportunities for change to avoid this precipice. The world is witnessing incredible advances in food production technology. While these are in many ways considered cutting-edge ideas, not all solutions require radical forward thinking. If the developing world would adopt farming practices that were in place 50 years ago in the developed world, yields would certainly improve. Also, there is a need for continued agricultural research with an emphasis on commercialization. In addition, sources of food such as jellyfish and insects are regular staples in societies that are considered to be underdeveloped, but will continue to find their way into the diets of the developed world. Distributing the food revolutions of today is a major factor in creating a more secure future. The key to ensuring food security lies in the lessons of the past, the people of the present, and the ideas of the future.
Okay, folks. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. My name is John Hamry. I'm the president here at CSIS. When we have public events like this, we always start with a little safety announcement. Nothing's going to happen. I want you to know that. But if we do have to ask you to evacuate, the exits are right back here. These on this side. This is the one that's closest to the stairs that'll take us down to the street. We'll go down. When you get down to into the alley, take 2 lefts and a right. We'll go over to National Geographic in the courtyard. I'll get some ice cream and we'll sing a song of praise of our salvation. We'll be just fine. Don't worry about it, but follow us if we have to do anything. Kath Hicks is the security officer for this meeting, and so just follow her instructions, please. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you today. This is a very, very important topic, not one that's frequently discussed in policy circles, for good reason. It's because America has such a wholesome and fine framework and history on civil-military relationship. But it is something that we should be examining. Not every country is as lucky as we are. We were very fortunate to have had our first president was a military man, but he enshrined the importance of civilian control of the military as it becomes an enshrined element of our national history. Not all countries have had that luxury. There have been many countries in the world that have wrestled with civilian control of the military. Places like Argentina and Turkey and Pakistan and Venezuela. You know, there are many more countries that have had great problems. We don't. But we do have issues that we ought to be examining. I think we're going to do that today. There is an inherent tension in a democracy with, that has a significant military establishment. Democracies are inherently horizontal and militaries are vertical. You know, it's hard for democracies to kind of manage themselves and get to a public consensus, and they rely on institutions that are vertical, command-oriented, authoritarian, and have guns, okay? Now, that's not an issue for us, but there are issues that we do need to examine, and just a few of them I know that we're going to be dealing with today. You know, one is that we've had an all-volunteer force now for 35 years. It's a very good thing. It's given us the finest military in history. And as a rule of thumb, you want to have people that want to be in the military rather than those that don't want to be in the military. You know, so it's a right formula for America, but it is causing a narrowing of the base upon which we draw people who serve in uniform. And we need to ask ourselves, what does that mean? How do we stay connected broadly? It has implications. One of the implications is we increasingly have civilians that are in responsibility or in responsible positions, but they don't have experience with the military. They don't, are they going to be, do they know how to question military judgment? Or are they inclined to be passive? Or are they inclined to be dismissive and just throw the military around without understanding the sacrifice that it comes with military service? I mean, there are a lot of issues that we need to explore. What does it mean when we see politicians that increasingly recruit retired military officers to give them credibility for their campaigns? You know, it used to be that there was a platoon of general officers standing there with the officer. Now we got companies, okay, that are standing there, you know, and is that something that's good? Is it giving the right impression to the American people about the attitude of the military? We swear an allegiance to the Constitution, you know, not to a president. We swear an allegiance to the Constitution. What does it mean when we start bringing people into the politics of governing rather than governing? So these are important questions. We're going to explore them today, and I'm looking forward very much to hearing what you all have to say. It's going to be good. Kath Hicks is going to launch this for real, and I look forward to listening with you to this introduction and encourage you to be very dynamic and interactive with us today. This is a very important topic. This is not a crisis. There's no crisis in America, but it is an important set of issues that we should be talking about together. Thank you. Kath, come on up here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kathleen Hicks. I direct the International Security Program here, and I'm going to invite onto stage, oh, she's right behind me, Alice Friend, who is a senior fellow here in the International Security Program and is the mastermind of today's activities. What we wanted to do to just kick off the day, we have an incredible wealth of knowledge in this room. Many of them will be on the stage, but not all of them. And as Dr. Hamre said, we really encourage a dynamic interaction. There's only so many people we can put at the front of the room in a one-day event, and we know there are many other people in the room who have a lot to contribute. What we thought we would do is just give a little bit of a beginning appetite whetting on the issue of civil-military relations, again recognizing that many people in this room have as much knowledge, if not more, than certainly Alice and I will bring to bear. And please excuse my use of reading glasses. As Dr. Hamre said, we don't think there's a crisis today, but we are blessed to be living in a time when people are thinking about, writing on, discussing these issues of civil-military relations. As a center, we felt that we could help by shining a spotlight on this issue, by bringing forward scholars, practitioners, folks who have maybe lived in both worlds to talk a little bit from the military and civilian perspective about what they see happening, where we're doing well as a nation, and where the crisis points might be. Following today, our goal is that all of you will be inspired to then take this forward and in your own ways be able to carry on issues on civil-military relations beyond what we're able to do in this small venue. So what we wanted to do to start is just do a little bit of a video that hopefully will give you a sense. What we decided to do slightly arbitrarily, start it 2001 and come forward just with some visuals to help remind you of some of the context in which civil-military relations have evolved since 9/11. So without further ado, here we go.
In Iraq, we have liberated 25 million people from the tyranny of a brutal dictator. In a few weeks, we'll hand over power to Iraqis, an interim government that will shortly be operating under a constitution that will guarantee freedom to all Iraqi people.
Could you give us some ideas to the magnitude of the Army's force requirement for an occupation of Iraq following a successful completion of the war? I would say that what's been mobilized to this point is something on the order of several 100,000 soldiers.
This policy is a national policy that results from policies put forward at one end of Pennsylvania Avenue with the advice and consent resources provided at the other.
Accordingly, after discussion with the President and with the support of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I have accepted the resignation of the Secretary of the Air Force and the resignation of the Chief of Staff of the Air Force.
So here we are, my friends, with an obvious impact next year of sequestration, which would dramatically impact our ability to defend this nation.
Iran presents the most significant regional threat to stability and security. Its reckless behavior and bellicose rhetoric have created a high potential for miscalculation.
Do any of you disagree with the proposal that we should be not considering how good a military character they have in terms of how well they serve the military as part of the consideration as to whether or not a case should be tried where a felony accusation has been made? Anybody disagree with that? Nobody disagrees with that. Okay, that's good.
As the investigation has moved forward, we can now report there is a total of 92 crew members that have been identified as having some level of involvement. That means either participating in the cheating or knowing something about it and not standing up and reporting it.
Tonight, Americans stand as one, with strength and confidence to overcome the last 8 years of the Obama-Clinton failures. My fellow Americans, I stand with you tonight, a retired 4-star general of the United States Marine Corps.
My intention to nominate General James Mad Dog Mattis as the next Secretary of Defense for the United States of America.
I repeat, there will be no use of military forces in immigration. Disappointment, shock, anger, disgust, and outrage. The Marine Corps I've served for over 40 years has a problem, and we intend to fix it. Mr. President, thank you very much. I'd just like to say what a privilege it is to be able to continue serving our nation.
Okay, we followed the universal think tank rule of you can never go wrong, ending on an Eisenhower quote. What Alice and I propose to do is to walk you through the logic we tried to use to approach this day. There are many different ways to frame up a day-long event on civil-military relations. What we have chosen to do is focus on policy, politics, and the public, and how civil-military relations play out in each of those realms. I'm going to start on policy and then turn it over to Alice on politics and go back and forth a little bit. So, policy. There are a variety of issues that come up here. For the inside Washington crowd, this tends to be what they think about often as the big issues in civil-military relations. This is about what is the proper role of civilian advice, what is the role of independent military advice, civilian direction, independent military advice, what constitutes micromanagement, what constitutes good civilian involvement, and how militarized is our public policy. So first, we have up here both two of the models, key models that people think of when they think of civil-military relations in this policy sense. One is the Sam Huntington objective control idea, which is more of a spheres of influence, somewhat linear, if you will. And the other on the bottom is a quote from L.A. Cohen, who has approached the issue differently and speaks of the unequal dialogue, talks about politics flowing all the way from the strategic to the operational to the tactical level, and thus an inability to truly fully separate into spheres of influence. Why does it matter which one of these you believe? Well, it matters in part for this reason. There is a great deal of friction always in administrations in the United States about the proper role of civilian advice, the proper role and what constitutes independent military advice. And this is largely deriving from which of these models or what model, if it's a permutation of those, you believe is operational at any given time. Civilians often live more in the bottom, in the world that L.A. Cohen has described, on the prior page. And military often live at the higher level. They've been taught in the Huntingtonian objective control tradition that there's a more linear relationship. This disconnect creates lots of problems that I think our first panel will be able to focus on. On to militarization of foreign policy. We've had several key writers in this area. Dave Barno has written about the Walmartization of the military, in which you can come to the military to respond to any need. Rosa Brooks has written a book, the quote there at the bottom takes from there, about how everything became war and the military became everything. And she also speaks about sort of the pernicious effect of that, creating a devastating cycle in which our other instruments of power don't become resourced to the degree we need them to be because we repeat time and time again to the military. What are the consequences of that for our foreign policy, our security policy, and of course for civil-military relations? Let me turn it over to Alice to talk a little on the next slide.
Okay, so next is the realm of politics. Insulating the military from politics and vice versa has been a cornerstone of how we've managed military affairs and indeed our democracy since 1789. But recent years have seen an increase in the visibility of military officers in partisan campaigns and political bargaining. So what role are active duty and retired officers playing in political debates today? How did it get that way? How is the military profession responding to members' political activities? Do civilians seek out officers with certain political ideologies, or do they assume partisan loyalties exist? And how might such conditions affect politics and policy itself? We're focusing in particular, in part because of our recent experience in the 2016 presidential election, on the fierce debate about retired officers' endorsements of the candidates. It's important to recall that the concern about retired officer political endorsements is actually at least 3 decades old, if not older. Retired Marine Corps Commandant General P.X. Kelly, for example, campaigned for George H.W. Bush in 1988, and Admiral William Crowe endorsed candidate Bill Clinton in 1992. Although no one questions retired general and flag officers' right to be politically active once they transition to civilian life, there are many who argue that professional standards nevertheless should limit what those officers do in the political arena, and there's a real debate active there. Some warn that the danger behind a politically active retired general officer cohort is that senior political leaders may begin to wonder if those still on active duty have political ambitions as well. Broader official Washington may view the military as just another political interest group, and the public may lose some of the faith and credibility that made officers' endorsements so politically valuable in the first place. Of course, our most recent political cycle also raised the issue of recently retired general and flag officers assuming politically appointed positions. The debate over the waiver Secretary Mattis needed to take the lead at the Defense Department forced us to revisit Cold War-era norms of civilian control. Some believe that a trend towards senior officers assuming political roles shortly after their military retirement risks politicizing the force, either in reality or in perception. Whereas others argue that there are no perceptible risks to civilian control or military politicization, and that senior officers may bring unique leadership and national security expertise to bear in these roles. So the question is, will military expertise begin to crowd out those with solely civilian backgrounds, and would that be desirable or dangerous? Pardon me. To be sure, politicization of the force is not a new concern. As we have written here at CSIS, there's been a long concern that a partisan force is vulnerable to politicians' suspicion or manipulation, a state of affairs that can undermine the civil-military working relationship, certainly at elite levels, but also with society. Several decades of survey research have shown a shift in political ideology in the armed forces overall, from a force that largely registered as independent after World War II and many senior leaders who avowedly did not vote, to one that identifies as slightly to very conservative in political ideology. There's a range of opinions among analysts about whether private political ideology matters, whether it can or does affect civil-military relations or policy outcomes. Jim Golby, who's one of our panelists here today, has studied this and suggests that partisan ideology can inform ideas about the use of force and trust in political leadership among both military officials and civilians alike. This implies that policy choices may be influenced by the ideological dynamic between military advisors and civilian officials. In our increasingly politically polarized era, we think it's worth considering the consequences of partisan sentiment among those who serve in the military and how partisanship also informs civilian management of the military. What are the appropriate expressions of such sentiment among the military and among civilian leaders? How does the military profession respond to these sentiments, and how do politicians and ordinary citizens contribute to these current trends? Finally, we consider what's often called the military-society relationship in civil-military relations, and here we're just referring to as the public. For years, analysts have observed various gaps between the American public and the military. Among these gaps in understanding, are gaps in understanding the purpose of the military instrument, gaps in wartime experience and sacrifice, and demographic gaps between those who serve and the general population. We're asking what these experience and representation gaps mean for how this country will use the military instrument in the future. Does it matter that many Americans do not have an appreciation for the missions our service members perform overseas? Is the military truly disconnected from the country or only part of the country? Should and can a professional force be representative of the public more broadly? And should military service be more prevalent among elected officials? So today, civil-military relations experts like Corey Shockey have observed that public trust in the military tops that for every other governing and public institution. Importantly, this means that Americans' faith in the military far exceeds their faith in political leaders. Behind this esteem, however, is a troubling degree of unfamiliarity. The YouGov poll that Corey Shockey and General Mattis, now Secretary Mattis, commissioned in 2013 for their book, asked questions about the use of force, military hierarchy, and military law. And up to 34% of respondents for each of these questions weren't sure of the answers. But perhaps the most striking was the question asking those surveyed, how many people serve in the United States Armed Forces? The mean response? More than 6 million people, off by more than a factor of 3. What are the consequences of such broad support with such shallow understanding? Is public support for military operations more stable or more perishable? Will political officials lose a sense of accountability to the public from military matters? Will future leaders be able to make hard choices about budgeting if public opinion cannot absorb nuance? And I'll turn it back over to Kath.
So why do we have this unfamiliarity? Well, one strong body of research centers around who actually serves and how that might contribute to this unfamiliarity. What you see is the American population on your left and active duty personnel on your right, and the racial makeup of those individuals. What we have found in this kind of research is that military service is broadly representative of the American racial demographic. But if you look beyond race, for instance, to geography, what you find is indeed some disparity in terms of who is serving. There is evidence that the force's economic and geographic demographics do not, similarly like racial demographics, mirror the American population. And in particular, this is showing just enlisted personnel, but enlisted personnel are being drawn from the South in disproportionate numbers. Some have begun to ask whether these sorts of dynamics are creating a warrior caste in the United States, meaning that an increasingly limited number of Americans serve, or even that the same families serve generation after generation. So in a straw poll, raise your hand if you or someone in your immediate family is or has served in the armed forces. Okay? And we are at a civil military relations conference, so chances are good people care about civil military relations. But, so again, just a straw poll, but demonstrative, I think, of how, the fact that those who are really interested in this issue and care about this issue probably have a familial relationship or a personal relationship to service. If the burden of military service, and especially of military operations, often falls on a small slice of the population, what are those implications for civil military relations broadly and for the use of force in particular? And we think our third panel will be able to dig into some of these issues. I want to end with this final slide to draw attention to the fact that this cycle, if you will, this life cycle of issues around civil-military relations really does extend into the veterans realm. This is where Phil Carter and his team at the Center for New American Security, I know Phil is in the room, have done tremendous work. And I think it's worth us pausing here to talk about the fact that the legacy of 16 years of war on the force, but also on the force's relationship with society, is a big question. We know the American public continues to revere its military. The polling, as Alice showed, demonstrates that. We also suspect an imbalance in the operational burden of war. We know that from the demographics and also from the, if you will, the overemphasis on the military instrument. And we worry about what this will have in terms of a generational impact on families that serve. If the World War II generation shaped our approach to domestic and foreign policy through the Cold War, there are questions about what the effect of the 9/11 and post-9/11 generation of veterans will have on our politics, on our society, and how we think about civil-military relations in terms of policy and use of force. Are we going to end up with a truly isolated military warrior caste and an unfamiliar civilian population, or are there things we can do now while the public is so positively inclined to trying to nurture its veteran population and also the military to make sure that we can protect the appropriate civil-military relations over the long term? So I'm going to pause there and turn this back over to Alice, who will be able to introduce the first panel.
And actually, my Marine Corps colleagues who taught me that early is on time would be proud of us because we are running a little bit early. So what we're going to do in order to switch over to the first panel, which will be on the military and policy, is take about a 10-minute break. So if you didn't grab your coffee yet, go get it. And please be back here in 10 minutes for Dr. Janine Davidson, Admiral Bill Gortney, Dr. Corey Shockey, and Major General Richard Clark. Thanks so much.
January 17, Iraq time, marks an unrecognized milestone. The United States has been bombing that country almost continuously for a quarter of a century. What has the U.S. been trying to accomplish with all these air attacks? And what has been the effect? The air attacks have occurred in 5 phases. But to fully understand this history, we need to go back to the beginning of air power theory. The tactical use of air power sought to defeat enemy air attacks and to strike enemy ground forces. But the horror of World War I led some air power advocates to propose a new idea: use air power strategically to strike at an enemy's economy, population, and political leadership, thereby winning wars without costly ground campaigns. The massive conventional air campaigns in World War II, in Korea, and in Vietnam produced many positive results, but they did not by themselves produce enemy surrender. When Desert Storm began, some in the Air Force hoped that new technologies would force Saddam to surrender from an air campaign alone.
Protecting the homeland is regularly identified as the top priority of U.S. missile defense efforts. This mission is dependent upon a global network of sensors and interceptors, including the Ground-Based Midcourse Defense System, or GMD. The formal prioritization of homeland missile defense, however, has not always been reflected in the budget. Today's ground-based interceptors, or GBIs, were originally designed in the 1990s and to some extent still use technology from that era. Today's system is able to defend the nation from certain long-range ballistic missile threats, such as from North Korea. As missile threats grow, however, today's defenses could be outmatched unless steps are taken to improve reliability and capacity. By the end of 2017, only 44 interceptors will be deployed between Alaska and California. The site at Fort Greely, Alaska, was designed to hold up to 100 interceptors. But reliability and capability are equally important as numbers. The Missile Defense Agency is currently developing the redesigned kill vehicle, drawing upon advances from other recent missile defense programs. Space-based sensors and improvements for tracking and discrimination will also help. The United States should also consider other solutions, such as directed energy, transportable GBIs, or an underlay of other interceptors for key areas. Entirely new types of threats to the homeland are also emerging, including cruise missiles and boost glide vehicles, which require different solutions. None of this is easy, but continued focus will be necessary to outpace these threats.
After more than 3 years of civil war, Syria is home to the world's largest, most complex, and dangerous human crisis. More than 160,000 people have died. The Assad regime is the driver. It violently targets civilians. Armed militant groups are guilty as well. More than 9.5 million Syrians have been forced from their homes, nearly half the population. This includes 3 million refugees who have fled to Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, and Iraq, overburdening these neighbors and threatening instability. There is no political settlement or military victory in sight. As the human crisis worsens, Syria has also become a haven for armed Islamist extremists. This has opened the door for ISIS, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, to launch its armed invasion of Iraq. Each month, 100,000 new Syrian refugees spill into the region. There are 6 million people displaced inside Syria. They struggle to find security, medical care, and housing, and half are not reachable. A generation of children are without schooling, vulnerable, traumatized, and ill. The Assad regime blocks safe delivery of humanitarian relief in defiance of the UN Security Council. Hundreds of armed factions impede relief. But countless Syrian and international personnel risk their lives daily to deliver assistance. Many have been killed or wounded. The Assad regime also routinely targets health workers and facilities. Many medical professionals have been killed or detained. Half of Syria's doctors have left the country, and a large portion of hospitals and clinics have stopped functioning. The public health consequences are profound. Disrupted immunizations for polio, measles, and meningitis. A breakdown of care for diabetes, cancer, and hypertension. Complications in childbirth. And Syria is now an exporter of polio, contributing to a global polio emergency. The United States has generously contributed more than $2 billion in relief, but the world's response still falls far short, and there is a danger of fatigue. Syria's colossal human disaster has triggered a crisis of conscience. There are no easy answers, just questions about what can be done, short of a resolution of the war itself. Arm the moderate opposition. Expand cross-border delivery, ignoring the Assad regime's objections. Pursue humanitarian interventions, including no-fly zones. Prosecute the Assad regime for war crimes. Expand assistance to stabilize Lebanon and Jordan. How to cope with the humanitarian fallout from an ISIS proto-state that is violently anti-Western and now controls large parts of Syria and Iraq. As the debate unfolds, we will struggle for many years to come with the legacy of Syria's human crisis, mass suffering, widespread societal damage, a possible lost generation, and grave new security threats affecting Syria and its neighbors alike.
The war in Syria represents a new low for the international community. We're seeing a war without law, as well as seemingly a war without end. It's very, very striking that we're living in an age of the bombing of UN convoys, never mind the targeting of hospitals.
So we were so surprised and shocked when we saw our colleagues covered with their blood and giving their last breaths. I don't know how to describe that. It's so hard emotionally. It's like you are losing one of your precious in front of your eyes.
We're witnessing a profound surge of violence against civilians, against health workers, patients, facilities, humanitarian convoys across a full spectrum of countries that is really shredding the accountability and protections that are contained in the Geneva Conventions.
The attack on Kunduz was a sustained attack over an hour, despite the fact that all the parties knew us, had our GPS coordinate. We must say that it was our biggest loss in terms of lives. 42 people died, 14 of our staff.
This was a tragic mistake.
This is a period when there's the danger of vacuum around the world and a danger for the abuse of power by states that are strong enough to do so. The international sense of conscience and consciousness that led to the responsibility to protect in the early 2000s has certainly been eroded.
People are struggling to respond. They're building clinics and hospitals in underground bunkers. They're documenting these attacks and publishing them. They're taking measures to the UN Security Council.
Stop bombing hospital. Stop bombing health workers.
But up to now, these measures have not had much effect in deterring attacks. But many courageous individuals and groups continue the fight. This is a fight that's going to last well into the future.
We believe that war stopped at the door of our hospital, and we want to preserve that. And we want to preserve access to health care in war zones. That's a battle that's worth to fight.
The divided Korean peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark
Okay, before we get started, we have a little bit of housekeeping. Though I grew up in Silicon Valley, I'm a complete Luddite, and so I failed to tell you all our password for the internet. It's CSIS-CONF is the name of the network you're going to be joining, and the password is capital letters, CSIS, @ and then 1616, I think this is an N, little n, lowercase n, 2013. Thank you, Corey. So again, capital CSIS, @ 1616, lowercase n, 2013 is your password.
Could you start over again?
Just use your cell.
And also, Janine Davidson walked up to Kath and I and said, so what's your hashtag for this event? And we went, So now there is one. It's very easy. It is #CivMill. So if you are live tweeting this event, which I will be doing later, it is #CivMill and #CSIS. And without further ado, I'm going to move on to our first panel, which is on the military and policy. I'm going to introduce our esteemed panel here shortly and then launch right into the questions. And if we have time at the end, which I believe we will, I will take questions from the audience as well. So be thinking of those as you go. I'm going to start immediately to my right, Admiral Bill Gortney. Bill Gortney is a retired United States Navy admiral who most recently served as the 6th Commander of U.S. Northern Command and the 23rd Commander of North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD. He previously served as the Commander, U.S. Fleet Forces Command from September 14, 2012 to December 2014, and was Director of the Joint Staff from July 1, 2010 to August 2012. Prior to that, he served as Commander, U.S. Naval Forces, Central Command, 5th Fleet. To his right is Dr. Janine Davidson. Dr. Davidson is the new president of the Metropolitan State University of Denver, one of my favorite places in the country. I'm so jealous. She previously served as the 32nd Undersecretary of the Navy. Prior to that, she was a senior fellow for defense policy at the Council on Foreign Relations, where she studied U.S. civil-military relations and produced the 2016 report, Mending the Broken Dialogue, Military Advice and Presidential Decision-Making. And many, many other things as well. But it's so long, I cannot go on. But to her right is Major General Richard Clark. General Clark is Vice Director for Strategic Plans and Policy on the Joint Staff. He provides strategic direction, policy guidance, and planning focus to develop and execute the national military strategy. And he enables the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to provide military advice to the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the National Security Council. And he, of course, also has a varied background, previously, I believe, with the three. And then, last but certainly not least, to his right is Dr. Corey Shockey. Corey is a research fellow at the Hoover Institution in beautiful Stanford, California. She's the editor with Jim Mattis of the book Warriors and Citizens, which I am sure everyone in the room has read at this point. She teaches thinking about war at Stanford, is a columnist for Foreign Policy magazine, and a contributor to War on the Rocks. She had a good piece just yesterday, in fact, on this very topic. Her history of the Anglo-American hegemonic transition is forthcoming from Harvard University Press as well. And so I'm going to kick us off now with a question for Janine, who I think I warned about this. Janine, in your report at CFR, you wrote quite a lot about the expectations that both civilian managers and also military advisors bring to the policymaking process. Could you walk us through those expectations a little bit and describe where some of the tensions arise?
Sure. Well, thank you. Thank you for hosting this event. It's one of my favorite topics, and by the turnout, it seems like it is for lots of other people too. You all hit on it in your kickoff, and that is the sort of the differential between the Huntington model and the Elliott Cohen model. as a junior officer myself in the Air Force, I was taught the Huntington model, which is the professional military knows what it's doing. All it needs is good guidance from its civilians, from the president, and then, leave us alone and let us get it done, right?
Okay, I think we solved it.
How hard can it be? But then Elliot Cohen came along and actually demonstrated that can often lead to problems. And when a president winds up the military and tells them to go off and do something and then realizes, oh my God, I didn't realize that's what I asked them to do. It's sort of, well, why didn't you read our doctrine manuals? You should have known that when you asked for a blockade, President Kennedy, that we're going to shoot the Russian ships out of the water. The Elliot Cohen model, by contrast, is about an iterative dialogue. And that is, no matter how much military expertise a president might have, he still might not have, and he still will not have, or she will not have, deep knowledge about what the trade-offs are going to be in terms of where forces are around the world, what the risks are of the particular operation. And so you need to have this sort of dialogue before you can just issue some sort of divinely inspired civilian guidance in order to let the military plan and run off and do what they're going to do. And so that, I think, is it's a continuum, because at some point you can't get so deep in the weeds as the president that you're dictating, where helicopters need to go and, deep tactical level things. There is no perfect balance. I tend to fall into the Cohen side of the debate, and I think that you really need three basic things in order to have a good, solid set of advice going to a president who's trying to make really critical decisions about the use of force. The one is this iterative dialogue that is actually more than just military. It needs to be civilian and military together. Those voices need to be in the room. There needs to be trust, respect, and ideally alignment of philosophy, which you're not always going to get that, but you should at least, as military and civilian staffers, have a fair understanding of what your president's philosophical approach is going to be. And then, and this is the boring part, but ever so critical, you need process and structure in order to bring those voices together and feed them up to the president. And so there's so many more elements to this. It's the mismatch in expectations, though, between what the military is taught, my Huntington model that I was taught, and I'm sure you both were in your war colleges and everything else, and the way the process actually works that generates so much frustration that I've seen, especially on the military side. And the last thing I'll say is, because we have had this robust debate for a few years now, I do see some of that changing. We have some midshipmen here today that are part of a civil military club at the Naval Academy, which is awesome. So they're thinking about this stuff now in ways that when I was a junior officer, I did not. So that gives me a little bit of hope.
And on the military side, I want to start maybe with Admiral Gortney and turn to General Clark. Can you walk us through a little bit how military advice is crafted, particularly for civilian policymakers that maybe have less experience with military matters?
Well, we're very deliberative in our planning process. We're taught, schooled at a very early age on a deliberate planning process, unless you're in the United States Navy, who don't do deliberate planning. That's why we're so good at crisis action planning. But we are schooled at a very early age and then through our professional military education to do a deliberative planning process. And it is a very structured process. And a key piece of it is it's mission focused. What is the end state? What is the desired end state? What are the ways and means to get there? Built on a foundation of assumptions, facts, constraints, restraints. The most important part of that is what is in the art of the possible as we move forward. And because of that schooling, where I've seen where we've had the tension with that is our process sometimes, without the collaborative approach that Janine's talking about, has difficulty with the cultures that may not have that same deliberative structure. So like at NORAD Northcom, most of my closest mission partner was Jay Johnson at the Department of Homeland Security. And we would give him and his many tribes, DHS is more tribal than Iraq. John Kelly knows that, and so if he's listening to the stream, we would give him planning capacity. We would teach him the planning process to help bridge that knowledge gap of how we think, but how do we get to a particular objective.
General Clark?
I just throw in a few comments. I think from the military standpoint, we ascribe to the Huntington model, but realize that the Cohen model is probably more realistic and is more in practice today from what we see. I think that out of what Admiral Gortney said and Ms. Davidson said, I think the piece that did not come up that I would highlight is how do we then describe whatever military advice you give, what's the risk? And we have an inherent responsibility in the military when providing that advice to describe what that risk is, both risk to the mission and the mission accomplishment, depending on what course of action is chosen, or risk to the force, which has clear linkages to that risk to mission. And I think that's a piece that if we want to get in discussion, we can parse out some more. But describing that risk is sometimes very difficult and something that absolutely has to be considered moving forward. Now, if you want me to I can describe how we line up some of that best military advice and how we do that if you want me to at this time, Alice. Yeah. So the chairman in his position and by his statutory authority is supposed to be able to provide to the Secretary of Defense and the President his best military advice. He is, and I think it's an important piece as we look at it, he is the principal advisor to the President, but he's not the only advisor. And I think sometimes that comes up. And the way in a deliberative process that the chairman prepares for that, the joint staff structure, his staff helps him with that. But even yesterday, I was with the chairman when we were looking at a campaign plan, and with him, he had all the Joint Chiefs in the room with him, and up on what I would describe as a Hollywood Squares. He had, as you look at a secure VTC, video teleconference, Hollywood Squares, he had every single combatant commander up on the screen. So in this room and dialing into this room, we had...
Let me do a quick civil military translation here,
Which is, for those of you not old enough to have watched an actual television set back in the 1970s, Hollywood Squares was a game show that had like 9 different people on simultaneously. That's what he's talking about.
Corey,
You
thank
must be
you.
a professor.
Yeah, yes. See, I thought I was avoiding all the military jargon and acronyms, but I forgot the audience of the Hollywood Squares. So up on the screen. So General Dunford, in his authority to convene, is able to get both the Joint Chiefs, the service chiefs, and all his combatant commanders in together and talk about a specific plan and then receive their inputs and how they see it from their perspective in today's, trans-regional, and we can talk about that later, trans-regional and really a multi-domain world that we live. And he's able to take that advice and then formulate his own opinion. And he can also highlight that there are agreements to what he believes, but he is also compelled to highlight disagreements that he may have. So I'll pause there.
So then, Corey, I'm going to push you on this translation factor. You started your policy career with the Joint Staff, right? As I think the only civilian, at least only civilian woman, like in a 5 square mile radius or something. And then you've been in many other positions around town as well. And so you've lived through this knowledge of what it means to translate civilian guidance into actionable military direction. Can you talk us through a little bit about that, about maybe your learning process and some of the lessons learned that you have for us?
Sure. As I was listening to Dr. Davidson talk, I was reminded of what I think is the most important thing anyone has ever said on this subject, which comes from Andrew Exum. And he was actually talking about counterinsurgency strategy. And what he said, arguing that we ought not to go that direction, is that any strategy that requires geniuses to execute is not going to be a successful strategy. And the standard that Dr. Davidson set out for what it takes to make civil-military relations work is not going to be met. And so we really need to think about whether the system can perform to that standard, and why we are expecting it to, because it's actually deeply unlikely to. And yet, the system almost always works reasonably well. Shockey's theorem of civil-military relations is that political leaders get the military leaders they deserve, and vice versa, right? And it goes to your point, Alice, about the translation, because if military folks cannot do what General Clark was just saying, that is, explain what the range of choice in a military context looks like, how they believe that fits into the president's broader political objectives, and what the risks associated with the conduct of that campaign are, then the president's going to make bad political choices. The president may make bad political choices anyway, but he's certain to make bad political choices if he doesn't understand what he's doing. And likewise, a military that cannot limber itself up to understand that a deliberative planning process is beautiful and elegant and foreign to the civilian mind, especially to political wheelers and dealers who, can pull meaning out of the chaos of American political life, right? That every successful military planning process I have ever been involved in or been knowledgeable of is a negotiation, right? Because the president properly not only chooses the political objectives, but the resourcing of those objectives, right? Every American president has to decide how much time, how much effort, how much of their governing agenda they are going to invest in the war effort. And that's not just true of President Trump and President Obama. It was true of Franklin Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln as well, right? The sum total equals less than 100%. Abraham Lincoln got railroad legislation passed, right? So the president rightly is the person to set those boundaries and because he gets elected to array our preferences and priorities in a way the military never does. So the military has to figure out, based on the signals they're getting from their political leadership, about how much is the president really going to invest in achieving this, and then calibrate their expectations, their advice, their options to that, so that eventually water finds a level, and that's what makes for successful civil-military interaction.
So, Janine, did you have something to add to that? You leaned forward, yeah?
I did lean forward. Thank you for pointing that out, because I think you're right that even the ideal process that the military has in mind is probably unrealistic. The ideal process that I have in mind is unrealistic. But I actually think it's unrealistic for certain types. So we have to keep in mind what it is we're trying to do. Are we trying to, have crisis planning decision-making where you need to get in there quickly and give the president just enough, like you just described, to be able to make those trade-offs and make those decisions? Or you have other types of decision-making that are more strategic and take a longer time. And what I think is that if you do set up processes and structures that are civil-military under the water, underneath where the president is going to be in a crisis, and you're meeting often, and you are playing with this deliberative process, and as Eisenhower said, the planning is more important than the actual plan, then when there is a crisis, this community of advisors, civilian and military, are more likely to be on a similar philosophical frame, and they're more likely to have already sort of an understanding of the broad objectives that they're already trying to accomplish in the region, that the president are already trying to accomplish in the region. And then the crisis planning decision-making will go quicker. So I think it depends on what the issue or where we are on the time frame.
I want to hear Bill and Rich on this, actually, because this is one of the questions I had, which was, does the pattern of civil-military relations in the policymaking process change depending on the military mission we're talking about? So are things different because, or when we're focused on counterinsurgency or counterterrorism than they are when we're focused on freedom of navigation operations, for example? Do things change, and how?
I don't think so. I think what Janine mentioned is really important because you echoed some of the words I like to say. Activity without organization and process produces no product. And so having structure and having a process that is an enduring process, and it's a battle rhythm that people are meeting, and they have the trust and the confidence to work together. And then whatever the issue, we don't get to pick our issues, right? Yeah, I would love to be able to pick on what's important, but it's not. It's whatever comes in. And if you have that trust and that confidence of the team working together, they can quickly develop good advice, courses of action, understanding the consequences of some of those decisions. The longer you have, the more we can get into those details that then present it to the big decision makers, I think is important. And it's also important that it's okay for, say, within the Department of Defense, say, OSD policy, and the chairman coming up with different opinions, giving them to the Secretary of Defense. If you want to surround yourself with yes people, you're not going to like the consequences. So to make sure that there is that debate that is in there, and it's okay, we feel this way because these are the reasons, and we understand why you might feel this way, and then good decision makers can take that input, make their own choice, and move forward, which is why they get the pictures on the bulkheads, is to make those tough choices.
Rich, what do you think?
One of the main things we try to do with the chairman day in, day out is protect his decision space. That he alone can actually, with the advice of the staff, but at the end of the day, we're watching to make sure that he has that space. And an important part of that is time, because as Janine was just talking about, is it a quick decision that he needs to be able to have the commander, even though he's not a commander, but he's got to have the great understanding of what the situation is, or it's something that is more deliberate, that we can tease out of him and provide information to him over a period of time. What we watch from a function standpoint today, at least on the Joint Staff and in the current national security process, is at the lowest level, the policy coordination committees that feed up into a deputies committee, into a principals committee, and then finally into the president. We're seeing that they are actually very collaborative. And there is a lot of discussion with the Joint Staff, with our brothers from the Office of Secretary of Defense coming together, but with state, with the national security personnel that are actually there, with other three-letter agencies. And we do find it is a good collegial and important lead up into future decisions. And we're seeing it, I've seen it in my 7 months here actually going very well and important.
Corey, what do you think from the civilian perspective? Is there a difference in the politics of different kinds of military missions and therefore different guidance?
I don't actually have a view on that. I think I am too long removed from that experience to make a judgment. I would say that the American system, as Mac Owens, who wrote a terrific chapter for Jim's and my book, I see him out there, as Mac Owens would argue, trust is the fundamental currency of good civil-military relations. And from what General Clark just said, right, it starts at the cheap help level. Right? It starts at people like me when I was a 26-year-old. Literally, there was no one junior in the Joint Staff to me. But the military has an enormous advantage in the planning process that the civilian agencies don't, and that's unity of command, right? As the NATO desk officer in J5 in the Joint Staff, I could go to an interagency meeting, and I knew what my boss's boss thought about that. And so you can turn the process if you have guidance from the top of your organization at the start. What Admiral Gorney was talking about organization and processes, they give an enormous advantage. It's a first mover advantage to the military and the policy making process. And I think that is especially evident in crisis planning, rather than in deliberative planning.
Well, so then I'm going to get us out of the abstract then and ask where we are right now in the policy relationship, right? So what, where were we September 2016 and where are we now that we're a few months into a new administration? I'm going to look at the panel and see if anybody wants to jump on that grenade.
Okay, so I'm going to jump on it in kindness to my military colleagues because as a civil military issue,
California,
that's a totally unfair question to ask them to answer with any degree of realism. So I would say a couple of things. From a policy perspective, we have the only active duty national security advisor. There have only been 3 active duty national security advisors since the position was created. And it's an extraordinarily exposed and uncomfortable position, precisely because the Huntington framework is preferred by the military. They very much want to do what they are trained to do and contribute, and they don't want to be politicized, either as an institution or as individuals. They're educated, trained, and selected for that. Moreover, they're actually not very good at it, as I think General McMaster demonstrated across the course of the last week, right? What would have come naturally to any bare-knuckled political brawler was that you need to go out there and make a statement that's going to shield the president. What General McMaster, the National Security Advisor, did was initially go out and make a very careful, lawyerly statement about the Washington Post article, as written, isn't true, which any political brawler would tell you is going to invite an avalanche of questions about what you didn't say. And then within 48 hours was pushed into making a sweeping defense of the president that made a lot of people in the defense community, I see 2 of the sharpshooters, Lauren and Aaron at the back table there, 3, Phil, made a lot of people uncomfortable about an active duty military officer giving that much political protection to a president in the midst of a political scandal. I think it's legitimately difficult ground to navigate as a civil military issue.
Well, and I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but and I also want to leave
That's my
the
best screening defense for the active duty guy.
I want to make sure the politicization piece is also left for Greg Jaffe to sink his teeth into with his panel as well. But I do want to get at this idea that we're at a certain moment in the civil-military relationship from a policy perspective with the inheritance of 16 years of war, with the very dramatic shift in approach, right? I mean, we have tacked on foreign policy and on the policy approach recently. And what does that do? We can bring it back to the level of abstraction if that works better, but what does that do to the policy relationship, what we've all been through together, what we've all lived through?
I think it's important that we realize we're very early in an administration.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a history and political science major, so for you political science, there's hope for you. But every administration, as the team comes together and develops their own organization and process to frame the advice to give to the president to make the decisions, we're in a very early point at that. And right now it's critical that if the chairman would call me and say, hey, Shortney, I need some advice, which doesn't happen ever, I'd say this is the most critical time right now, because if they break faith, is the perception of breaking faith with the president and the national security decision-making process, for the next 8 years, they're going to be trying to recover, and they'll never catch up. So as that trust is built right now, the critical time, as it was with the Obama administration. If Admiral Mullen is going to be here closing, I'd ask him about that experience, and at the beginning of every administration since then. So I don't really necessarily see it as the last 16 years of war. I mean, we pay for the sins of our predecessors, and the older we get, sometimes we're the sinners. And so it's really the fact that it's a new administration, the team's going to have to come together, the trust is going to have to be built, the decision-making process has to occur, and for the military, that's job number one at this particular point. Build it now or you'll never recover from it.
Yeah, I want to sort of add to that. To me, there is an expectation management thing. So it isn't just the last 16 years of war. I would say, since the end of the Cold War at least, and even before that, back in history. But this generation of leaders, cut their teeth in the first Gulf War, Somalia, the Balkans, and now, Iraq, Afghanistan. And which means that they were like us, and with us, actually, as on the civilian sides of the table, and in the field, struggling and agonizing over this whole civil-military thing. You saw it in the field in Iraq and Afghanistan. You saw people going back and reading about how did we do it in Vietnam. And so I feel like that this generation, the people in this room, even the people in the Pentagon now, the people in the State Department, that they have learned sort of as a community and also shifted, kind of maybe your point, about they shifted their expectations about how things should operate, about how much civilian and military dialogue there should be. That said, every time you elect a new president, they bring in a whole other group of people that probably or maybe might not have been part of that conversation. And as Admiral Gortney says, each president has a learning curve. I mean, you definitely saw it with Clinton, you saw it, with Bush and Obama, and so now you're seeing it maybe with President Trump. So it is a little bit too soon to tell. But I will agree that how you get off the blocks really matters. And you can see in previous administrations where they never were able to regain trust, for instance, or where they were never able to, dig out of some political dilemma. So I think, a little too soon to tell.
And I would say if I could.
And then Rich gets to go. He's been leaning. But go ahead.
Okay. In my experience, first half of my career, I was lucky enough to just fly airplanes off aircraft carriers. It was really cool, be tactical and everything. But later on, it got a little different. And part of that was because we went to war. And we've been at war for a long time. But as I've experienced it, I've never really had a civilian to military problem, a civ-mil issue problem. My biggest problem has always been on the civilian side, the political versus political problem, and how to interact into that. Not the civilian control over the military, the civ-mil decision-making process, but having to understand on the civilian side the politics and the different factions within that, and navigating that particular landmine. And this is where shipmates like this really helped us navigate through those treacherous waters.
Okay, Rich.
I re-emphasize the trust piece. And I think that what I see from a military perspective sitting on the Joint Staff is that happening with a new administration coming in at every single level, whether for us on the Joint Staff, it's our offices, the Secretary of Defense counterparts, but we're watching counterparts being changed out throughout the Department of State, within the White House, and working them at each level. It's really starting afresh and describing in non-military jargon, non-military terms, the potential effects of future operations depending on the policy that's out there. And then I think sometimes what we don't do well is put forth what the worst order consequences could be to those actions. And
That's a nice point.
And we absolutely have to not just say what the good outcome could be, for conducting a particular raid in a certain country or against what the counter-ISIS plan would be, but we have to understand what the negative and the downsides are and make sure that we spell those out. And we, military, but I think it's also seen that we always tend to go fight our last fight, and we tend to fight what we did in the past, and that has been informed, as you asked the question about 16 years of war. And I would posit that when we went, and I'm going to get to a concrete example, when we went back into Iraq in 2014, we went back into Iraq with a counterinsurgency mode towards Iraq. And because that's where we fought last, in that mode when we left in 2011. But when we went back in 2014, we were really fighting against 20,000-man army that had tanks, that had many weapons that they had taken from the Iraqi security forces, and we were fighting more of a war akin to a conventional war. And the bombing and the things we had to do, but we were still set up when we initially went in like we were going to go in for a counterinsurgency campaign, and we had to adjust. And I think it's an important, and that's just one example, because then it followed our rules of engagement, it followed some of the things we were allowed and not allowed to do, because we weren't fighting the enemy that we thought we were going in. So I'll just give that an example.
I think General Clark makes a really, really important point. I would just, excuse me, I would just underscore it by saying that the military are not the only people who continue to fight the last war. All of us are captives of our experience, and we're very often, as civilians, dismissive that the military's perspective is the last time they fought, and not conscious ourselves that the same is true. And I think we're seeing a lot of that in policy right now, where people in the last administration as well as in the current administration, where people have a fixed idea of what's occurring and are not as open to new information as they ought to be about what's changing. I love the example of going back to Iraq in 2014 and realizing that you were fighting a very different war than you thought you were going to.
So maybe pulling us back into a little bit more abstraction, but also anchoring in the present moment, there's been some public discussion about going from experiments in micromanagement to experiments in devolved authority. So the president famously having said that he authorizes his military and his Pentagon, and that there's just a far smaller degree of intense scrutiny of military operations and planning than we have seen in other, not just this previous administration, but other ones before it as well. I'd like to get all your thoughts on that dichotomy, if it's fair and accurate, but also, what level of civilian oversight into operations and operational details is helpful, and where does it get unhelpful, and then vice versa. What level of military advice, strategy, grand strategy is helpful for civilians, and when does it become less relevant politically?
I learned a long time ago there's a fine line between micromanagement and thorough oversight depending on where you live in the food chain. And that's pretty clear. And it's a perception issue. If you're looking up, micromanaging. You're looking down, I'm just seeing what's going on. I mean, and so perceptions matter. So finding what your role is at that particular point, I think, is really important. As it leads to the current administration, I'll go back to what I said before. If they're given this much authority, if the military is given this much authority, they need to be very, very, and I'll be willing to bet, very conservative on implementing that authority, because they know if they delve into something that paints the president into a box, that authority will be jerked back away. So I think it'll be very self-governing with this point. And what's going to be critical about it is the trust, the confidence, the political insights to make sure that the Department of Defense doesn't overstep where it needs to be. We don't know where that, I'd be willing to bet they don't know where that line is at this particular point.
Janine, you're the DASD for plans. I'm sure you have good insight on this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll totally agree that there's no perfect way to figure out where you should be on that continuum, and absolutely, it definitely looks better, or it looks different depending on whether you're the boss or whether you're the subordinate. I would just caution in this moment, based on what Admiral Warney just said, yeah, the military usually wants, all the authority they can have, just like you would in any organization. But be careful what you ask for, right? Because just saying we're going to delegate down and let the generals, forget about the admirals, but let the generals, as they often say, execute and do what they need to do without a bunch of micromanagement. At the same time, you've decided to slash and demoralize your civilian agencies, and also appoint at the heads of the civilian agencies former military 3 and 4 stars and active duty 3 stars, as Corey was talking about. Then that does sort of set you up for a very militaristic approach. Even if the most enlightened military generals and admirals that you've delegated to are going to have an even harder time bringing in those other voices on their own without some sort of coordination from the White House, from the president, and then also given that those agencies have been emasculated or they're no longer staffed. So I think we need to be careful. I hope it's going to be self-correcting. I hope those kinds of things will become apparent. And then the last thing I'll say is that, if as a president you want to move the pendulum more to your Huntington model and delegate more, you can delegate authority, but you are never going to delegate all the responsibility. When things go wrong, the American people will still hold you accountable, even if you do decide you want to throw the generals under the bus by saying that they were the ones that screwed up. Everybody wants to have all the authority and none of the responsibility. At the end of the day, it will be the president. So that may, in and of itself, be the self-correcting factor.
Both Admiral Courtney and Ms. Davidson nailed it. I mean, to whom much is given, much is expected. And Admiral Courtney's description of the way it's got to be treated, if more authorities are delegated, and I'm not going to get into the specifics, but what the military obviously would desire is clear, unambiguous guidance, policy objectives. And that's not always given because of, as Ms. Davidson has described earlier comments, it is an iterative process. The first line goals may adjust over time because the conditions have changed. And I think that iterative to go back into whatever level the decision was made or where the guidance is coming from, ultimately the president, is the opportunity to get back and make sure that our goals and objectives remain aligned with potential increased authorities. And we absolutely have to understand and look at that, because if we can't have that constant dialogue, we will miss something, and then mistakes will be made. And Somalia is a great example of a change with my old organization, the Rangers on the ground, and basically we changed our policy, and not the people on the ground did not get the word of where we were going, and things, some things were done. And I think it's that constant go back to and validate what the policy goals and objectives are is an important piece to that.
You mean Somalia 1993, not today?
Yeah, Somalia, Somalia 1993.
So all that's required for civil-military relations is for the president to make a choice about where that level of authority falls, and the president has clearly made a choice, right? So the standard's been met. The president can carry out perfectly fine civil-military relations by saying, you fellas handle it. But General Clark's point is a really good one, which is strategy is only successful when it is constantly recalibrated to changing circumstances, domestic political circumstances on the ground, the hedging of allies based on what we are or are not doing, and the risks of the von Moltke model, which underwrites Huntington, right, which is give the military a task and let them go do it. That's proper political control. It is actually a caricature that that's what the military wants. They don't want to be left with no political guidance. What they really want is a clear, rich understanding from the political leadership of what they are trying to achieve and how that translates into an end state, because that trains their judgment about the intensity with which to bring violence to bear in any particular circumstances. So I think the risk of the approach that President Trump has taken is that he's not going to know or understand when things start changing from what he thought the circumstances were. And the risk for the military, as I believe we have already seen with the president's comments about the Yemen raid in his speech to the joint session of Congress, or before the speech to the joint session of Congress, which was, hey, it's these guys' fault. I had nothing to do with this. So the risk for the military is that they will not have the top cover that our military has come to expect from elected political officials, because I think this president's just not going to provide it to them, which, as Admiral Gortney suggested, is very likely to discipline the system internal to the military itself.
So this also gets at that shift that Janine also talked about and that we talked about in our opening presentation, which is the Walmartization of the military and the increasing reliance from policy all the way down to execution on the military to do a wider and wider array of things as we systematically divest in other civilian arms of government. So I wanted to get your comments on, first of all, the risks behind that, but in particular, what does that do to the civil-military relationship, and then what from there happens to our policy choices and policy execution, which is a huge question. But essentially, what do you see in this dynamic of this systematic underinvestment in state, AID, other places, and this shift more and more to asking the military to do more and more?
So I'll leap on that one because I have strong views about it. I see George Ward, who I worked for in the U.S. Department of State a long time ago, and I think it is and he is a fantastic diplomat, exactly what this should look like. But I would say that I think we are wrong in suggesting that the sum total of the failure of the civilian departments across the last 16 years of war is a failure of funding, right? I think what we have seen is the migration of enormous swaths of what are inherently civilian activity into military channels. And it's not just because the civilian agencies are underfunded. It may well be the case that better funding for the State Department will make them better at their job. Empirically, I would like to see that tested. Let's double the State Department budget and see if it makes any difference, because we don't know the answer to that question. They haven't been adequately funded. But it is also true that there are problems of institutional culture in the civilian agencies that make it harder for them to adapt as quickly as the military adapts. And so when things are serious and the civilian agencies aren't stepping up, as we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan, you see things that should be diplomatic and assistance tasks going to the military. Let me just give you the worst example. Secretary Powell, Secretary Rice, and Secretary Clinton each gave the Foreign Service at least 1,000 additional Foreign Service officers. And in all three instances, it was designed to create a training float to invest in the professional education of our diplomats to make them better at their job. In none of those three instances did the Department of State spend those additional diplomats on professional development and education. They sent them all to embassies. That's a question of institutional culture. The Army could use more soldiers all over the place, and yet they still invest in education and training of those Army officers. So it is not just a problem of funding that you see. It's about adaptiveness. It's about leaning forward into challenges. It's about preparing your own institution for the ability to do this well. That said, President Trump's budget proposal, although I believe, as John McCain said, it will be dead on arrival in the Congress, you do not get more balanced, more capable American foreign policy by cutting 30% of the diplomatic and aid budgets.
I'd just like to echo what she says. We're doers. We get things done. We're mission focused. And we're schooled to do that at the tactical, at the operational, and strategic. And when something's got to get done, we're going to move in and get things done. I will tell you that as the NORTHCOM commander, working with all of the different agencies from across the government in the defense of the homeland, we would give planning capacity to them. But as I sent the planning teams forward, I told them, make sure you're not in charge. And how you act as you go in there to help them with this process, how you market this, you are there to support them, but do not end up being the alpha dog and feed the perception that we're in charge. And that's very, very difficult for us as from, you send a young major, SAM's grad or something like that forward. They want to get things done, and next thing you know, it can be perceived. But it's very, very important. The culture of the other agencies are not as focused on mission and what do we need to do in order to get the job done. I will, though, say that at our planning school down in Suffolk last year when I was speaking at the graduation, over a third were from the State Department, from the planning course.
Okay, I agree with everything you said. I just want to say the standard for when we have pulled parallel to this problem is not when a third of the graduating class in a military training program are diplomats. It's when we have a national diplomatic university where the military is angling to get itself in as students.
Okay, I want to come to defense of the State Department just a little bit here. I thought I did come to the defense. Not really. I mean, to say that doubling their budget isn't going to fix the problem. Double a small number is still a small number. Yeah. Okay. First of all. Second of all, define failure. I mean, I spent a lot of time during the height of the Iraq War and Afghanistan War talking to military officers when they would say, we're doing our part. Why isn't the State Department doing their part? When you read their doctrine, the military's doctrine, about what they say that the State Department's job is, it's news to the State Department that it's their job to help kickstart, provinces in the middle of a war zone. The kinds of things that we just assumed, we, the military, assumed that the State Department was going to do was ahistorical, had never been done before. I mean, the things that they do diplomacy, right? They're going to do, we want them in D.C. helping with the strategy. We, the military, want them in the planning sessions. But I'll tell you, as the DASD for plans, they didn't show up. Why? Because they were sent to embassies and they were sent to the field to do stuff that they weren't trained to do. So I fault both sides, Corey. I mean, I agree with you. They're not being trained for what the nation needs them to do, I don't think. But for us to blame them for, not having the capacity also to, be in every single planning cell that we have, to come to our schools, the military schools. If you want allies to be with you in an operation in the Middle East, and you're complaining about diplomats going to cocktail parties in Europe, well, actually, their presence in Europe is ensuring that you're going to have allies in the Middle East. That's what they would say is their core job. Their secondary job would be to go dig wells in Iraq. And when they're strapped for people, they're going to focus on their first job. I agree. Where I do agree with you, Corey, is I wish they were doing all of those things. But that's where they need more capacity.
Just a couple things. From a tactical level, there are very few missions and deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan that there wasn't some law enforcement officer or some involvement with a USAID officer or someone else from one of the agencies that part of every single mission, every single thing we did in Iraq or Afghanistan during my time spent over there, beginning in 2002, through last year. What I think sometimes, and going more to the strategic level, my take is we can't defeat ISIS more broadly and in a lasting until it is a whole of government approach. The defeat of ISIS is not a military problem. It's going to have to be, and I'm just, as an example, it's going to have to be a whole of government. Now, I think sometimes where we as a government make mistakes is we tend to focus on the military aspect of the defeat or of the mission because, one, sometimes it's really cool to look at that military raid, what took place, who got shot last night, who got killed last night, what special operations raid went.
And
but
it's
also
satisfying, too, because
it's quantifying,
it feels
it's
like a win.
measurable,
Yeah.
it's distinct, how many people were killed, it's quick, how many bombs did you drop, how many munitions did you use, how many airplanes did you fly, how many ships did you drive, how many raids did you conduct last night. That's easy, measurable, quantifiable, and you can look at it. And you can see it. You can watch the video, from last night. The harder part is what's the enduring? How do we get Department of State or USAID? Because in the end, it's going to be the consolidation of gains, military term.
Exactly right.
The consolidation of gains that cannot be achieved by the military alone. And look. Just use Mosul as an example today. Mosul, ISIS will be out of Mosul sometime in the near future. But if the gains are not consolidated by a whole of government approach with the Iraqis in the lead, it will fall back again at some time in the future. So that's the piece I think I would posit that we really need to look at strongly when we talk about other aspects of government.
I think that's exactly right. That if you look at 16 years at war, the failure is not that we did not have military lines of operations to achieve objectives, is that we did not have complementary lines of operations that consolidate the gains. And that's the essential contribution of great diplomats like George Ward. These are the things that we need to invest in, not in having, I'm not picking on your statement, Dr. Davidson, but not having a State Department planner in every DoD planning group. It's having the high-level political and diplomatic approach with the kind of ruthlessness that Andrew Shearer used to operate against the United States government on behalf of the government of Australia.
I think this is a great point at which to turn it over to the audience and get them in on the conversation, ask questions. So I see that we have a couple of gentlemen wandering with microphones, and I've got a question back here. When you ask your question, please stand up, state your name and affiliation, and phrase your question in the form of a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mara Carlin from Johns Hopkins CSIS. My question's for Major General Clark, but I'd welcome other thoughts on it. Should best military advice account for policy and/or politics? And if so, how do you do this?
Personal opinion, no, it should account, it absolutely has to account for the policy, absent from the politics, because the policy is, should start with what are our clear goals and end state, and what is our policy towards, you name it. But it absolutely has to take the policy into consideration. Now, as I watch, almost every day I get to watch Chairman Dunford. He is masterful at taking in the inputs and then boiling it down to a couple key points. But I want to take it back, and he will then provide his best military advice, and I've watched him do it. But he is also believes, as was brought up by many of the panel members, it is not stop and move on. The policy can change over time, and I think that's an important point.
So I want to weigh in on this one too. I think best military advice must incorporate not just policy, but also politics. But they need to get inputs on that from the political leadership, right? Expecting the military to self-censor in order to meet perceived political constraints I think is a terrible way to make policy, and it's an unfair position to put military advisors in. And one example we have seen of it recently, I think, is the Obama administration with Iran, right? The stated policy was, we will destroy the Iranian nuclear program by military means if we do not get an agreement, a diplomatic agreement, freezing the Iranian nuclear program. And yet, when military planners tried to operationalize that advice, the White House's hair stood on end because they actually feared that the perceived that you know, the levers dropping on planning for the carrying out of stated administration policy would negatively affect the negotiations and might actually be crisis destabilizing. That's actually not a fair position to put your military leadership in, but it's also an illustration of how little trust there was at that point in time between the elected and appointed civilian leaders and the military, that they couldn't quietly have a conversation about what the military plans ought to reflect. The White House was expecting them to understand that and act on it, and I actually think that's an unfair position to put military advisors in.
Yeah, right over here in the front. I believe that's Mark.
Hi there, Mark Jacobson, Georgetown University. I want to follow up on this point, and I've worked with all of you on this specific subject of war plans and war planning. And to Corey's point, I actually think that there's a very good reason, as I know a couple of you and I have discussed about this, to get the political aspects of the policy and the plans integrated at an early stage. Why develop a war plan that your political leadership's going to say, you know what, that's just not going to fly. That's not going to fly with our vision. That's not going to fly with regards to allies. So how would each of you, looking back at that war plans process, try and integrate not just policy, but the political realities so that the plans as you develop them are more palatable or effective without falling into where I do think Corey's right, this trap of you know, a Heisman from the White House. No, you can't even work on the plans. Thanks.
I'll cut to the short answer. That's why the Secretary of Defense, political appointee, is the approver of all war plans. So by its nature, when we prepare war plans, and I spoke of one yesterday, that war plan eventually will work through OSD policy to the Secretary, who then approves it. So we're looking at it from a pure military, we're looking from a military lens. We're considering things like you brought up, allies and partners from the military perspective, but it really goes into our Office of Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Defense who eventually approves that plan.
So actually, I mean, this is a really good question. This gets to the whole reason why I think you need an iterative dialogue up front. I think General Dempsey was the one that used to say, you know, you have to have that, it's most important to have that up front, because then, you know, and with the chairman and with the SecDef and with the president of the White House, to have that mushy conversation up front so that the chairman and the SecDef can go back and have that, kind of give that advice. I hope that you don't develop these military plans with a purely military focus. I hope that at the lower levels, you're bringing in OSD folks and State Department folks and everything else. But let me just give an example of where this can be really fraught, right? On the one hand, we want the military to not be completely out to lunch when it comes to like what could be politically feasible, right? On the other hand, you know, you can take it too far. So, I mean, if every bone in your military body and every bit of your 35 years experience tells you that to do what we think the president is asking us to do in Iraq is going to take 10 years or more, but you know, or you think that you've been tasked with that being not politically palatable, and you deliver a 3-year plan that you know isn't going to work, is that best military advice? I think you've failed at that upfront iterative conversation. You haven't told the president what's in the art of the doable in order for him or her to give you decent advice. Like, holy, does it really take 10 years? Yep. or probably more. And if you start off with a cheap coat of paint up front with a 3-year plan, just like my living room, you got to put another coat of paint on there. And then you're going to have another one, and then, oh, by the way, at some point you run out of money, and now you just got really crappy paint all over your walls, and it's been 15 years and however many trillions of dollars.
I think this gentleman right here had his hand up.
Gene Dewey, former defense state in the United Nations. General Clark brought up the point that the military would like to have a clear blueprint, which has the political military aspects articulated. I think we're forgetting a bit of history here, that we did have a presidential decision directive in 1994-56 that mandated such a plan, civil military plan. It was never really implemented for any major contingency operation because the civilians didn't seem to have the capability to write it, since it's going to be a civilian plan with a military annex. And the military didn't like it because they didn't trust the civilians to be able to write such a plan. Do you think there's a chance now with McMaster, who studied under Petraeus, who knows what comprehensive campaign planning is about, do you think there's a chance to resurrect that today?
So, been there, done that. Probably will happen again. I'm seeing Joe Collins in the room here. He's probably got the battle scars from this when he was the DASD for stability operations in the Pentagon during the Iraq War. And the Bush administration had thrown out the PDD 56 for all the reasons that you said. And then they went through this long process of sort of regenerating a White House-led planning process and came up with this thing called NSPD 44, which I remember vividly when then I was in the Stability Operations Office in the Pentagon, and one of our action officers, who was probably in 7th grade or so during the Clinton administration, went home over the weekend and looked all this stuff up and came in and said, I went home and I found out this thing that they had, PDD 56, and it's just like what we're trying to do now, and I just cried. And so, you know, it was a good idea, and it was a good idea the second time, and, you know, maybe the third time will be a charm.
The example for me that reinforces the importance of your point is the State Department's transition plan for the drawdown of American forces in Iraq in 2010 to 2012, which was disastrously unreasonable and unexecutable. They didn't have the mobility, they didn't have the security, there was no kind of, there was no red teaming of how could this go wrong, and so what happens is that the bottom falls through. And that was an okay outcome is outrageous. I very much hope it is true that General McMaster's planning abilities will change this, and that you get rigorous oversight to make sure that the non-military elements of not just our planning process, but our execution process can keep pace with what the military is achieving. But I haven't seen evidence of it so far.
Okay, I saw hands over here. Yeah, sir, right here.
Hi. Joe Graziano from DODIG. My question generally to the panel is, isn't what you're describing sort of the whole of government approach, isn't that tied to really how broadly we define our national goals in a particular country where we're intervening? If you more narrowly define the goals, wouldn't you not need a lot of that other capability? You could sort of see that already ramping up in Syria, you know, sort of planning to start stitching soccer balls for the new Syrian youth ministry. You know, do we always need to do that? Is there something in between sort of non-engagement and let's build a united, free, democratic, transparent Syria?
That's a fantastic question, and I think deserves to be taken really seriously, because I would make 2 points. The first is that, yes, if you narrow what you are trying to achieve, you can simplify the elements, the levers that you need to incorporate in order to achieve it. But I would challenge you to try and think of something worth achieving that can be narrowed to simple destruction. Because I struggle to think of examples of it myself. And especially now that most of the security challenges that we have the luxury of being frightened by are not conquest of our country by a hostile foreign state that won't permit the liberties that we have come to take for granted, but they are security challenge on the fraying margins of an international order that's dramatically advantageous to us as a country, economically, politically, and in a security sense. And if you agree that those challenges are coming from the ragged edge, they are challenges because of the inadequacy of governance in societies where threats are emerging and sinking roots. And if that's true, then simple destruction can't solve that problem. You actually need to drag the quality of governance up. And if it's happening at the ragged margins of the international order, you are going to get cases like Afghanistan. And, you know, in 2001, it was 185th out of 188 countries. That is near the bottom of the UN Human Development Index, which means it's going to be hard and it's going to take a lot of time, and you are going to have to live with it a lot longer than your patience is going to want to. And that doesn't mean, though, that by narrowing to killing the bad guys, you can actually solve the problem.
So that is Dr. Shockey at her professorial best right there.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson.
Love it. I love it. But, you know, as a concrete example of something that what Major Clark said earlier, he referenced the Somalia operation in 1993. And I actually think we have a misunderstanding of what happened there, right? Because it isn't just that, you know, you all got on the ground there and then the policy changed. I mean, those commanders that got on the ground that I'd spoken to got on the ground and realized we came here to solve a famine, but we got here and realized, yeah, sure, we can stop a famine in its tracks. But then as soon as we look at what was causing that famine, which was a tribal conflict and all these other kinds of things happening and a massive failure of governance, we knew and we realized that as soon as we left, it would revert exactly back to where it was. That meant, you know, the message from the field, actually, was that this is worse than you thought it was. And so that is exactly what's going to keep happening. And that leads me to my previous comment, which is, and as you contemplate going into these environments and going and trying to solve these problems, and you present your best military advice, and you don't take those kinds of things into account, and you don't recognize how long it's going to take and how complex it's going to be, and you present something that is very satisfying to your political leadership, but is also wrong, it's not best military advice.
The only piece I would put on a point to Dr. Shockey's piece is the threat. To your point, because I would posit that the threat is higher today than we have seen it in the past because of the multi-domain fight, particularly in cyber, that we didn't have necessarily 10 or 15 years ago. And so as we look at both state actors, you know, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, but then we look at the non-state actors such as ISIS, the capabilities they have today, looking at narrowly, focusing our scope would make it difficult because of those threats, in particular in cyber, but now we're talking other domains like space.
Yeah, Aaron.
Thanks, Alice. I'm Aaron Simpson, a friend of the show, and also co-host of the Bombshell podcast, which you should listen to if you don't already. I have a little bit more of a conceptual question. We talked earlier about the Huntingtonian and kind of Cohen models, and I think most of us agree that Huntington doesn't describe accurately the day-to-day of what goes on in terms of civil-military back and forth, but it does sit out there as an ideal type. And I think sometimes we certainly understand that the military side would be desirous of that. I think there's a fair number of civilians who wish that they could turn over all these complex planning problems and procurement challenges to military and sort of step back from it. My question is, do we hold that Huntington model as an ideal because it drives best military outcomes or best strategic outcomes? Or do we hold the Huntington model as an ideal for democratic outcomes? And how do we balance or just even think about the trade-offs between those two?
I don't know that it's either. I mean, I think it's back to what Admiral Gortney said, which is people want authority and they want to be able to act, and it makes them, gives them the sense that they're empowered and that they can move out, and it seems simple. And I think that's what the appeal of it is. But maybe there's more.
I absolutely agree with Dr. Davidson. I don't think the Huntington model produces either best military outcomes or best democratic outcomes. I take it as one more example of political scientists trying to simplify a very complex political environment and make it comprehensible for people. I think the best refutation of Huntington is Sir Lawrence Friedman's magisterial history of strategy, where he talks about how coming out of the Napoleonic Wars, this whole generation of military thinkers, Clausewitz, Jomini, an iteration later, von Moltke, what they want is they are looking at an extraordinarily complex problem, and they are trying to use a military planning process to break it down into component parts in which they can properly analyze and increase their prospects for success. But what Lori makes so wonderfully clear in the book is that, yeah, all 4,000 pages of it, is that there is no successful strategy if the military line of operations is fire and forget. That strategy is the creation of power, and it requires nimble thinking and constant small calibration to take advantage of opportunities as you create them. And so to connect back to our starting question about giving greater authority to the military for the execution of this strategy, yes, of course, in a military line of operations, it lets folks take opportunities where they are available to exploit rapidly changing circumstances, to embolden them to move. The same thing is true of good strategy at the complex, messy, Congress is not going to let me do this. How do I do this? And how do I do it on a time frame that the Pakistanis aren't going to desert us, right? Like that, there's no escaping that. And Huntington's separation out of separate spheres is more comfortable for everyone because it's more easily understandable, but it unquestionably produces worse outcomes across the board.
Clemenceau said, war is too important to be left to the generals. And I think that, to use that quote, I mean, I think it's important as Corey just described, a very long-term, and as you're developing the strategy. And I think that importance of the generals alone can't do it because it is a whole of government.
I'm sorry, did you just say that you have that written on a T-shirt, Aaron? You are the biggest nerd ever. But the Bombshell podcast is a team of nerds, but it is fantastic.
Okay, I think we have a question over here. Yep.
Thank you. Travis Dill with the United States Naval Academy. So I think the Major General and Dr. Shockey were mentioning earlier that there's kind of a movement toward the Cohen model as opposed to the Huntingtonian model. You were kind of hitting on that a little bit, and that's in general closer to the ideal. It seems to me that there's kind of a relation between this and the revolving door you can kind of see at the end of a general staff career, where the amount of political cover you feel that you need when you make a decision in the military is related to who you get to endorse later and maybe whose cabinet you end up on. And so I wanted to ask if you think this is the case at all, and if it's worth it to kind of bring about greater cooperation between the two sides, because it doesn't seem like overall a positive thing that generals are responding to, some generals, some admirals, not all, are responding to political leaders in order to figure out what they're going to do afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. And speaks to our particular civil-military moment where you have an active duty national security advisor and you have recently retired military veterans serving in senior national security positions. The research that we conducted for the book that I wrote with a gaggle of other folks on civil-military relations suggests that the dynamic that is underway is likely to continue and to accelerate. That is, that because public confidence in our elected political leaders has plummeted in the last 20 years, and public confidence in our military's integrity has remained so high, that there are all sorts of incentives for suits to hide behind the uniforms, right? To let the military be the people who defend the war strategy, as we have seen for the last 15 years in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Dave Petraeus is the guy who got sent to defend the surge. So political leaders want the added credibility of having the military do that, which is beneficial to them in the near term and detrimental to them in the long term, because it further leaches credibility by leaving that responsibility to the military. But I think it is inexorable that we are moving more and more that way because of lack of public trust of elected political leaders, which is a function of political polarization in the United States. And where I think this is likely to hit rocky ground is that the research that Peter Feaver and Jim Golby have been doing suggests that that military endorsements of political leaders, which I think is one of the things you were directly asking about, and association of themselves with political parties or political leaders, that actually doesn't change voting patterns, according to Golby and Feaver. But what it does do is diminish public support for the military. So to come back to the research that we did for Warriors and Citizens, that what is happening is that political elites already view the military as a political organization, your garden variety special interest group. And the public is moving that direction as well. And that's actually going to be a big problem for the American military as an institution with time.
I think every time I'm on the Hill and I see a veteran that has run for office, I thank them for their service and thank them for stepping into that fray. For my shipmates that had answered the call of the Commander-in-Chief for them to serve, thank you for stepping in there. But for retired flag and general officers to step in and endorse a particular politician, I'm in the probably the Admiral Mullen, General Dempsey, General Dunford camp. That's not healthy. For two reasons, exactly what she said, that it will help erode the faith of the American people in their military that is sworn to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That's number one. The second is it puts those still serving in active duty in a very, very difficult position because they are perceived as representing the rest of the military and therefore being a politicized organization. And so not good at all.
I'm going to add a third to that. Elliot Cohen, who I think is on the next panel, once wrote an article about this, about the politicization of the retired generals and admirals, and he said, it is perfectly legal for them to stand up there and say whatever they want and endorse a political candidate, just as it's also legal for them to be pole dancers in Vegas. Also not wise. But the third reason why I think it's actually detrimental is what happens inside the military. Junior officers, mid-level officers, and even the admirals and generals that are still serving, they served under you, retired four-star admiral. They respect you. You were their mentors. And then when you stand up there and not you, but if you were to, stand up there and badmouth the other candidate, and then that candidate wins. Now they're your commander-in-chief. And all these sailors that look up to Admiral whoever are going to have different thoughts about how to serve that commander-in-chief, and I think that's incredibly detrimental to good order and discipline in the military.
Okay, I was going to go over this side of the room. Yes, ma'am. Is that Mary Beth? All right. We've never actually met in person, so I had to recognize from the picture.
That's pretty good from the phone. I'm Mary Beth Ulrich from the Army War College. I want to give a shout out to my students. I brought 6 Army War College students in the civil mill elective, but I'm sad to say there's only 6 in the elective out of a potential 380 who could be learning something about civil mill. And as a special bonus, 4 members of the Kazakh General Staff Academy who are here learning how to create a civil mill class at their academy. I'm very interested in this retired generals issue. I've actually been writing a lot about it lately, only a little bit that's published. So if you have any interest, come talk to me and I can probably pick your brain. But one of the angles is on retired generals' influence, I would argue, increasing influence in shaping policy. So I would like to get the panel's views on this. I think a couple things that come up are, to what extent are they competing with the active, with those in the administration who have these official roles to advise, everyone from the chairman down to, SecDef and others in the administration. Even if they are retired generals, that's still a different role than retired generally on the outside. And another increasing trend is it's not just individuals speaking out, although there are some prominent individuals. One who comes to mind is General Keane, who's been trying to be very influential, and I hear he's even on the trip with the president. But also a trend of beginning to organize more as groups of generals. Okay, so not just, you're familiar with the letters for the endorsements and the different sides they take on the campaigns, but more and more in the policy realm, the subject of this panel, trying to organize to influence policy. And just one example that comes to mind, the Iran policy. There were 2 slates of generals that came out for and against. And the last thing I would say, if you read actually their letters, they didn't actually have anything to do with military advice, okay, which should be what should be a little bit more privileged if they have any expertise, if it comes from that realm. It was more like their political advice, but they had, retired general all over the letter. And of course, they cancel each other out because you had 2 letters and 2 groups. But just wondering if you have any thoughts on this trend.
Yeah, so my 2 biggest concerns about civil military affairs both tie up with this question. And the first is that most of the American public is so far removed from military experience or familiarity with the military, 45 years into an all-volunteer force, when that force is very small relative to the size of our population and increasingly professional, so they remain in service longer. So people are deeply unfamiliar with military experience, and that causes them to view the military in one of 2 ways. Either as, comic book superheroes who leap tall buildings in a single bound, or objects of pity. Think of John Kerry saying in 2006 that you have to feel so sorry for these soldiers fighting in Iraq because they have no better economic options. Those are both wildly inaccurate judgments about the American military. But unless we find means to increase familiarity people have, you will continue to see an enormously high premium on military endorsements of the kind you were objecting to. I only half-jokingly used to say that Mike Flynn was going to be terrific for civil-military relations because people would realize how bad military officers can be, and that will take them off this pedestal. Because, in fact, our military, even the best of them, are like the rest of us in ways that we often don't give them enough credit for and don't give them enough blame for. The second thing I would say about the issue that you raise is there's an interesting test case, and it's the spring of 2006. I'm a little bit familiar with it because I'm writing a book chapter for a book Cornell's putting out on the strategy of the 2006 surge. And in the context of that, the people organizing the book did interviews with everybody except Donald Rumsfeld involved in the decision making. And the thing that shocked me most was that the National Security Advisor, Steve Hadley, and the White House Chief of Staff, Josh Bolten, both said that they had advised the president not to fire Secretary Rumsfeld, which they both believed needed doing for the strategy change to happen. That they had advised the president not to do that for at least 6 months because retired military officers were calling for that very outcome, and that they believed this would be bad for civil-military relations, which is actually quite shocking because civil-military relations are about the management of the subordination of the active duty military to elected civilian leaders. Veterans issue. We have conflated active duty military folks and veterans in a way that prejudices the political involvement of veterans, which we as a society really need. They have become our proxies for understanding warfare because we have such a small military 45 years into an all-volunteer force. I actually went back and interviewed Steve Hadley about that because I found it so alarming. And he said, because the public makes no distinction between veterans and active duty military, we didn't feel we could either. That's actually a terrible outcome for civil-military relations in the US, and all of us who care about it need to push back on that veterans are not a proxy for the active duty military, and managing the subordination of the active duty military is the point of civil-military relations.
He fired him anyway?
He did not fire him within 6 months of that time.
Did you want to say anything?
I think.
But Dr. Davidson is right. President Bush insisted then and in the interviews for this project that the judgment of the retired generals would have no influence on his decision, which is the right civil-military call.
You know, as a veteran now, I think it's important because of the size of, less than 1% of America in the last 16 years has raised their right hand and sworn to support and defend. It's important for those, whether you're active or whether you're retired, to help explain to the other 99% what we do. To help explain what the threat is, the threats as we see it, and then what are the tactics? What is the tactical activity occurring to help explain what the military does with the different branches? Stepping into the policy questioning should be forbidden. And I think that's where the last three chairmen are, because it paints the active duty into a very difficult position. Helping explain what they do is needed. And it's needed now more than ever before. I tell those still serving on active duty, in the last 16 years of war, where many have questioned why we're in those wars, the American people has never questioned the soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, Coast Guardsman that's doing that particular fight. And we can't take that for granted in the future. We're going to need it now more than ever before, the support of the American people for those that are putting on the cloth of the nation. And that cloth of that nation comes in many different cuts and colors. It's not just that uniform. She wore the cloth of the nation. She wore the cloth of the nation, serving in that true patriot serving a calling.
We have just a couple more minutes, and I wanted to give Phil Carter, our colleague, the last question before we break for lunch. So, Phil, form of a question, please.
Yeah, you had to ask him.
Yeah.
Oh, no pressure. Thank you, Alice, and thank you all. So I want to ask about a particular area of policy that there may be even more heat and light about, which is personnel. One of the things, Corey, you note in your book, and it's not clear whether it's your pen or Jim Mattis's pen at the time, is the divergence between political elites and military elites on social issues, and how that divergence has grown over time such that the Acela corridor and the 3- and 4-star ranks of the military now see issues very differently, whether we're talking about LGBT rights or maternity leave or other things that can be very explosive. And this, I think, has maybe reset the civil-military relationship and inverted it in some ways, such that the military chiefs now almost have a veto on personnel issues. And to the extent that civilians want to push views, they find probably more friction in the personnel area than any other. I'm just curious how you see the relationship playing out in this area where there is a very different dynamic, I think, than in the strategy and policy area.
Thanks. So a couple of things. In the surveys we did for the book Warriors and Citizens, the phenomena you described comes through clearly. The public, which is largely ignorant about the military and so deferential to the military that they hesitate to express views on a wide range of issues, believe they know, as well as the military, legal issues and how they should be adjudicated in the military, and social issues and how they should be adjudicated in the military. And we see two phenomena. First, as Ben Wittes and Cody Poplin pointed out in their chapter for the book, that it creates a problem, the legal misunderstandings on the part of the public on the way law circumscribes the universe of service members and military operations. Because the public doesn't understand it and believes they understand it, it creates a misapprehension that military force is going to be fast, and military justice needs to be like civilian justice, and that actually is corrosive to the need for consistent long-term policies on a lot of these issues. I would point out, I actually don't agree with you, Phil, that the military has a veto on these policies, because I think what you have seen over the course of the last 10 years is that, all of the service chiefs said it will be the end of the world as we know it if sequestration goes into effect, stays into effect. It didn't change a single vote in the Congress on that issue. They said the same thing about women serving in the infantry. Again, it had zero effect. And the only case I can think of in which military objections to a civilian-led change to policy prevented that change in policy of coming into effect is when many folks in Congress, as a result of information on sexual assaults in the military, wanted to remove the ability of a commander to adjudicate those issues. That's the only instance I can think of in which the military's objection prevented the policy. So I'm skeptical that the military is actually getting traction on those issues, because what I think we see is the public doesn't know much about the military, but they think they know and do know an enormous amount about issues that are most comparable to civil society, and they want the military not to be so divergent. Where I agree with you, there's an enormous amount of friction, is where the military believes it has good reasons for being different than the rest of society and has a very difficult time getting traction with many political elites for sustaining those differences.
Well, folks, I think you and our panel especially have earned your lunch, which is right behind you. Please join me first in thanking the panel for opening us up today. We've got, I believe, 45 minutes for lunch, and it's right out there. Please join us.
Protecting the homeland is regularly identified as the top priority of U.S. missile defense efforts. This mission is dependent upon a global network of sensors and interceptors, including the Ground-Based Midcourse Defense System, or GMD. The formal prioritization of homeland missile defense, however, has not always been reflected in the budget. Today's ground-based interceptors, or GBIs, were originally designed in the 1990s and to some extent still use technology from that era. Today's system is able to defend the nation from certain long-range ballistic missile threats, such as from North Korea. As missile threats grow, however, today's defenses could be outmatched unless steps are taken to improve reliability and capacity. By the end of 2017, only 44 interceptors will be deployed between Alaska and California. The site at Fort Greely, Alaska, was designed to hold up to 100 interceptors. But reliability and capability are equally important as numbers. The Missile Defense Agency is currently developing the redesigned kill vehicle, drawing upon advances from other recent missile defense programs. Space-based sensors and improvements for tracking and discrimination will also help. The United States should also consider other solutions, such as directed energy, transportable GBIs, or an underlay of other interceptors for key areas. Entirely new types of threats to the homeland are also emerging, including cruise missiles and boost glide vehicles, which require different solutions. None of this is easy, but continued focus will be necessary to outpace these threats.
After more than 3 years of civil war, Syria is home to the world's largest, most complex, and dangerous human crisis. More than 160,000 people have died. The Assad regime is the driver. It violently targets civilians. Armed militant groups are guilty as well. More than 9.5 million Syrians have been forced from their homes, nearly half the population. This includes 3 million refugees who have fled to Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, and Iraq, overburdening these neighbors and threatening instability. There is no political settlement or military victory in sight. As the human crisis worsens, Syria has also become a haven for armed Islamist extremists. This has opened the door for ISIS, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, to launch its armed invasion of Iraq. Each month, 100,000 new Syrian refugees spill into the region. There are 6 million people displaced inside Syria. They struggle to find security, medical care, and housing, and half are not reachable. A generation of children are without schooling, vulnerable, traumatized, and ill. The Assad regime blocks safe delivery of humanitarian relief in defiance of the UN Security Council. Hundreds of armed factions impede relief. But countless Syrian and international personnel risk their lives daily to deliver assistance. Many have been killed or wounded. The Assad regime also routinely targets health workers and facilities. Many medical professionals have been killed or detained. Half of Syria's doctors have left the country, and a large portion of hospitals and clinics have stopped functioning. The public health consequences are profound. Disrupted immunizations for polio, measles, and meningitis. A breakdown of care for diabetes, cancer, and hypertension. Complications in childbirth. And Syria is now an exporter of polio, contributing to a global polio emergency. The United States has generously contributed more than $2 billion in relief, but the world's response still falls far short, and there is a danger of fatigue. Syria's colossal human disaster has triggered a crisis of conscience. There are no easy answers, just questions about what can be done, short of a resolution of the war itself. Arm the moderate opposition. Expand cross-border delivery, ignoring the Assad regime's objections. Pursue humanitarian interventions, including no-fly zones. Prosecute the Assad regime for war crimes. Expand assistance to stabilize Lebanon and Jordan. How to cope with the humanitarian fallout from an ISIS proto-state that is violently anti-Western and now controls large parts of Syria and Iraq. As the debate unfolds, we will struggle for many years to come with the legacy of serious human crisis, mass suffering, widespread societal damage, a possible lost generation, and grave new security threats affecting Syria and its neighbors alike.
The war in Syria represents a new low for the international community. We're seeing a war without law, as well as seemingly a war without end. It's very, very striking that we're living in an age of the bombing of UN convoys, never mind the targeting of hospitals.
So we were so surprised and shocked when we saw our colleagues covered with their blood and giving their last breaths. I don't know how to describe that. It's so hard emotionally. It's like you are losing one of your precious in front of your eyes.
We're witnessing a profound surge of violence against civilians, against health workers, patients, facilities, humanitarian convoys across a full spectrum of countries that is really shredding the accountability and protections that are contained in the Geneva Conventions.
The attack on Kunduz was a sustained attack over an hour, despite the fact that all the parties knew us, had our GPS coordinate. We must say that it was our biggest loss in terms of lives. 42 people died, 14 of our staff.
This was a tragic mistake.
This is a period when there's the danger of vacuum around the world and a danger for the abuse of power by states that are strong enough to do so. The international sense of conscience and consciousness that led to the responsibility to protect in the early 2000s has certainly been eroded.
People are struggling to respond. They're building clinics and hospitals in underground bunkers. They're documenting these attacks and publishing them. They're taking measures to the UN Security Council.
Stop bombing hospital. Stop bombing health workers.
But up to now, these measures have not had much effect in deterring attacks. But many courageous individuals and groups continue the fight. This is a fight that's going to last well into the future.
We believe that war stopped at the door of our hospital, and we want to preserve that. And we want to preserve access to healthcare in war zones. That's a battle that's worth to fight.
The divided Korean peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity, and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximize the social, humanitarian, and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
The Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, is a group so vicious and unmanageable that al-Qaeda expelled them in February of 2014. ISIS uses the ever-expanding safe haven straddling the Iraq-Syria border to pursue a regional Sunni caliphate. Originally intent on striking the regime in Damascus, ISIS has more frequently battled an array of Syrian opposition forces who in turn suspect ISIS of colluding with President Assad. Iraqis dominate ISIS leadership, operate robust local and international funding schemes, and lead several thousand foreign fighters from more than 70 countries in their assault on Iraq's Shiite-dominated government. What do these dramatic developments mean for an already volatile Middle East and the wider world?
I believe in strong alliances, clarity in dealing with our rivals.
What is the very last
and I take the oil of Iran.
Populism, border walls, retrenchment, and protectionism. While foreign policy is often overshadowed by economic concerns, contrasting visions of America's role in the world have played a major part in the recent election cycle. This contentious campaign season saw some of the basic tenets of U.S. foreign policy since the end of World War II called into question. Does this heightened acrimony over key aspects of U.S. international engagement reflect trends toward isolationism? It may seem unprecedented, but it is in fact not new. Today's controversies are continuations of debates that have lasted for decades. While support for the nation playing an active part in global affairs has remained strong since 1947, public opinion on key components of U.S. international engagement, such as defense spending, has waxed and waned over the last 70 years in response to economic trends, military interventions, and domestic priorities. In the first decades of the Cold War, America was committed to international engagement as a part of its strategy of containment against the existential threat presented by the Soviet Union. The U.S. experience in Vietnam, however, created an aversion to overseas military engagements that lasted from the late 1960s through the 70s. During the 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union led the U.S. public and policymakers to again question defense spending levels, foreign aid, and forward military presence. Many thought the limited interventions of Desert Storm and Kosovo would serve as models for future military operations. Then came September 11, 2001. Our response to the events of that day have largely defined contemporary American foreign policy since. First came the long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Their unsatisfactory outcomes left much of the public and policymaking elites disillusioned with large-scale military engagements. The result of that disillusionment has been an increasing reliance on small footprint forces for a variety of contingency operations, including in the global war on terror. At home, the most severe recession since the Great Depression exacerbated America's growing reservations about global engagement. As the economy recovered at an anemic pace, income inequality ballooned. Fewer were able to reap the benefits of our globalized economy. Opposition to free trade and large-scale immigration grew. Now, 8 years after the recession and the more than 15 after 9/11, views on the desirability of America's international engagement strategy are fractured. For the first time ever in 2009 and again in 2013, most Americans responded that the U.S. should mind its own business internationally and let other countries get along the best they can on their own. This comes at the same time that more people are concerned about major domestic terror attacks than in 2002, just months after 9/11. Do these polls reflect temporary reactions to the state of public affairs? Or is there a genuine trend toward retrenchment in the American public? Democrats and Republicans now disagree on the benefits of free trade, alliances, and multilateral approaches. Divergences in threat perceptions and approaches to international engagement have also grown between the American public and policymakers. As history shows, this is not a new debate in American politics. Yet, as distance from World War II and the Cold War grows, the rationale for a U.S. foreign policy of engagement may be growing less clear to younger generations. If the new administration decides that sustaining a strategy premised on deep international engagement is best suited for the advancement of American interests, it will have to do a better job of communicating the rationale for those policies to create a foreign policy the American public can get behind. If, on the other hand, the new administration seeks to chart a new course for American foreign policy, it will have to find avenues of consensus among an increasingly fractured public.
Space is a critical enabler for military operations and an increasingly important domain of modern warfare. But operating in space is expensive. What would it mean for the U.S. military if costs were reduced significantly?
Start 1-0.
Disruptive breakthroughs that could significantly reduce the cost of access to space may come in many forms. One of the most pursued methods for reducing the cost of access to space is making launch vehicles less expensive. Building launch vehicles in much greater quantities can enable efficiencies in the manufacturing process, but quantity alone is unlikely to yield order of magnitude reductions in costs. Novel forms of propulsion could also one day reduce costs.
But perhaps the most promising disruption is reusability. If a launch vehicle can be reused 10 times with minimal maintenance between flights, it could, in theory, reduce the effective vehicle cost by roughly an order of magnitude. Repairing or reusing satellites in space through on-orbit servicing could also reduce the cost of access to space. Instead of launching a 5,000-kilogram satellite to field a new space capability, one could launch a 500-kilogram payload to upgrade an existing satellite.
A significant reduction in the cost of access to space could enable new military space missions that are not feasible at current costs. Placing conventional weapons in orbit to strike targets on Earth has been explored in the past. One limitation has been the cost of launching the large number of satellites that would be needed to have a similar capability as a fleet of ground-based long-range missiles. An even larger constellation of satellites would be needed for a boost-phase kinetic missile interceptor system. Because the kill vehicle required for a missile intercept is more technologically complex, launch costs are a smaller share of the total cost. A space-based missile interceptor system could also be adapted to strike an adversary's satellites or to defend against anti-satellite missiles launched at friendly satellites.
Lower launch costs could also enable space transportation and logistics for critical military operations. A crewed vehicle system similar to what commercial firms are developing for space tourism could be adapted by the military to deliver small numbers of special operations forces or critical supplies to virtually any location on Earth within 30 to 45 minutes. Many of the disruptions that could reduce the cost of access to space and enable new missions, architectures, and operations for the U.S. military could also provide the same advantages to potential adversaries. Other nations could be incentivized to field space-based systems for ground attack, missile defense, and anti-satellite missions, whether or not the United States pursues such systems. A significant reduction in the cost of launch vehicles in particular could mean a reduction in the cost of long-range missiles, potentially leading to a rapid and uncontrolled proliferation.
Significant cost reductions are not likely until space launch becomes more of a commercial rather than a government activity. But the government has a big role to play. The government can seed key market areas by paying for and sharing risky early R&D on disruptive technologies, and helping commercial companies develop common standards so that a competitive commercial ecosystem emerges. The government can help commercial space grow by purchasing more services rather than using only its own version of these capabilities. Government can be the anchor customer for many of the emerging disruptive commercial technologies on the horizon. Also, the government can make getting to space easier by simplifying government approvals and striking a careful balance to maintain the United States' lead in commercial space while protecting national security.
The emergence of a robust commercial space market and the promise and peril it offers will take time to fully develop, but the nation that shapes this future is likely to benefit the most.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
The Defense Acquisition System has given the United States military an unmatched technological advantage for over 70 years. Along with its legendary complexity, it's brought us the Abrams tanks, the nuclear aircraft carrier, the amphibious assault vehicle, and the B-2 bomber. Today it spends more than $300 billion a year, nearly 3 times as much as Amazon's annual worldwide sales. Over 150,000 people and almost 2,000 pages of rules are employed to make sure that money buys what the military needs. And much like Amazon, you can find just about anything in DoD shopping cart. How hard is it to buy all that? Exhibit A, this simple 500-element flowchart that explains how the defense acquisition system works. Let's take a closer look at that framework, though. There are 3 fundamental elements for every acquisition: a need, an appropriation, and a contract. The requirements process defines the need, which is often called a statement of work. The budget process generates the funding, and the contracting process buys the product or service from industry. This structure holds equally for all things in DoD shopping cart, from the simplest to the most complex. For the simplest things, the process can be performed by one government professional in a few days with a requisition order or need, a government purchase card or funding, and a bill of sale or contract. For the most complex acquisitions, hundreds of people are involved in every step of the process over a period of decades. Let's apply this underlying structure to the Pentagon's most complex acquisition program, the Joint Strike Fighter, or F-35. First, the need. In 2000, the Air Force, Navy, and the Marine Corps produced a statement of work for the F-35, also known as an Operational Requirements Document. While there have been some important changes to the document, these basic requirements remain the standard against which the program is judged. Second, the contract. A year later, the DoD awarded Lockheed Martin a contract to develop the F-35 with 3 variants, one for each service. And while Lockheed has been awarded several F-35 related contracts, this initial contract remains in place to this day. Third, the funding. Since the decisive competition kicked off in 1997, Congress has provided 20 years of appropriations for the F-35. The estimated total budget is more than $1 trillion, which includes all the money necessary to develop, produce, and operate thousands of this aircraft for over 50 years. To date, however, only about 10% of that amount has actually been spent. In other words, the F-35 is only now moving past its initial stages. This 3-part underlying structure gives us insight into what makes acquisition work better. As the F-35 illustrates, a well-understood requirement, a clear contract that aligns contractor and government interests, and a realistic budget are crucial building blocks to set early on in the process. Even as we seek new approaches to acquisition, these critical elements will continue to form the foundation of any successful acquisition system.
Currently, India ranks 54th on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, more than 20 spots below manufacturing competitors like China and Malaysia. This is a major challenge for Modi's Make in India initiative. For example, India's truckers report that 15% to 25% of travel time is actually spent waiting at the heavily enforced state border checkpoints. They pay as much as $1.1 billion a year in bribes to state officials. The main problem is that India does not have a single national market. Its 29 states and 7 union territories each have their own system of sales taxes. As a result, internal borders look more like international ones. The version of the goods and services tax sitting before Parliament isn't perfect, but it will cut down on transit time for goods, paperwork for businesses, and could add 0.5% to annual economic growth. A seamless national tax environment will help Indian commerce flow more quickly.
This century will feature a major shift in economic and geopolitical power toward Asia. China, India, and increasingly Southeast Asia have joined Japan and Korea as global stakeholders. But Asia's peaceful rise is threatened by fractious maritime disputes. Its waters are more contested than any on Earth. The South China Sea is home to the most complex disputes over water and seabed in the world. Clashes over ownership of the Paracel, Spratly, and Senkaku Islands could destabilize an otherwise booming region. And from the Sea of Okhotsk to the Indian Ocean, overlapping claims prevent Asian states from accessing desperately needed offshore resources. A lack of transparency about claims and how they are being advanced has only made the region more dangerous. How can states negotiate boundary disputes if their claims are not clear? How can civilian and military ships safely navigate if they don't know where international waters lie? How can countries avoid accidental conflict if they are unsure of the disposition and intentions of their neighbours' forces? The Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative was founded on the idea that sunshine is the best disinfectant and the most efficient policeman. The initiative is a complete resource for understanding Asia's complex maritime issues. AMTI monitors reclamation, island building, and construction on disputed rocks and reefs. It unpacks the web of legal and historical issues driving maritime disputes, and it seeks to draw attention to the claims being made and point out where those claims overstep international law. On this and many other fronts, transparency is desperately needed in Asia's waters. Join the dialogue. Visit us at amti.csis.org.
Food and the way we eat has always been changing. From how it's grown, sourced, prepared, to the consequences on health and the ethics of what we eat. In the 20th century alone, we saw food in many different ways, and today there are many new trends shaping what and how we eat.
6 billion, 7.
5 planets. The age of electronics.
Big data isn't self-regenerating growth.
Subject to arrest.
The 113th Congress.
Food of the future will involve 3 major drivers: availability, access, and stability. Are current food production and efficiency gains sustainable? With more people, there needs to be more food. Growth of this order requires more arable land and better farming. Most importantly, it requires significantly more water. The effects of global climate change will further exacerbate today's water problems. With the presence of extreme weather, dry regions will be drier and wet regions will be wetter. Access to food is tied to wealth and location. We produce plenty of food on the planet, but not necessarily where we need it. While global hunger and poverty have declined, factors of access and utility still include food income, malnutrition, and obesity. With more people, there is more demand for finite resources: food, water, and clean air. Food shortages, riots, and mass migration will lead to global instability. But there are opportunities for change to avoid this precipice. The world is witnessing incredible advances in food production technology. While these are in many ways considered cutting-edge ideas, not all solutions require radical forward thinking. If the developing world would adopt farming practices that were in place 50 years ago in the developed world, yields would certainly improve.
Also, there is a need for continued agricultural research with an emphasis on commercialization.
In addition, sources of food such as jellyfish and insects are regular staples in societies that are considered to be underdeveloped, but will continue to find their way into the diets of the developed world. Distributing the food revolutions of today is a major factor in creating a more secure future.
The key to ensuring food security lies in the lessons of the past, the people of the present, and the ideas of the future.
China is rising. Its economy is now the second largest in the world. China is the world's largest trader, having surpassed the United States, and Chinese military capabilities are expanding. In just a few decades, China has moved from the periphery to the center of the international system. But what does that really mean for the world? In some ways, China is a developed country, yet in other ways, it is still developing. China's transformation is often misunderstood, and the future of Chinese power is uncertain. Power itself is a nebulous concept. Power can be relative. It can be absolute. It can be perceived and anticipated. So how can we decipher power? Through China Power, CSIS unpacks the complexity of China's rise by analysing the key components of Chinese power. What are China's strengths? What are its weaknesses? Does China's rise present a threat or an opportunity? Or both? What questions are you asking? Join the conversation at chinapower.csis.org.
Hit-to-kill ballistic missile defense is the ultimate precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing the objects against the coldness of space. Currently, U.S. homeland missile defense is dependent upon only terrestrial radars. This places a large burden on the sensor network and makes it harder to identify the objects. That in turn means that the defender has to engage more of the objects in the cloud so as not to miss the warhead, either by firing more interceptors or multiple kill vehicles atop a single one. After the interceptors are launched, they receive imagery of the threat cloud, which algorithms compare to a threat database to help pick which objects should be engaged. All this is fused with the kill vehicle's own observations using onboard sensors to make the final determination for intercept. Finally, they maneuver into position to collide with the several targets that could be a warhead. The discrimination challenge is hard, but not insurmountable. An efficient and robust discrimination system should include a mix of sensors with different technologies from different domains on land, sea, air, and space.
I'm Christy Turlington Burns, founder and CEO of Every Mother Counts, and I'm a member of the CSIS Task Force on Women's and Family Health. I joined this effort because I believe our country has a role to play in saving the lives of vulnerable women and children around the world. For the last 18 months, we have worked hard to build a vision for the United States to lead. We believe the moment is ripe for a new initiative to unlock the potential of adolescent girls. Too often, girls and young women in the developing world fall through the cracks, facing early marriage, unintended pregnancy, gender-based violence, and exploitation. But we know that when girls are healthy and educated, they become leaders. They contribute to their economies, have healthy families, and build stronger communities and countries. In turn, Americans benefit from a safer, more prosperous world. We believe that we have a cost-effective and forward-looking proposal that Americans of all stripes can support. Our plan builds on a record of long-standing global leadership by the United States. We would focus on 13 low-income countries with great need and existing investments in areas important to the health and well-being of women and girls. We would spearhead new goals in 4 areas: maternal and newborn health, family planning, nutrition, and vaccination against HPV to prevent cervical cancer. These are key services that are commonplace in the United States, ones that benefit women and girls in a major way. We have also focused on how to get things done, guided by the principles of efficiency, accountability, and partnership. We call for the leadership by the Secretary of State, USAID, and country missions, as well as high-level diplomacy to ensure that the U.S. does not go it alone. We demonstrate the need for better data, new innovations, integration of services, and an expanded role for the private sector. And we note the importance of sustained financial backing from the U.S. and our key partners. We've put forth a bold agenda because it will take big ideas and new approaches to help millions of girls and women living in poverty to realize their true potential. It holds the promise of changing the world for the better, a signature achievement for the Trump administration and the United States. I hope that as a country, we can unite to make this vision a reality.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
The supercontinent of Eurasia is home to 60% of the global economy and 2/3 of humanity. It's been called the geographic pivot of history. For over 4 centuries, Eurasia's economic focus has been the maritime passages that surround it. But during ancient times, many of the world's most important trading routes ran overland. Today, regional powers are putting forward competing visions for reconnecting Asia. Roads, railways, and other infrastructure projects could revive overland routes. They could forge new maritime connections, and they could reshape the global economic landscape. The stakes are high. Last century's infrastructure projects fueled development, but also competition and even conflict. Today's efforts could echo well beyond the region.
And the basic reality is that the division of the world into kind of totally separate, autonomous entities and other areas controlled by sometimes foreigners is coming to an end. We are getting one interconnected world.
But critical questions remain about these massive investments. What's driving these projects? Will they connect in an economically meaningful way?
What does that foretell? What does that mean in terms of political ambitions and how people will look at the region differently, and will they behave in a different way?
The Reconnecting Asia project provides new tools for answering these questions, beginning with what's really happening on the ground. Use this interactive website to track the evolution of Asia's infrastructure network at the project level. Explore the who, what, and why behind these megaprojects. See tomorrow's supercontinent through the eyes of regional powers. Make sense of it all with expert analysis that uncovers the trend lines behind today's headlines. This is reconnectingasia.csis.org.
Defense Secretary Jim Mattis has called Iran the biggest destabilizing force in the Middle East. Keen on ending its own relative isolation, Iran portrays its security posture as defensive, a type of self-reliant deterrence against adversaries bent on keeping it weak. This posture manifests in aggressive and subversive ways, and Iran has used a range of military and paramilitary tools that serve to destabilize the region. Although the JCPOA has curbed Tehran's nuclear program for the next 10 to 15 years, the United States and its allies have been unable to deter Iran's incremental extension of regional power. The Trump administration and Congress will need to evaluate and prioritize their objectives in Iran and in the Middle East to counter Iran's destabilizing activities. There are several policy pathways the Trump administration could take, each presenting opportunities and risks for U.S. interests. One pathway for the administration could be to uphold the Iran nuclear deal while working to clarify any gray areas in implementation, including capping Iran's missile development. Some powerful factions in Iran would most certainly resist this effort, potentially undermining the influence of Iranian leaders willing to work with the United States, and would likely seek further concessions from the United States and its allies. A second pathway could be to disrupt the actions of the IRGC and undermine Iran's cyber activities through targeted military and financial operations, and by undercutting local support for IRGC activities. This pathway, however, could lead to an Iranian response including kinetic and cyber offensives against the United States and regional partners. A third pathway could be to challenge Iranian maritime aggression in Gulf waters by taking a more assertive stance in enforcing the rules of engagement for U.S. personnel in the Gulf. This pathway could risk escalation in the narrow Gulf waters of the Strait of Hormuz. A fourth pathway could focus solely on upholding the nuclear deal to ensure that it is not derailed by internal and external pressures in the U.S. or Iran. This pathway would likely lead to continuing Iranian provocations and non-nuclear capability development that may increase absent a response from the United States and its partners. Ultimately, the Trump administration and Congress must create a holistic strategy that accounts for a range of Iranian objectives and activities. This would include a commitment to uphold and strengthen the nuclear deal, working with allies and partners to step up counterterrorism efforts against Iranian proxies, sustaining financial pressure and incentivizing Iranian cooperation where possible, and countering Iranian activities along the spectrum of conventional and unconventional operations.
Here in southern Africa, the rains have failed for the second year in a row. The land is parched, crops have been decimated, livestock are dying, people are going hungry. It's a picture repeated across 10 countries in the region, where around 40 million people will likely need emergency assistance before the year is out. The cause? El Niño, a cyclical feature of our climate system that causes the Pacific Ocean to warm and triggers abnormal weather conditions across the world. The 2015-16 installment was one of the strongest on record, and it's causing havoc in southern Africa. CSIS saw the impact for itself in June, during a visit to Mozambique and Malawi. As always, the poorest have been hardest hit, and there's particular concern for two especially vulnerable groups, children and people living with HIV. Both groups can get sick very quickly if they don't get enough food, and the right kind of food. Governments in the affected countries are struggling to cope with this crisis. The United States is helping, along with other donors. These communities in southern Mozambique receive vouchers they can exchange for food. These efforts have already saved lives.
But
support isn't reaching all those who need it. Humanitarian appeals are massively underfunded. Even those who receive assistance can barely sustain themselves because, as this woman explained, food prices are climbing, reducing the value of their vouchers. And the worst is yet to come. Many of the hardest hit parts of southern Africa won't see another harvest until next spring, and that's assuming the weather cooperates. People in this part of Africa are used to coping with the tough conditions, but increasingly erratic weather patterns, exacerbated by climate change, are putting immense strain on households. Aid agencies are trying to build resilience among communities vulnerable to natural disasters and food shocks. Dorothy Namula and her family are among those to benefit from one such project, run by the US Agency for International Development in Malawi's Balaka district. Fides Kasamale is a nutrition assistant in USAID's Feed the Future project in Dorothy's district. He tries to get farmers to grow a more diverse array of crops. He says changing behaviour takes time, but his efforts are starting to pay off.
And I expect this year we will have a lot of people growing different crops like the soya, the groundnuts, maize of course, sorghum, and not only the crops, even the keeping of livestock in their homes.
The aim is that families like Dorothy's will get the tools and know-how to grow a wider variety of crops and achieve higher yields. Not only will the food they produce offer a more diverse diet that keeps them healthy, it will provide a regular surplus that can be sold at the market. But it's hard work to sustain livelihoods in the face of these repeated shocks. Breaking the cycle of crisis will require governments in the region to prioritise policy reform to strengthen markets and incentivise change. Greg Collins helps countries build up their resilience capacities.
And the great thing is we're starting to see good examples of country-led efforts that we can point to. So when I was in Malawi, a lot of what I talked to the government about was what Kenya had done, what Ethiopia has done, even what the government of Niger is doing to own this risk and get ahead of recurrent crisis, to deal with it proactively.
Positive change won't be easy and it won't come overnight. But it is possible with the commitment of host governments and the assistance of international partners like the United States, not only to meet today's crisis, but to prevent tomorrow's from occurring.
On August 2, 2011, President Obama signed into law the Budget Control Act. 5 years later, it's worth reflecting on how it came into existence and what it has meant for the U.S. military. In the spring of 2011, the federal deficit was projected to peak at $1.5 trillion. Republicans had just taken control of the House. Democrats wanted to increase the debt ceiling, but Republicans insisted on dollar-for-dollar cuts in spending. Both sides refused to yield, forcing a fiscal standoff. What emerged was the Budget Control Act, a resurrection of a much older law known as Graham-Rudman-Hollings. The BCA reinstated budget caps for the discretionary parts of the federal budget. These caps were set to meet a deficit reduction target over the next 10 years. For defense, this meant about $1 trillion less than the president had requested. Like the original Graham-Rudman-Hollings law, the BCA created an exception for war funding, but we'll get back to that in a moment. The BCA was really intended to be a forcing function for a broader budget deal, so the law created the so-called Super Committee with special authority to propose a deficit reduction package subject to a simple up or down vote in both chambers. It also resurrected sequestration, the automatic process of making across-the-board budget cuts. After the first year of enforcement, however, sequestration is only triggered if Congress appropriates more than the budget caps allow. Despite much finger-pointing after the fact, the BCA passed with bipartisan majorities in both chambers. A lot has happened since the BCA was enacted. By November 2011, the Super Committee officially gave up, unable to forge a broader budget deal. Throughout 2012, defense leaders repeatedly warned about the consequences of the cuts imposed by the BCA, but steadfastly refused to plan for it.
And now the wolf's at the door.
In January 2013, Congress passed
the state of them, and I thought we'd just sort of tee it up. I know Heidi's got some recent research on sort of the U.S. military and social media, and why don't you talk through that a little bit? And I guess one question I sort of had as you sort of talked through your research, to what extent, as a reporter, I can say that the country sort of never felt more divided, more angry. I see it in the emails that I get with regard to stories and tweets and things like that. And I wonder to what extent the military catches that virus, either through social media or just through other measures.
Great, thanks, Greg. It's great to be here, and I should note at the outset, so I am an active duty Army officer, and my views here, of course, are my own personally and don't reflect broader DoD or Army official positions. But I have had the opportunity in the past couple years to do some research on political attitudes of those serving, especially active duty, and thought it might be appropriate to share some recent research I conducted in the fall of 2015, so about a year prior to the presidential election, on the nature and extent of political expression by members of the military and social media, and whether or not it's in keeping with the norm of nonpartisanship. And I think to get at Greg's initial question, is this something new? Is it something responsive to today's political climate? I think with regard to political expression on social media, it might be heightened at this point, but at the same time, the medium is the variable here. And the question is, have we had degrees of outspokenness throughout the advent of the all-volunteer force, and perhaps now the challenge and the difference is the medium and how widely those views can be broadcast. And some of this speaks to what constitutes a private and a public sphere. So some of the findings that from my research might stand out, and I looked at the views of West Point cadets and then also National Defense University students, and these would be more senior officers at about the 05, 06 rank, so about 20 years in service. So you have a nice bookend of those just beginning their careers and those who are pretty well into it. And a few findings stand out. First, military officers especially, which are the focus of my research, widely use social media. They discuss politics on social media. And this can range from airing a political opinion or a political view to commenting on a political article. It could be retweeting or liking a political candidate or a party on Facebook or Twitter. It can also mean encouraging others to take action on a political issue. Some of the more unsettling findings, however, speak to sharing or posting their rude comments or disparaging comments towards elected officials, politicians running for office, and even the president. And this is where some of the findings get to be a little bit unsettling and raise some concerns about the state of the nonpartisan ethic today. So in my findings, about 50% of respondents found that it shared that their active duty military friends, have posted or shared disparaging or rude comments about politicians running for office. And over a third of their active duty friends have done the same with regard to specific elected leaders or the president. And so that represents a stunning departure from the norms of an apolitical and nonpartisan military. And we have a bit of, I think, some need within the ranks, within the military, to reorient towards the importance of the nonpartisan ethic and how social media carries some specific concerns and implications for how widely those attitudes and expressions can be broadcast.
I was going to ask real quick, do you think social media is surfacing something that was always there, kind of laden in the force, or is social media changing the force?
So, that's a great question. That's the one that's hard to really answer with certainty. We know that there have been egregious cases in the past 20 or 30 years where folks have aired their political opinions. But those make news when they're certainly out of the ordinary and they're done so in such a public fashion. What constitutes that public sphere? Is it sharing a political opinion at work with your coworkers in what can be considered a private setting? And now, of course, you have a forum where your political views can be broadcast and reach an exponentially public audience. My sense is that degree of comfort in talking about politics has been prevalent within the military for quite some time. The change we have now is just how far-reaching those political expressions can be now, and you have a written, lasting record, whereas in the past we did not.
I'm curious, Charlie, as somebody who spent a lot of time on the legal side of things within the Air Force, how would you approach it if you were, Air Force JAG again? What sort of advice would you give to your Chief of Staff with regard to this?
Well, actually, at our conference, this question came up to the Judge Advocate Generals, and I don't want to really speak for them, but I will go ahead and do that, or speak what I thought I heard them say, and they basically said that this is a game changer, and you really can't effectively control the vast number of platforms and things that are out there. And I think it's enough of a challenge to try to temper senior officers, but with the junior enlisted personnel, I think it is a real difficulty, and I'd be interested in hearing what Heidi's thoughts were on a solution. I also think that there's been some mixed messages given to the force. I can remember years ago, Secretary Gates wrote an article in Parameters where he talked about how much he admired officers writing in professional journals who were criticizing senior military and civilian leaders. And more recently, President Obama, I think in his last official speech to military personnel down in Tampa, he talked about it's great that everybody in this country can criticize everybody, including the commander-in-chief. And almost the very next day, the commander of U.S. Pacific Command made some remarks at a Pearl Harbor ceremony that reflected on Mr. Kaepernick's actions, and that was criticized, and the Pentagon, which initially had retweeted it, took it, blocked it. So I think step one, and I'd really like to hear some other thoughts, would be before we try to regulate this through the military justice system or the criminal law system, which would be not impossible, but very, very difficult and I think likely counterproductive in many ways. Reinforcing what the expectations are as well as what the ethic is.
Can I ask Elliot and Peter to sort of weigh in on what you guys think the standard should be, particularly for more junior officers who kind of have grown up on social media? I'm kind of curious from your perspective, both as professors as well, who probably deal with a lot of 20-somethings in social media.
Elliot, why don't you go first and I'll comment.
All right, Peter just disappeared. I guess, I tend to agree with Charlie, you cannot probably regulate this. I suppose what I am more concerned about is the weakening of people don't even believe in it. They don't believe that it's possible, or they don't believe that it's desirable. And so I think it does put a heavier burden on the education of our officers, on the kinds of things that commanders say, and the example that they themselves set. So I would start at that end rather than at the social media end. Although I will say, I believe quite profoundly that you become what you do. And if you get used to posting things on social media that are, in effect, partisan political, it does end up affecting your fundamental approach to civil-military relations. But the main thing, I think, it really has to, this puts the monkey firmly on the back of, particularly of commanders, to set a certain tone and to be pretty rigorous about enforcing it.
Peter, are you
So
out
I
there?
would add, yes, I would add 3 points, and give me thumbs up if you can hear me. The first point I would add is that Charlie's right, and the mixed message goes back much longer than that. For decades now, we've been emphasizing the importance of voting, the importance of participating in the political process, the voting officers, to making sure everyone has a ballot. And then at the same time, we're saying you must stay outside of the partisan political process. And there is a narrow line between those two, but it's a difficult narrow line. And I think the emphasis on one has often caused them to fall off on the other. The second point I'd make is that I do think there's a generational change that has to do with the millennials I teach, who have a very different approach to self-expression and a very different understanding of what can be said and what should not be said, and the higher virtue that is placed on authenticity and being authentic, but then the difficulty that presents when they are going up for a security clearance and things like that. There's a generational aspect that is independent of or is intensified by the social media phenomenon. And I just observed that as a professor. And my third point, though, is that this really does matter, because I believe one of the underpinnings of public confidence in the military, public respect for the military, and public tolerance for a military that is funded at vastly higher levels than other parts of the government is funded at. Part of that is based on the perception that the military is not a partisan interest group like other interest groups in civilian society. And when the military loses that presumption, when they start to look like they're just one more partisan interest group, when they start to look like the Supreme Court, then the public confidence in them as an institution will decline. And so I do think that the military service getting their hands on this problem is a priority, and that where we fell off the horse in 2016, we should try to get back on that horse the next time around.
Heidi, I was going to ask real quick, you taught at West Point, and I assume you oversee some young NCOs and lieutenants and such. Do they have a different attitude towards partisanship and social media and civil-military relations than you think you did at their age and stage in your career?
Well, I think you hit on a great question that was spoken to a little bit at the previous panel, and it is, what is the state of professional military education today, and how do we teach those norms of civil-military relations, specifically the bit about nonpartisanship? And I would argue that norms are not imbued throughout the military without constant teaching and emphasis. It doesn't happen overnight. And Mary Beth is a great example with her class, her elective, where 6 out of 380 at the Army War College are studying civil military relations broadly, and in a very narrow slice of that would look at these issues of politics in the military. So I think the academies probably do a better job, and I'm a proud product of an ROTC department in a civilian university, but having taught at West Point, I'd also acknowledge that the academies probably spend a little bit more time in being a little bit more thoughtful in addressing these issues, but it has largely disappeared in terms of other points throughout your military career where you might spend some time thinking and reading of this. And Sam Huntington's name was invoked several times on the last panel, and I would venture to guess that perhaps maybe a page or two might be read from the Soldier of State. But that is about as far as we're getting these days, and I'm surprised even if we see him on the curriculum at a lot of places. So in terms of, you know, how do we shape this, and how do we kind of get at this problem that I think exists? One is that we have to better address this through teaching, and it has to happen throughout all points of professional military education. The other bit that I would add is we've all, within the uniformed military, let the chairman of the Joint Chiefs do all the heavy lifting on this, where we're very comfortable for the chairman to write his article once every 4 years on the need to stay out of politics and remain above the fray. But there are a number of senior leaders that can and should be more forceful in echoing the importance of nonpartisanship. And that has to happen throughout the force, all the way down to I would argue, at really the battalion command and squadron command level, where that can be taught and discussed in an open forum through professional development sessions and so forth. I can imagine a number of ways on how we would address this really poorly, and one would be to litigate this and try to become overly restrictive in what we can and cannot say and do. And my nightmare scenario would be, a poor commander who says, all right, before we go down to the motor pool and do maintenance, I'm going to need everybody to get in a single file line, get your smartphones out, where I can review your Facebook posts over the past 24 hours. So there are a number of ways where this could be done in a poor, clumsy fashion. But what we want to do is not, with all due respect to our lawyer friends and colleagues, we don't want to turn this over to the staff judge advocate community, and we don't want to turn this over to the public affairs community. This has to be something that's addressed and led from the front from all leaders. And I think we do that at the pre-commissioning sources, we do that at every juncture throughout professional military education, and then we do it at the unit level, and that's how we address it.
I'm in violent agreement with Heidi, and would just add a few footnotes. One is that this isn't an easy problem simply because almost everything involves partisan politics. Imagine if a young naval officer was writing about we need a larger surface navy. Then you're into the budget, then you're into the trade-offs, then you're into complaining about State Department isn't getting money so everything involves politics, so it's not an easy problem. I also think that there's a thirst on the other side, outside of the military. I teach a course in civil military relations at winter session at Duke Law School, and it's one of the most popular courses. And this issue comes up, and this is anecdotal, most of the students seem to think that their counterparts in the military should have the same freedom to do and speak on their private social media as they do, not realizing that this is leveraged and interpreted in different ways. And I think that it is worth mentioning that there are constitutionally proper limits that can be put on the speech of people in the armed forces with the avowed intent to keep them apolitical, because there's two things that I would think we ought to remember. There's a real operational impact of a politicized military because we depend on an all-volunteer force. And if that force is perceived as one side or the other of the partisan divide, that will limit the number of young people that we need, the best and brightest that we need to serve in the military. In addition, I think that when we talk to soldiers and sailors and airmen about this, we ought to remind them about the operational impacts. And we have enough experience now with cell phone videos and so forth and postings that have gotten out to the public that have had adverse operational effects. I'm thinking about the cell phone video of the Marines urinating on the body of the Taliban. And so I think sometimes speaking to people in these practical nuts and bolts way can be one way of addressing.
I would just add two things. One, it seems to me it is important to draw some distinctions between enlisted and officers in all this. I think it'd be virtually hopeless to think that you can really control what some specialist is going to put out there. But the other thing is, in a way to reinforce what Colonel Urban said, you know, as much as obviously I believe in education, I'm a school teacher, the truth is I think what is more important is what junior officers pick up from their commanders, who by and large are the people that they are looking to emulate. And it's the power of example and of authority and so on. They, you know, the schoolhouse, they're taking tests, and their test on civil-military relations isn't going to be a whole lot different from their test on, you know, battalion logistics or whatever. But you know, somebody that they look up to, which is what junior officers tend to do, can have a much greater impact. So I think the question is what commanders at all ranks end up doing to set the example and to be explicit about these issues.
You know, I was just going to ask, does it make sense for officers to even be on social media? Is there an argument that we don't want our military on social media at all, to tell them, hey, get off Facebook and Twitter? Or would that be sort of isolating them from a society that essentially lives in this virtual world?
If one isn't on social media, how does one spy on one's children?
But I do think you have a point, and especially I think Elliot's made an important point, not so much about spying on his children, but on the difference between junior enlisted and even junior officers and senior officers. Senior officers, if they choose to be on social media, have to have a governor and a screen, meaning anybody who is a senior officer and tweets something after 5 o'clock at night or even after having one drink is making a huge mistake. Because it can go terribly wrong, and in a way it should go terribly wrong because they need to be accountable and understanding that example that they're setting.
You know, I was just going to ask something. This is slightly off topic, so I guess slightly off topic, so I apologize. But I was thinking about the difference between General Dempsey and Admiral Mullen as I covered them. And I remember Admiral Mullen feeling like there was a real need to be out in the public sphere. He did the Late Show with David Letterman and things of that nature. And General Dempsey did, you know, virtually none of that. And I don't know that he felt it was inappropriate, but it felt like it was something that he didn't want to do. And I guess, Peter, I was going to ask you, how do you feel about sort of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Should he have a public role kind of outside of the, you know, traditional Sunday morning shows or things that they do? Should he participate sort of in our popular culture?
So I think that that the trend you identified from Mullen to Dempsey has been intensified to Dunford, so that General Dunford is even less out there in the civilian space messaging. Certainly, Dempsey made a point of messaging on the profession of arms and talking about civil military gap issues in that context a lot more than General Dunford has. Dunford has stayed much more focused on military operational issues. And this is an area where I say beware of the cure that's worse than the disease. If you're so concerned about the military erring on the partisan dimension in social media that you isolate the military from civilian society so that there's no points of connection beyond the ones that are organic to family relations that they already naturally have, then you may be setting up a worse problem. I think that I'm not sure that you have to go on Leno or on Colbert or something. There's one can exercise judgment about the proper venues, because sometimes the satirical, humorous shows don't always present the military in a realistic light. And I'm not suggesting that there should be reality TV shows that are built around military. I think there was one of those, and that failed pretty catastrophically, and probably rightfully so. But in terms of out there engaging with the culture, I think that's one of the ways that the military does through professional sports. I think there's some value in that. It's ways of reminding the American public that This is an important part of their government. This is a very expensive and very powerful part of the state that has huge consequences that touch them, even if they're not personally putting their blood at risk. And so I would not cut off the chairman or senior military leaders from public discussion and public opportunities, even though I recognize, as Charlie mentioned, that there's always this risk that they'll fall off the horse in some way.
Yeah, I disagree. I'm closer to the Dempsey school because it seems to me in those settings, it is virtually inevitable that you're going to find yourself trapped either into something that's partisan political, or you end up kind of shilling for the administration, or you end up criticizing the administration, neither of which is really particularly good. I agree with Peter that you want to have the connections between the military and society, but I think there are a lot of other ways to do that with people at lower ranks. And so I guess I'd be very much in favor of the most senior 4 stars. They've got enough other things to do, and I just think appearances on those kinds of shows are so risky. Sooner or later they'll screw up because they are, despite having 4 stars, human as well.
I would tend to think that timing is important. For example, I think what General Dunford's approach at the present time is the right one for this moment in history. It could be at another time, it would be better for all the things that Peter's pointed out, including transparency. And I think transparency as to the military and its leadership is also important. I think there are other times when senior leaders can speak out about just generally the military, what the military is doing, and to some extent some of the challenges that the military may be facing. But timing matters, content matters. It's difficult and it's complicated. But the fact of the matter is, bombing ISIS is difficult and complicated. Senior military leaders have to learn to navigate that and do it appropriately. So I'm a little bit with Peter I'm actually with my 2 mentors here, a little bit with each one of them. I think that as Secretary Gates said in his memoir, Duty, he was hyper against senior leaders being on social media. I think that's too much of a correction. I think that they need to pick the time, place, and subject very carefully. But in a democracy, you should be seeing your senior leaders.
Can I just clarify a point, if I could, which is, and I think maybe Elliot and I agree more than we disagree. I'd be very wary about sending General Dunford out onto Colbert or onto one of the comedy.
Was making a judgment that was not his to make about, what he thought that demographic should think about the military. I also worry, you mentioned the Super Bowl. I want that to be a purely civilian activity. That has really nothing whatsoever to do with the United States military. It seems to me the military should be out there on military occasions. So maybe Memorial Day for sure, okay, a big publicized speech somewhere. Veterans Day, absolutely. But for things where there is no obvious or direct military connection, I really think I'm in favor of staying away from it, understanding that you do want, people to engage with local communities and give speeches at universities and that kind of thing. So maybe there is a bit of a difference.
The one thing I would add, too, when you brought up the differences between how Admiral Mullen conversed to General Dempsey, one area where they, I think, were in agreement was how they viewed the extension of the nonpartisan ethic. And one was, Admiral Mullen spoke extensively about how that should extend into retirement. And then General Dempsey also wrote about how that should also extend into social media, neither of which resonate well within the active duty military today. And that's interesting to me, in that you've had several pleas by the two successive chairmen to keep politics private, and yet when we look at some survey data, so going back to about 2009, part of my dissertation research under Peter's capable tutelage, we found that over 80% of active duty Army officers that I surveyed thought retired officers should be able to air their political expressions with no constraints whatsoever. And certainly when we got into areas of criticism against elected leaders, there should be no constraints. There was also a sizable proportion that thought that should extend to active duty as well. And so when you look at that, that's really at odds with both Admiral Mullen and General Dempsey have argued for.
Why do you think folks weren't listening to Mullen and Dempsey?
I think some of it goes back to we have an uneasiness about limiting and abridging First Amendment rights. And I think across the uniformed military, we'd like to avoid a front-page Washington Post story that military cracks down on freedom of speech and expression for its service members. And as Peter commented before, just how we embrace the full rights of citizenship and the right to vote, and we extend that through austere conditions and deployments. We ensure that all service members have the right to do so. We are wary of any attempts to abridge that, and I think that is why we have this kind of blank space right now where we don't want to address it, perhaps in social media and with some degree of peril.
The one place, Charlie, I'm going to just hijack in there for a second. The one audience where it did resonate is with the retired four-star community. And so I think there's been a marked decline in the willingness of retired four stars to sign up for those lists. But certainly less in 2016 than in 2012. If you just compare the luster of the lists assembled in 2016 with the luster of the lists assembled in 2012, there's a decrease. Now, that might be also due to feelings about the individual candidates, but I think it's also partly a function of a determined pushback amongst the retired four-star community to say, we're not going to do this like we did in 2012.
I think, just another footnote, I think part of the issue is that there needs to be a better explanation as to why this is a bad thing. And I don't think you just can't pontificate or seem to pontificate that it's against the professional ethic. I think, and especially millennials, they're going to ask you why. Show me why, what is the bad effect that comes from this? Because if the answer is, well, we're afraid of a military coup, that's not going to fly, because there's nothing in our culture that would suggest that's even possible. So you have to advance the rationale, I think, to a more sophisticated level. And I've offered one thought about the future of the all-volunteer force if it's perceived as partisan. And I'm sure that there are other tactical, realistic rationales that would resonate with the audience. I tell you, I was surprised. I'm with General Dempsey on the role of retired officers in partisan political activity. In other words, I think it's an abomination to be at a national convention endorsing a candidate as a senior officer and playing on your status as a military officer. But at the same time, I was surprised, and I wrote a piece about this. I'm surprised the negative feedback I got from other general officers, including some very senior ones in the retired ranks, thinking that America needs their perspective for this aspect of it. I don't think that's the way to do it, but it is interesting. And Heidi, my anecdotal confirms your systematic data gathering.
I was going to ask you guys to talk about President Trump has several generals these days in his cabinet and as a national security advisor. And I'm curious how you think the public understands the roles that those generals or those retired generals and one active duty general are playing. And I'm curious how you think those three have conducted themselves thus far.
Why are you looking at me, Greg? I've lost enough friends as it is. So I, together with Kath Hicks, testified in the Senate Armed Services Committee, both in favor of amending the law so that General Mattis could become Secretary Mattis, and I think we were in complete agreement that that was the right thing to do given the nature of this particular president, but that the law was a very important one and should be maintained, and I wouldn't have been unhappy if it even were strengthened. I think at the, we're seeing both some of the benefits of having senior officers in place, but I think we're also seeing some of the more serious limits. And those really fall into two kinds. One is, a long military career, like a long academic career or a long career in the Catholic Church, breeds certain habits of mind, certain managerial instincts. So, when General Kelly Secretary Kelly, began saying, in fact, members of Congress should just shut up if they don't want to change the law, that is actually not what a cabinet secretary is supposed to say to Congress. It's not really, it's not only not done, it's not really appropriate. And there are other things like that. Is General Mattis, fantastic operational commander, somebody with great judgment. Normally, would that be the kind of person you want to manage the Department of Defense, which is actually a very different kind of job? Well, perhaps not. So there's one set of issues there. There is a particular issue, I think, unfortunately, with H.R. McMaster, who was a friend and I hope will remain a friend. And there are several angles to that. First, he remaining on active duty while serving in a policy-making position, which I find personally profoundly problematic. I do not think the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs should be a serving officer for a whole bunch of reasons, particularly if they come in as a 3-star, which means, and I don't know any 3-star who really doesn't want to become a 4-star, by the way. And no matter who they are, they have their eyes set on the prize. But more importantly, when they walk into the Oval Office, if you are an active duty military officer or even a recently retired military officer, you don't see the president, who's just another politician who you are working for and supporting. You see the commander-in-chief. That's a big distinction, I think. And there's a set of reflexes that get triggered when somebody in the military looks at somebody and sees the commander-in-chief, the guy who is at the top of the chain of command that they have been part of for 35 or however many years. There is, say, a second big problem, and I want to choose my words carefully. Any kind of government service involves strain on your integrity. I say that as a former senior official in the State Department. I think that's just the nature of government service, that I don't care what it is, sooner or later you're going to find yourselves saying things which are not entirely true. But I think in this particular administration, in that particular office, the strains are acute. And already, General McMaster has said things which are just palpably not true. And that's a problem. I believe it's a problem for him personally, but it is fundamentally a problem also for a military professional. He bears a particular burden, I believe, as the author of Dereliction of Duty. And so that, unfortunately, it exposes him more than it would any other general officer or flag officer to accusations of hypocrisy and that sort of thing, which I hate to see, because he's a very honorable guy. So I think that unfortunately is and will be a problem.
Can I ask Peter and Charlie to weigh in? Should General McMaster have taken off his uniform before he took this job? And I'm just curious how you guys think he would have managed it. I'll let Heidi off the hook on this one.
Okay, I agree with Elliot that it would have been better for General McMaster to retire before taking on National Security Advisor role. I think I supported that the selection of him under the circumstances and that he was elected. We were. We might have otherwise seen. Over.
I'm with Peter and Elliot on the issue of HR staying in uniform. I think he should have retired. Of course, I don't know what I don't know. There could be other dynamics that I'm unaware of, but I think, especially for the point that Peter made, it's a political office. It requires political judgments and statements and so forth. I think it would have been much better to do that. With respect to the law that General Mattis ran into, I find it very offensive that there is a law. You can be a child molester, and there's no law that says you can't be Secretary of Defense. But if you served your country in uniform, somehow you're suspect. And it seems to forget about the constitutional process of confirmation. I'm all in favor of a searching confirmation hearing for a military, actually for anybody that's going to hold that office. But to have a special law that says, per se, you are suspect because you served your country in uniform, What does that say to these young people that are sitting here? That your country will question your loyalty because you served? I find it very offensive. It should be repealed, and I'm happy to testify about that.
See you in court, Counselor.
In terms of the retired generals, I saw an article recently that said that the president's surrounding himself with retired generals. I almost burst out laughing in that there are more than 4,000 political appointees. And how many retired generals do we have? 4 or 5? I don't see that kind of crisis. And I think right now, the public for some time has been thirsting for something in government to work, and the military seems to be something that works, and that's why it does so well in the polls. The fact, and I'm with Peter on this, in a perfect world, no, we would have highly qualified civilians perhaps to do these jobs, but if not HR, who do you want in that job? And I think that. And I'm not always a fan of HR. He's called me out publicly on a couple of things that we still disagree about. But I do think that Peter has some wisdom. You won't hear me say that very often, Peter, that you have some wisdom. In the first couple of months of the administration, there's nothing good for any American for the American presidency to be destabilized. And I think that this particular team, as Peter put it, has been kind of an oasis, and I think that as Americans, we want to see that. So in this particular moment in history, I think that it doesn't portend a civil-military relations crisis. And as I said in an article I wrote, a handful of generals and 4,000 political appointees is not a coup of 2017.
Can I just add a point, and Elliot, then I'll hand it back to you. I agree that the number of generals right now, retired generals, has not crossed the line. But Secretary Mattis would benefit from a strong coterie of civilian advisors inside his immediate office, to include a Robert Rangel type political figure, someone with very, very good political instincts on the Hill, and also White House antennae, so as to be a political advisor to Secretary Mattis. And then I think Secretary Mattis needs a very strong civilian OSD staff that is led principally by civilians, a civilian undersecretary, civilian assistant secretaries, to create more of a civil-military balance inside the Pentagon. If he has that, then the fact that he is a retired four-star is less problematic. But if he draws from his own network of former retired military to staff out his Secretary's office and then the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the OSD, then the numbers start to become a significant fraction of that 4,000, Charlie. So we're not at that rate yet, but that's why I'm paying close attention to the rest of the appointees. Over.
Good move. So let me respond a little bit to that, to some of the remarks. First, is DOD an oasis of stability or whatever, better off than the State Department? Unquestionably. They want to destroy the State Department. That is really, they've made it very clear that that's what they want to do. So I'm not surprised. It's not that Secretary Tillerson hasn't tried to get people through. They've all been shot down. More to the point, I think, Peter, about your point about what we've avoided, I tend to agree with you. That's why I think this is a tragic situation. I recently saw this great movie, K-19, The Widowmaker, about the first Soviet nuclear submarine where they had a really awful reactor incident, and it turns out the crew basically has to run in there wearing only chemical warfare suits, which do no good, to fix it. And so they avoided something really catastrophic, complete meltdown and maybe some nuclear weapons going off. A whole bunch of people died of radiation sickness, right? So the people who dashed in ended up being poisoned. And I think that's part of the price that some of those people, including possibly HR, will pay. And by the way, I wasn't just referring to the reaction to Greg's story, but even some of the stuff now about how, you know, this current sort of rainbow tour around the world is actually all about civil rights and civilized societies coming together. And that's rubbish. It's just rubbish. You don't go to Saudi Arabia to celebrate civil rights. I'm sorry. And of course, it's a necessary thing. It's a necessary thing to say. It's a necessary thing to say. It's still baloney, and there will be more of that. Charlie, I couldn't disagree with you more. Of course, it's actually, I think, very wise legislation. Let me give some of the reasons why I think that's the case. First, there are all kinds of restrictions we put on people. We say you have to be a natural-born citizen of the United States in order to become president. Does that mean we don't trust naturalized citizens? You know, and that they have to go around feeling that they're second-class citizens? You have to be, what is it, 35 to be a senator? Should 25-year-olds feel bitter and angry and resentful about that? Far from it. I would also point out, we put the military on a pedestal. If you retire as a 3 or 4 star, in general, you get all kinds of perks and all kinds of respect from the rest of society that, among other things, you continue to be called general. Notice, he's got a title.
They get that based on looks.
What? Yeah, well, oh, I see. Okay, all right. But more importantly, our system is based on a certain amount of healthy skepticism and mistrust. You've been quoting the Constitution. Look at the Declaration of Independence. I commend it to everybody here. And I don't just mean the uplifting parts at the beginning. Look at the Bill of Particulars, of which, and the key phrase is, he is effected to render the military superior to the civilian power. So our wariness about a powerful military goes back to our founding. It is entirely appropriate, okay? Not just that the military are the people with the guns, they've got the biggest budget, they're the people who are the most effective, and it is entirely appropriate to say that in normal circumstances, we're not in normal circumstances, we want a real honest-to-God civilian sitting on top of that institution, and that implies absolutely no disrespect to the military in which you served, and my kids have served, and Heidi serves. Far from it, but it's quite a healthy attitude, I think.
Well, I think it's different when you talk about age and natural-born citizen, and maybe those things shouldn't be in the Constitution in the 21st century, I would suggest. But when you have a government that can conscript you into the armed forces against your will, and by the way, folks, there is no constitutional right to conscientious objection. It's a creature of statute, so it can change any time. If government can do that, and then they can turn around and say you can't hold an office because you are conscripted into the armed forces, I don't think that that's right. And what I'm saying is that let's have the confirmation process purge out anybody who's inappropriate for any reason. If you think somebody is questionable because they were recently in the armed forces, that's what the Senate is supposed to do. That's what a confirmation process is about. And I don't see, if you're concerned about this, why isn't the law for every senior position across government? So I think it sends the wrong message at this particular time, but I do totally support a searching confirmation process.
I'm going to throw it open to questions in the audience. I was going to ask Heidi one last question on this topic, and if you can't answer, that's okay. I'm curious, you've worked a lot with foreign militaries, and where we push the notion of civilian control, certainly the Afghans who you spent time with, and I'm curious how you think they view our stacking of retired and active duty military officials at sort of these top levels. Does it make the sale harder or not?
Yeah, I'm not sure, bottom line. I'm not sure, but I think, in many cases we're reminded that in broadly speaking, in civil-military relations, we are a single case study too, and we have, and so I think there's part of that when we look at how do foreign militaries view us. They view us through the lens of their own experience and through their counterparts and neighbors as well. So, but to the specific bit, I'm not sure.
If I could just add to that, most countries don't have an equivalent of the Posse Comitatus Act like we do in this country, which prohibits the military generally, subject to many exceptions these days, from being involved in domestic law enforcement. Most countries don't have the luxury of having an external security force and an internal security force and local policing. They tend to meld them together. On the other hand, and this is anecdotal, and I'd love to see some data on it, I don't think in other countries the military is as well respected or as trusted as it is in this country. So I think, Heidi, you're very correct that we are a single case study in terms of our civil-military relations.
But if I could, that cuts against your argument. I mean, you might say Posse Comitatus. What do you mean? You don't trust the military to stand up for the laws of the United States of America? I think it is particularly because we have put certain restraints on ourselves, to include not doing the things that a lot of countries like the old Soviet Union did, of having military officers be in charge, be the civilian heads of their militaries. That's precisely why we are and have been the example of fundamentally proper civilian control of the military.
Well, when you start looking at the sources of the Posse Comitatus Act back in 1878, it's not pretty. And it doesn't really have anything to do with the military controlling the federal government. And it's been so eviscerated over the years, I really just use that as an illustration, partly because the military likes the Posse, in my estimation, likes the Posse Comitatus Act, because the military doesn't want to change the focus on external adversaries. There are enough enemies out there to preoccupy the military without having to do the very different conceptual task of internal policing. It takes, often said in the military, there's only so much messing with the mind of a 19-year-old that you can do. And for example, the rules of engagement in Iraq in a combat zone versus what you would have internally are significantly different. In the military, you look to destroy a threat. In the police, you look to neutralize a threat with a view towards taking in front of a judicial body. So there's a logic to the Posse Comitatus Act that is not so much about concern about civilian control of the military, but rather the proper allocation of resources and focus.
Thank you. Henry Newsom, Secor Holdings. I want to delve a little deeper in this question of the appropriateness of retired military officers serving as cabinet secretaries. Dr. Cohen's talked about the resonance with our constitutional restrictions and philosophy that prohibition serves. General Dunlap's talked about the unfairness to veterans and the possible deleterious effect on the pool of applicants for the position. What about the effect on the current 3 and 4 stars? What sort of expectations might it put on them, or perceptions of their behavior, if they're seen as campaigning or preparing for a further job, an inherently political job, and the perceptions by the president, by the public, and by their fellow officers and their charges?
Can I speak to that, Greg? Because that I think goes to the heart of one of the reasons why that restriction was put in place at the time. In the 40s, what they were worried about is the service rivalry. The civil-military crisis of the late 40s was rampant service rivalry. And they wanted a Secretary of Defense who could rise above servicism, to ride herd and pick winners and losers in the budget across the services, but in a way that would not be viewed as beholden to service interests. And that was a reason why they had the delay as long as it was. You had to be out of the service long enough that servicism had left you. And I think while we don't have the same kind of service rivalry that they had in the 1940s, you still have the politics of the 3- and 4-star promotion system, and you have still some service rivalry, so it's a wise precaution. That's why I agree with Elliot that it's not a pernicious denial of the human rights of our retired 4-stars to say they have to wait just a little bit before they get their chance at that promotion.
If I could, let's make it clear. I'm not in favor of further persecuting 4-stars by denying them the ability to serve as Secretary of Agriculture. It's a prohibition on serving as Secretary of Defense, which I think is special. One of the things that's, of course, very peculiar is we assume that 4-stars have a kind of universal skill at management, which is, again, palpably not true, I mean, some do, but actually most don't. They've been very successful in a particular kind of organization. You probably wouldn't make them Pope because they might not be so skilled at managing the Catholic Church. And there is something that is a little bit kind of third world about saying, well, really, we need somebody to run a big organization. What you really want is a retired senior general officer. I mean, that way lies Pakistan. And it doesn't make any sense. The truth is, I think most 4-stars know that they don't have the skill sets that you need to be an effective cabinet secretary, all of which are quite highly political jobs, and they stumble into all kinds of landmines and thickets when they actually get into those jobs.
Can retired 2-stars who are Catholic become Pope? Is that still open?
I'm Jewish. Don't ask me.
Oh, okay. I think I agree with Elliot on this. The idea that there's a bunch of senior generals out there pining away to be Secretary of Agriculture is really not true. Among other things, the practical nuts and bolts is their families would kill them because they've spent so much time in government service that they really do feel it's time for their family, and they get the sense that time is not unlimited. And I also think Elliot makes a good point that just because it does come with some skill sets if you become a 4-star. It isn't happenstance or lightning striking in the sense that there are no qualifications. But everything that works in the military is not going to work in a civilian environment. And as we look around the world, when you see military juntas that are trying to run economies and even keeping the railroads running on time, there aren't many success stories. In fact, off of the top of my head, I really can't think of one. So I think that is an important thing. But I haven't heard anything from my good friends, Peter and Elliot, that could not be addressed in the confirmation process. Why do you have to have this special law when it's no special law against child molesters, but a special law against people who served in uniform?
I'll give you the law on child molesters.
Right there.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm 4th class Wenninger from the Naval Academy. I had a question for General Dunlap and Colonel Urban concerning what we were talking about earlier and the sort of impressionability of the junior enlisted and junior officers as it pertains to what their commanding officers might be and the senior officers might be posting on Facebook or other social medias. Do you think that that sort of impressionability merits some sort of a litigation in terms of what commanding officers can and should post as it pertains to political things on social medias? Or, as you said, should it be more of a, inter-unit sort of informal culture that should be changed instead of a more legal thing?
So my take would be we want to probably make sure the guidance that is out there is clear and can be interpreted across the force down to the lowest level. I'm not sure in its current fashion it is. So the Department of Defense Directive 1344.10 is the political do's and don'ts for everybody serving in the armed forces. And it was last updated in 2008, and you'll find no mention of social media on there. There's separate public affairs guidance that talks about what you should and shouldn't do in advance of an election with regard to your political opinions on social media. So the first thing I would argue is that as a department, we should be clear and have one voice in what we say is allowable and what is not. The second point, though, is we shouldn't try to solve this through a lot of restrictive guidance and allow what we do in all sorts of facets of military service is empower our commanders to have these candid discussions at the unit level. And I think General Dempsey said it really well a few years ago, and it's just that we have to be incredibly thoughtful about what we say and how we say it, especially when we broadcast our opinions outside the confines of our home. So I think going back to how we could do this poorly is if we try to restrict and we try to censor and we give way too much guidance from the top. But we also can't ignore it, and we have to make sure we're teaching it well at both in formal settings, but more importantly in informal.
I agree with Colonel Urban. It is possible to use the military justice system. There's a case called Parker versus Levy, where an individual was prosecuted under Article 133, conduct unbecoming an officer during the Vietnam War for statements he made to enlisted personnel that would otherwise be protected by the First Amendment. And the challenge there was, did it give him enough notice of what? And the Supreme Court basically said, well, you know, if you're in the military, you kind of know these things are wrong to do. So you can do it, but it would create litigiousness that would be unproductive and distracting to the military. I think it is a matter of mentorship and leadership, and if an individual doesn't get it, that's when the senior officer comes in and say, Bob, you've had a great career. What are you going to do next? And Bob, I've actually been on these discussions, and Bob said, sir, am I PCSing? Not. I don't think so, Bob. I think you're going to be doing something else for the rest of your life. So I think that, I think when it's a junior officer, you mentor them to success. That's the role of a leader is to create other leaders. And so I would mentor a junior officer to success. But with people your age, I would suggest you better be prepared to give them a logical, pragmatic reason for what you're mentoring them not to do or to modify their behavior. And so that puts on what Colonel Urban said, you better have thought about this if you're a senior officer and worked out in your own mind the whys and wherefores and why this politicization or seeming politicization is so dangerous. And it is a fact. One of the things that one of the Army, when I was in Joint Command, he made the point that, everybody in the office keys off of how the boss is. If the boss is in a bad mood, then they feel empowered. Everybody can be in a bad mood. And I think we've all seen that. You've seen that at the Academy already, I'm sure. So I think that this is just part of military leadership in particular. And I think that we don't want to have any horror stories as to how these things go terribly wrong. So I would much prefer it be a matter of professionalism, about talking to people. But ultimately, if we do have to use coercion, it's inviting people to join the civilian society where they would not have those kinds of constraints.
And the only thing I would add, and General Dunlap brought up a great point, and it's, how do we make this resonate? Probably for the majority of your life, the military has been rated the top institution in terms of trust and confidence. And there's a generation of officers who we take that for granted. And sometimes we want to reflect upon, what are the roots of that trust and confidence, and also reflect that we could lose it, and what are the ways in which we could lose it. And one would be, I think, if we are widely viewed as simply another interest group, and if we are viewed as we could be labeled as partisan.
And this is a great opportunity for some master's candidate to do a study of other armed forces and see why that they don't enjoy the trust and confidence that the military enjoys in this country, and I'll bet you a lot of it's because they're perceived as part of the political process in another.
Great, why don't we go right over there?
Hi, I'm Risa Brooks from Marquette University. My question goes back to the theme of generals in the cabinet and the administration and the sort of implications for public perceptions and politicization of that. And I'm thinking back to our last panel where we talked about that the public may not always be able to discriminate the difference between a retired and an active duty officer. So they see generals like Mattis or Kelly, and they don't realize that they're not active duty. And then add to that that the president really seems to often refer to Mattis not as secretary but as general. And so that's reinforcing a public perception and association of the administration with the military in the public mind. And so what are the implications of that in terms of the idea that Americans may start to think that parts of the military or the military are partisan, are supporters of the Trump administration, and the long-term reverberations for that, and how to challenge that, or what can be done about that, if anything.
I haven't seen any data on this, but my personal experience is that people pretty much know the difference between an active duty and retired general. And they do look to retired generals for expertise in all things military, which is an interesting part of this, is that my experience has been that the public thinks, oh, you're a general, ergo you know everything about the military. They don't understand. I was a judge advocate. I'd like to think I know a lot of things about the military. So that is something of an issue. I do think that I am appalled at one of the things that some retired generals do that really appalls me is these letters, these coordinated letters. I'm not talking about when it's one general among 50 other civilians or so forth. I'm talking about when a bunch of generals get together. That to me is disturbing. Because the public doesn't have any capability of understanding who those generals are. Like when I see these, I saw one of these. I'm get invited to sign these things all the time, and if I ever sign one, please put me out of my agony, because something's gone terribly wrong. I know a lot of these people on there, and I would not want them signing anything related to me. But the public has no way of discerning that. So I think that is a real problem. And even if you support individuals doing something, collective action by retired generals, who, by the way, are still technically subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice and technically part of the armed forces. In fact, there's a retired general, a retired admiral, or somebody who's being prosecuted right now for not even called back on active duty, being prosecuted in his retired status. So it's that factor. I do think that one of the things that we need to do better, and we've talked about this, is educate the public about the military. That's what was so refreshing about the fact that here at Duke Law School, where most of the students are going to either clerk for federal judges or going to big Wall Street firms, there's this thirst to understand about the military. And one of the things that most surprised me is the students that I've had, and I'm generalizing, think the military is much more draconian than it really is. And it's much more different than themselves than it really is. And so we need to do a better job at that and to incentivize people to learn more about the military. And one of the things that I think causes the most tension when I was on active duty was not that civilians didn't know the policy or were indifferent to the military. It's that they didn't invest themselves in learning about the military in the sense of, what does it take to get an airplane from point A to point B? What about combat search and rescue? What about all these sorts of things? It's bad enough when it's in the bureaucracy, but what concerns me is there isn't much of that knowledge in Congress now. you don't have, at least my perception, you don't have people in Congress like you used to who really knew about the military, down to how things works and strategy and everything else, because people in Congress are so busy raising money that they don't really learn about the military in a way that I think would be productive for civil-military relations. In fact, I can only think of Martha McSally in terms of somebody in Congress who really knows about the Air Force, for example. There's probably other people, and I'll probably hear from them. But just off the top of my head, there isn't that kind of expertise, and I'm concerned about that impact on civil-military relations.
Can I ask Peter and Elliot, there's a letter that a bunch of general officers signed saying don't cut the State Department a few months back. And I'm curious what you guys think of that. Is that retired generals, I'm sorry, saying don't cut the State Department, please. And I'm curious whether you think that's appropriate, inappropriate. Does it make you uncomfortable?
Maybe because I'm a former State Department guy, at least for a couple of years, the answer is I don't like generals writing letters. But it seems to me it's important to distinguish between retired general officers speaking out on policy matters where there is some sort of expertise as opposed to being partisan. So now there's a blurry area in between. So leading chance of lock her up, that's clearly problematic. Taking a position in favor of a strong American commitment to NATO, do I have a problem with the retired general officer saying that? Not really. But by the way, as long as I've got the platform, if I could, I think there is intrinsically going to be a blurring in people's understanding of the distinction between active and retired, in part because of what you just said, which is technically these people are still part of the armed forces. We do use their titles.
Oh my goodness, I contradicted myself?
I would never accuse you of that. But I do have an idea for you, which I just want to plant, which is that you propose an amendment, we'll call it the Dunlap Amendment, which will prohibit retired general officers and child molesters from serving as Secretary of Defense, and see how many retired general officers speak to you after that. Yeah.
So the point, I don't want to get in between Elliot and Charlie on the discussion of this particular issue, but I will. I am with Elliot on the policy interventions by retired generals. I don't think it's nearly as problematic. I think it's not problematic for civil-military relations. I think it poses a military issue, particularly when it shows up on cable news in the evening or during the day, commenting in a Monday morning quarterbacking kind of way about the ongoing operations. And the active duty military strongly resent the cable news commentary from retired military. They believe that they're not up to date. They don't know the details. They particularly don't like it when the retired military offer criticism, and they identify that as deeply problematic. Active duty military do, and I push back. I say this may be a problem for mil relations, but it is not a problem for civil military relations. And I think it's probably a good thing for the public to see that the military actually disagree with each other on policy issues, that this myth that there is something called best military advice, capital B, capital M, capital A, that is a single point solution that all military professionals would arrive at, if not for the interference of civilians, and that it's a truth out there that military know and is a single point truth. That's a myth. And seeing military debate these issues actually helps make the public a little bit wiser on military policy. So it doesn't bother me from civil military point of view, even though I totally understand why no one likes to have their homework graded on live TV by people that they consider to be a little bit out of date.
Just to comment on that letter, if it's the one I'm thinking about, and because I'm not 100% sure on the facts, I'm just going to pose a couple questions to you. Take a look at that letter What organization sponsored it? What does that organization do? Who do they represent? Who were the general officers who signed it? Were they on, what boards do they sit on? Because your paper did a really underread article about the cuts to, I think underread based on subsequent, about the cuts to the State Department, especially the foreign aid. Much of that has to do with military aid. It's not giving out food to starving people or building schools. And there's a great graphic in the Washington Post that illustrates that to you. So so I would just pose those questions. I'm not making any allegations. I'm just saying pose those questions. And this is what the difficulty is when generals get together and sign these letters. People have no way of accessing who they are and what they're standing and what biases or whatever that they might have. Whereas if it's a politician or something, people are going to dig that out. People just make these generic assumptions about these generals that may not be true in particular cases. So I think that's a great question and a good case study, I think, for somebody to look into in detail.
Great. Let's go right over there.
Hi, Yuki Tatsumi. I'm Director of Japan Program at STEMSEN. This is a question for all the panels, but how do you think what we've been talking about, which is politicization of retired general officers and admirals, have a correlations with the decreasing number in the member of Congress who has the experience of serving in the military themselves? And linear trend may suggest that trend will continue, and how would that affect the relationship?
Peter is the expert on this and should speak to it, but I would not assume that this is going to be a trend. I mean, I keep on reading articles about the Dems going out and recruiting lots of veterans to run for Congress in 2018, which may very well end up as a bloodbath for the Republicans. And certainly, I know a number of young Republican veterans who are currently serving in Congress and who are running. So I'm not sure that we should assume that the trend goes in only one direction. But Peter really is the guy who's got the expert knowledge on this.
Well, there's a secular demographic trend that's unavoidable, which is the passing of the draft era generation, when there was a very sizable proportion of the public that was veteran to draw from. And so we're not going to go back to the numbers that we had during the Cold War. But Elliot's right that there is this perception, particularly among the Democratic Party, that this is an advantage, that they need to inoculate themselves on the weak on defense charge. And the best way to do that is to nominate veterans who then have sort of a personal inoculation by this. The record of those such candidates is mixed. If the only thing going for them was that they had been military, but they were otherwise problematic candidates or otherwise not very capable, then they actually didn't do very well. And the candidates that were strong overall were advantaged a little bit by being in the military service. That being said, I do think that Charlie's onto something about the caliber of civilian oversight when the members of Congress don't have as many veterans. There is a kind of questioning and probing that you get from veterans that is less likely to get from non-veterans. And it's not always the kind of probing that the military would like to receive. So Senator McCain, who, by the way, Charlie thinks that he has some knowledge about the Air Force, as you know, so you might be hearing from him. But Senator McCain is tough on DOD precisely because of his veteran experience. It strengthens the vigor, I think. It helps strengthen the vigor of civilian oversight from Congress. And there's notable exceptions on the other side. Ike Skelton is probably the one that comes to mind. But Ike Skelton is rare, and who are the Ike Skeltons of the current generation? That would be a reason for to be concerned over.
I would just like to emphasize for other folks in the crowd, you don't have to have served in the military to have the expertise either to be a civilian leader within the Department of Defense or to have expertise in Congress. And I think one of the highest percentages of veterans we ever had in Congress was during the Vietnam War. And how did that work out for us? I don't think so well. The question is, how much are you going to invest yourself in learning about the military? And I'm including the unglamorous things like logistics and communications and all these highly technical things. I don't want any young person out there thinking, well, if I'm not going to serve in the military, then I don't have anything to say on defense issues. I hope we don't get to that. The question is, how much do you educate yourself? And I can tell you, I know a lot of reporters, including the one sitting next to me here, who know a lot more about the armed forces of the United States than many thousands of the officers in uniform that I knew on active duty. So it's a question of investment, intellectual investment, as opposed to per se service. But Peter has a good point. In terms of the politics and throw weight, somebody might have had conscript level service where all they did is literally flip burgers, and suddenly they're an expert on the military if they're in, which isn't always the case. So politically, veteran status might have something to do with it, but in terms of effectiveness, it's about the investment, intellectual.
Good afternoon, Roger Misso. I'm a Navy lieutenant and just finishing up as a student at the Harvard Kennedy School. I wanted to sort of push back. We talked about the public perception of a nonpartisan or an apolitical military. And sort of my anecdotal experience up in Cambridge and some of Dr. Dempsey's research would suggest that the public already perceives that the military is conservative, that individuals in the military are more or less conservative. So is this perception really a facade? And are we, in the execution of our duties as members of the military, are we held to a political standard, or are we really being held to an ethical or a standard of character? And the reason I ask is because police unions are political and endorse candidates, but they're held to standards of public safety. Lawyers are certainly partisan, but they're also held to the standard of good legal judgment. They're held to the standard of courts and the law. So does the partisan perception matter as much as being professionals and being ethical, people of good character? Can we separate those two, and isn't that maybe a little more important?
So let me first, as a longtime veteran of Harvard, you got to take into account where you are. I'm quite serious. That doesn't really particularly surprise me that that would be what you would pick up there. I think if you were to ask my students across the way here at CSIS, I don't think you would have quite the same perception, or at least not to the similar degree. I've got some former students making faces at me, but they do that for all kinds of reasons. Second thing is things can always get worse. Okay, and people can have that view with differing levels of intensity, mistrust. I mean, if people think, yes, military people are naturally conservative, they cut their hair short, they're very disciplined, so on. Those are things you sort of associate, well, used to sort of associate with conservatives. Then, of course, some of that is fine. And actually, that's what Sam Huntington says in Soldier in the State, right? That the military mind is a kind of a conservative mind in a certain way. But you can, I think, make things much worse. And I also think it is a mistake. You don't want to be, with all due respect, you don't want to be compared to lawyers. You really don't. And that is because of the size of these institutions within our government, the lethal power that you bring to bear. You really want to be viewed as better than just about any other profession, perhaps with the exception of medicine. So I think there's still reason to be wary, even if you accept that there's going to be a certain kind of view of what military officers are like.
So I would just add a couple points here, if I could. First is I think it's something of a false choice to say, do you want the military to be nonpartisan or do you want them to be ethical? Choose between those two. The answer, of course, is we want them to be both, and that the nonpartisanship is part of their professional ethic, and so it's hard to be strong on the professional ethics score without also adhering to the nonpartisan dimension. That's the first point. The second point, and I don't know whether this was said earlier in the day or will be said in the later session. I apologize if I'm repeating something, but the Democratic Party does view the military as something of the other side. And there is an element when Democratic administrations take over that they view with a certain amount of skepticism the military in the same way that the Republican administrations view Health and Human Services or HUD or other domestic-oriented organizations where the professionals there may be professionals, but they're also not our professionals. And so we have to manage them slightly differently. And one of the more unfortunate things I think that President Trump said early on in his first couple of weeks of office is when he went to the various national security agencies and talked about the personnel there in partisan terms, saying that you guys voted for me in outsized numbers, and you're my base. I don't remember exactly the language that he used, but it was unfortunate language because it reinforced this image, and it makes it problematic for the military to do what it has done remarkably well, and that is salute and obey the commander-in-chief the morning of January 19th and the afternoon salute and obey a different one. We have a very strong record of that in the United States, and we shouldn't be doing anything that chips away at that. Over.
Great. I guess we're coming up on 2:15. I can call it here, and I appreciate all the questions, and thanks very much for the time and for the really thoughtful answers.
Protecting the homeland is regularly identified as the top priority of U.S. missile defense efforts. This mission is dependent upon a global network of sensors and interceptors, including the Ground-Based Midcourse Defense System, or GMD. The formal prioritization of homeland missile defense, however, has not always been reflected in the budget. Today's ground-based interceptors, or GBIs, were originally designed in the 1990s and to some extent still use technology from that era.
Iran's potential nuclear capability is the focus of international concern, but its conventional missile arsenal poses another critical threat. Tehran appears to have a clear objective: development of nuclear weapons on one front and short and long-range missiles on the other, to create a powerful regional deterrent and the ability to pressure and intimidate its neighbors. The potential for a nuclear-armed Iran worries leaders from Jerusalem to Washington, Riyadh, and beyond. The fear is that Iran could couple nuclear weapons to its long-range missiles. Iran began to develop its missile arsenal in the 1980s. It drew on designs from Russia, China, and North Korea, and it now has the largest deployed rocket and missile force in the Middle East. Approximately 1,000 rockets and missiles, with ranges from 90 to 1,200 miles. The arsenal includes the Shahab-3, which can reach any target in Israel. It can carry a payload of up to 2,200 pounds, and it's accurate enough to hit city-sized targets. Iran claims to have deployed nearly 100 of them. The Saji-2 is Tehran's newest missile, with a range of more than 1,200 miles. A solid fuel system powers it. Iran claims that anti-radar material makes it stealthy and hard to detect. It may have better accuracy and quicker launch capabilities than the Shahab-3. These are only two examples. from an arsenal of at least 1,000 short and long-range missiles and rockets. This force allows Iran to compensate for a lack of conventional air power. Iran can also strike large area targets, potentially attacking the cities of its Gulf neighbors in Israel. At the same time, the effectiveness of Iran's arsenal is limited because the missiles aren't accurate enough to hit key military and infrastructure targets. Still, Iran may be able to make this threat far more serious. Development of a terminal guidance system to make its missiles far more accurate, or of nuclear warheads would change the equation, the balance of power in the Gulf, and prompt a response from the United States, Israel, and Iran's Arab neighbors. Negotiations are underway for Iran to stop work on its nuclear program. But even if they succeed, the missiles remain and complement Iran's ability to use its asymmetric forces to threaten the flow of world oil exports. The missiles, the nuclear program, its asymmetric capabilities all contribute to Iran's ability to pursue its larger geopolitical objectives in the region.
China is rising. Its economy is now the second largest in the world. China is the world's largest trader, having surpassed the United States, and Chinese military capabilities are expanding. In just a few decades, China has moved from the periphery to the center of the international system. But what does that really mean for the world? In some ways, China is a developed country, yet in other ways, it is still developing. China's transformation is often misunderstood, and the future of Chinese power is uncertain. Power itself is a nebulous concept. Power can be relative. It can be absolute. It can be perceived and anticipated. So how can we decipher power? Through China Power, CSIS unpacks the complexity of China's rise by analysing the key components of Chinese power. What are China's strengths? What are its weaknesses? Does China's rise present a threat or an opportunity? Or both? What questions are you asking? Join the conversation at chinapower.csis.org.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and political environment that fuels these groups remain very much intact. Unless this understructure of vulnerability and criminality is addressed, extremist violence will remain an enduring threat to the region.
After more than 3 years of civil war, Syria is home to the world's largest, most complex, and dangerous human crisis. More than 160,000 people have died. The Assad regime is the driver. It violently targets civilians. Armed militant groups are guilty as well. More than 9.5 million Syrians have been forced from their homes, nearly half the population. This includes 3 million refugees who have fled to Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, and Iraq, overburdening these neighbors and threatening instability. There is no political settlement or military victory in sight. As the human crisis worsens, Syria has also become a haven for armed Islamist extremists. This has opened the door for ISIS, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, to launch its armed invasion of Iraq. Each month, 100,000 new Syrian refugees spill into the region. There are 6 million people displaced inside Syria. They struggle to find security, medical care, and housing, and half are not reachable. A generation of children are without schooling, vulnerable, traumatized, and ill. The Assad regime blocks safe delivery of humanitarian relief in defiance of the UN Security Council. Hundreds of armed factions impede relief. But countless Syrian and international personnel risk their lives daily to deliver assistance. Many have been killed or wounded. The Assad regime also routinely targets health workers and facilities. Many medical professionals have been killed or detained. Half of Syria's doctors have left the country, and a large portion of hospitals and clinics have stopped functioning. The public health consequences are profound. Disrupted immunizations for polio, measles, and meningitis. A breakdown of care for diabetes, cancer, and hypertension. Complications in childbirth. And Syria is now an exporter of polio, contributing to a global polio emergency. The United States has generously contributed more than $2 billion in relief, but the world's response still falls far short, and there is a danger of fatigue. Syria's colossal human disaster has triggered a crisis of conscience. There are no easy answers, just questions about what can be done, short of a resolution of the war itself. Arm the moderate opposition. Expand cross-border delivery, ignoring the Assad regime's objections. Pursue humanitarian interventions, including no-fly zones. Prosecute the Assad regime for war crimes. Expand assistance to stabilize Lebanon and Jordan. How to cope with the humanitarian fallout from an ISIS proto-state that is violently anti-Western and now controls large parts of Syria and Iraq. As the debate unfolds, we will struggle for many years to come with the legacy of Syria's human crisis, mass suffering, widespread societal damage, a possible lost generation, and grave new security threats affecting Syria and its neighbors alike.
January 17, Iraq time, marks an unrecognized milestone. The United States has been bombing that country almost continuously for a quarter of a century. What has the U.S. been trying to accomplish with all these air attacks? And what has been the effect? The air attacks have occurred in 5 phases. But to fully understand this history, we need to go back to the beginning of air power theory. The tactical use of air power sought to defeat enemy air attacks and to strike enemy ground forces. But the horror of World War I led some air power advocates to propose a new idea: use air power strategically to strike at an enemy's economy, population, and political leadership, thereby winning wars without costly ground campaigns. The massive conventional air campaigns in World War II, in Korea, and in Vietnam produced many positive results, but they did not by themselves produce enemy surrender. When Desert Storm began, some in the Air Force hoped that new technologies would force Saddam to surrender from an air campaign alone. Others saw air power as part of a joint campaign working with ground and naval forces.
And an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait.
Air attacks did make a major contribution to winning Desert Storm. But as was true of previous adversaries,
here at CSIS, delving into our third topic of the day, which is the military and the public. I'm going to read out some of the bios of the people that you're going to be listening to so you know what their background is and where they're coming from. I'm going to start at the far end. By the way, I'm Kim Dozier with the Daily Beast, and I'm an analyst on CNN. And I'm not busy. That's the only editorial remark I will make today. So, Rosa Brooks, at the far end, is a senior fellow at the New America Foundation, a columnist for foreign policy, and a law professor at Georgetown University. She previously worked at the Pentagon as counselor to the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. And in 2011, she was awarded the Secretary of Defense Medal for Outstanding Public Service. She also served as a senior advisor at the Department of State and a consultant for Human Rights Watch. Next to Rosa at the far end, we have Major Jim Golby. He's a National Security Affairs Advisor in the Executive Office of the Vice President. He's not busy either. He's an active duty officer in the United States Army and was previously an instructor of American politics, policy, and strategy at the United States Military Academy at West Point. He served as a cavalry officer, commanding a security company in combat in Iraq, and as an Army strategist. He holds a BS in American government and a PhD in political science from Stanford University, and his dissertation was titled Duty, Honor, Party, Ideology, Institutions, and the Use of Military Force, examining how domestic political institutions structure American civil-military relations. So right next to me, I have Major General James Johnson. He's the director of the Air Force Sexual Assault Prevention and Response Office of the Vice Chief of Staff at the headquarters of the U.S. Air Force. The office is the service's single point of accountability and oversight for sexual assault policy matters and reports directly to the Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force. General Johnson entered the Air Force through the University of Puget Sound ROTC program in 1988 with a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. He served in operational positions supporting the U.S. Air Force from Europe to the Middle East, and prior to his current position, he served as the commander of the Air Force Recruiting Service in Randolph Air Force Base in Texas. And our last panelist, right next to the general, is Dr. Jason Dempsey. He's an adjunct senior military fellow at the Center for New American Security. He's written extensively on Army efforts toward gender integration, the experiences of Hispanics in the military, and our counterinsurgency efforts in Afghanistan. His book, Our Army, Soldiers, Politics, and Civil Military Relations, was published by Princeton University Press. Dr. Dempsey is the co-founder of Agent Hero, a company that seeks to empower the community of veteran and military spouse real estate agents. He's also a senior advisor to the Columbia University School of Continuing Education. One thing I forgot to mention about Rosa Brooks, she's a volunteer DC cop. So behave. So with that, you all have a varied background, but you've all been looking at this problem of civil-military relations for quite some time. I'd like to start with a lightning round, 2 minutes each. We'll start at the far end, put the major on the spot. What's the scope of the problem?
Well, thanks so much for hosting this and for your introductions. So I think the problem is manageable, but I think it's getting bigger, and I don't think we really understand it. I think one of the problems we have when we have discussions about civil-military relations is we want to fall back into neat categories of those in uniform and those not. But when we look at society, we realize that our society is pretty polarized, and it's polarized along all sorts of different lines, on partisan and ideological lines, on educational lines, on rural-urban lines. And so in some parts of the country, there's a real and significant gap, and it could create some real problems for retention, recruiting, policymaking, and ideas. In other parts of the country, there's not much of a gap at all, and there's actually a great bit of understanding. The problem is that we don't really think about it in this way, and we want to have a one-size-fits-all approach to the problem of the civil-military gap, so we need to step back and think about it. Well, you know, one thing that brought this to my mind was when I was at Stanford, I talked to a class of American foreign policy students, and after I talked about my 2 deployments to Iraq, 2 students came up to me. The first said, "Thank you so much. We couldn't be more thankful and grateful for all that you did, and this was just an amazing talk, and I'm so thankful for you and your soldiers." The next person walked up and said, "I'm so sorry that we did this to you. This was unfair of our government. I can't believe that we asked you to do something like this." And so again, 2 different people heard the same talk and came away with very different impressions. And so until we get our minds around the fact that it's not just civilians in the military, and in fact it's a lot of different civilians and a lot of different military, we're not really going to be able to address any challenges.
Thanks, Kimberly. It's terrific to be here. I agree with Jim that the problem is a different problem than we usually think it is. I think we often think that the civil-military relations problem when it comes to the military and the public is only less than 1% of the population serves, or it's not as geographically or ideologically diverse as we might want it to be, or even that it correlates with a high level of civilian ignorance about what the military does. I don't really care about any of those things necessarily. I actually think that those only matter if they matter, in a sense, that you could equally say only a small percentage of the population does lots of other things. You could say the American general public is woefully ignorant of almost every major public policy issue, not just military policy issues. You pick the issue, the American public is ignorant. You could say that many, many professions skew demographically in one way or another, and we don't necessarily worry about it. I think the burden is on those who want to say, hey, those matter now, to show why they matter in a different way when it comes to the military than they matter when it comes to other professions. And I think that there are some reasons that it matters differently, but they're not the ones that we usually think they are. To me, and I know this is our lightning round, so I'll just throw it out there and hopefully we'll come back to it. I think that the much deeper, bigger problem is that we as a nation no longer have the faintest idea what a military is for. Which in turn is because we no longer know what a war is. So we don't know what we want the military to do. We're very confused about what it should do. And frankly, I don't think that that's because of civil-military gaps. I think that many senior members of the U.S. military are every bit as confused at this point as your average clueless American, because the problems and the contradictions that are driving that uncertainty about what war is and what the military is for stem from really, really deep seismic changes in the nature of the global environment.
If I had to give a T-shirt version, I think, of the current problems, I would say that we are beset by the issue of respectful indifference. And to match the indifference piece, in that we have a public that is largely disconnected from the military, started with the AVF, and then that was reinforced by budget decisions, base closures, demographic trends, the familial nature, or increasingly familial nature of military service, as evidenced by a great report from my colleague, Amy Schaefer. It's been a steady distancing from the military, and part of it's just simply numbers. But then oddly, simultaneously, we've had increasing and growing respect. And one of the most interesting findings of the recent study by Corey Shockey and Jim Mattis was, even though you have overwhelming respect for the military as an institution, very few Americans actually understand it or know what it does. But they're willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. And so, respectful indifference. And I think the problems that leads to is, one, a disregard for what's going on, a palpable sense that, well, if I don't think we're doing well in Afghanistan, but if those guys seem fine with it, then I'll let them fight it. And there are also times when the civilian population may give the military respect when that respect is not deserved, because they feel that they've taken themselves out of the conversation, and so just have to default to thank you for your service.
Thanks, Kim. I think in general, over the years, our nation's had an expectation for our military to have unimpeachable integrity, exceptional reputation for service to the Constitution in general and to the nation in general, and also that we would have unmatched expertise in the various fields that our military has endeavors. And in my specific roles, both in recruiting and in sexual assault, I found that by and large, the American public has great respect for us, but I think it's a little bit of whack-a-mole that all it takes is one article of a four-star general or a recruiter or something like that creates kind of this insidious kind of nicking away at what we could take for granted. And I don't think it's at a watershed event or at a period in time where I'm necessarily really concerned. I still, am amazed at the amount of Americans that walk up and say thanks for your support, and I know that most of them have no idea what I do or what the military does, but I think somebody on the last panel said that you don't have to have served to appreciate your military, and that's how I feel when people literally run across the terminal to say thank you and want it to mean something. And when companies still do things like announce that, we'll be boarding the military first, those things I don't think a lot of us take for granted. But there are some things that could start to nick away at the support for our military. I look forward to the continued engagement. Thanks, Kim.
So I'd like to kick off with a question about orders. What is an illegal order? What is an unwise order? And what do you think an officer's responsibility is to stand up for what they think is right? For instance, officers, according to the CSIS research and the questions it posed on this subject, it said that officers swear an oath to the Constitution, but not necessarily to obeying orders like NCOs do. Can you explain what is the difference?
Well, so in our oath is to the Constitution, and the enlisted oath is to the President of the United States and to the officers appointed over them. And I don't know if there's necessarily a difference in terms of doing what's right. And I think at the end of the day, that's what many of us officers and enlisted are faced with. And so for the officers, there is unique training that we go throughout the course of our careers to prepare us for ethical considerations. And quite frankly, today our enlisted personnel are more educated than ever before, with many of them having bachelor's and master's degrees and going through similar ethical sorts of training. So I don't know if that gets to...
Well, so I went down a very specific rabbit hole with the difference between the two, but let's pull back at 20,000 foot. You are a serving member of the military, and someone suggests to you doing something like, oh, torture because it works. What is your responsibility to stand up? Do you stand up? Do you resign? Do you leak? And that's a question to everybody. Don't think y'all are going to get away down there.
I was going to keep using the precedent set in the last panel about the respect we give general officers and just let the general here take the first of all of these. No, it's a fascinating question because when you say to swear or uphold, support, and defend the Constitution, that's really nebulous. And for the most part, officers aren't confronted with that dilemma. Because it's very rare that you're faced with something where a president or Congress is going to do something that's demonstrably against the Constitution of the United States. And so I do think the torture example was interesting because the military was largely silent as that unfolded, which was somewhat worrisome, but it was also an interesting case study.
You mean back in the
2001, yeah, whatever we're calling that era. Yeah, the military was strangely silent, particularly given how central and formative it had been to the American experience, starting with George Washington and the the prison ships off of New York. So for us to kind of stay quiet on that was interesting. And you can probably argue one way or another, but I think officers in the military do have a deference to letting the primary branches of government figure out those contentious debates that appear to have constitutional repercussions.
So let me make a lawyer intervention. It's not complicated at all. If someone says to you, I order you to commit torture, the answer is no, sir, I can't do that. That is an illegal order, and I have a legal obligation to disobey your illegal order to commit a crime under international and domestic law. The problem, and I think that this is what you're alluding to, is that very few officials say, I order you to violate the law. They don't say, I order you to commit a war crime, I order you to commit a crime against humanity. Instead, what happens is, and now I'll say something mean about lawyers, you get a whole bunch of people like me, only less well-equipped ethically to answer these questions. For instance, lawyers in the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel, and you say, I don't know, do you think waterboarding is really torture? Because I'm kind of thinking it's not. And
but
they
wait
say,
a minute,
oh goodness, sir, you're so right.
But you can order someone to carry out waterboarding and SEER training, so what's the difference between waterboarding and
there's an enormous
detainee
difference, needless
policy?
to say, because there's a huge difference between people who volunteer to go through something for training purposes versus people who are coerced into doing something when they are our prisoners under our control and don't have any choice. But so legally, I actually think, the problem is not the ethical dilemma that arises when a superior officer or indeed the commander-in-chief says, I order you to do something illegal. That's easy. The hard problem, I think, and the problem that realistically those of you in the military will face, perhaps, if you're unlucky, is when you get somebody who says, don't worry, it's not illegal. I got 6 tame lawyers to sign off on it, and you have to make a really difficult decision that is fundamentally an ethical decision, not a legal decision, of it's torture, I'm not going to do it, even though you have something from a lawyer that says it's not, or, well, you're my, and those, I think, are ethical decisions and they're matters of conscience. You're more likely to be prosecuted for disobeying, even if it's a truly unethical order, than for obeying, unfortunately.
Thanks. So I completely agree with Rosa on military officers have a duty and obligation to disobey illegal orders. I think one of the things that's been more troubling in recent years is a discussion about the right to resign. And it's become this sort of catchphrase, and almost anytime there's any hint of civil-military disagreement, it's something that military officers, the media turns to, different parts of the media, not to paint them all with one brush, turn to as, the president disagreed with this commander's best military advice. Should this military officer resign? I think that's really damaging to trust. I think that's really harmful to the military and its professional ethic, and I think it fundamentally disobeys our constitutional oath. Every decision that deals with policy, strategy, is essentially a question of values, a question of risk. It's competing narratives about what's going to happen, and we have a constitutional process set in place to determine what those orders are going to be. And so for a military officer to then come in and say, I'm going to impose my values on the system, rather than, and use my military rank, my position, my power to try to subvert the legitimate decisions of civilian elected officials, I think that's very damaging.
But
now,
you've decided that they're legitimate decisions just because they're the civilian elected officials.
Because we have a constitution that we swear an oath to that lays out the process by which we do that.
Which gets back to Dr. Dempsey's point, that what is in the Constitution and what's legal can be nebulous things depending on who's giving you the interpretation of the definition.
Yeah, and I hope I'm not being painted as pro-torture, because that's decidedly not the point
me neither.
I was going to make. And in fact, I think it's very much a black mark where there was a military ethic strongly defined and accumulated over the course of 200 years that we did not stand up for and educate the public on. But as per the conversation in the last panel, at what point is saying, hey, John Yoo is completely off his rocker, or what point does that conversation enter that realm where a general officer is now going directly against a political appointee? And I think our leaders made a decision that they would just let the noise above them hopefully quiet over, and meanwhile protecting everybody's individual lane. And that's a tough choice for strategic leaders.
But to Major Golby's point, I mean, when do you, once you're above 1 star, you need Senate confirmation. And 2 star.
So for 1 star, 1 star needs Senate confirmation
as well.
And I think in, I speak for myself here in this case. I think you get to this point and you realize that, somebody said before, if they don't know a 3 star, didn't want to be a 4 star. But I think once you become a general officer, you do understand the implications of what you say and what you do in a different way than you ever have before. And I think that ethically, it's not a different standard, but I think that in general, you would find people that would first go through the stand up for what's right before you get down to the third or fourth echelon of what is leaking, which is, I've tried everything else I can do, but somebody needs to know what's going on. But I think in general, we would see that as, that would not be your first course of action. It's to do what's right.
I would hesitate in a way to make generalizations because I think that we can all imagine creating hypothetical scenarios in which we would think that the ethical objecting military officer nonetheless obeys orders and stays in. We can also probably construct hypotheticals a la Nazi Germany, where you get to a point where the only possible moral and ethical decision for a human being is to say, not only am I out of here, but I am resisting in whatever means possible. So I don't know that it's a particularly useful exercise to go down, except to say that I don't think that there is an easy right answer to when do you resign, I think it would be very, very fact specific.
I guess the reason that I bring it up is the American public needs to know the people that we send to war, if they're ordered to do something illegal or wrong, especially after the controversial history of the past 15 years, where you have part of the American public thinking that what we did after 9/11 was illegal, morally wrong, and another part of the American public that thinks it was understandable in a time of war. You've got the public now saying, well, does that mean that this new generation has learned from that process, or will they just once again ignore what their own inner ethics are telling them? And that goes to what the public thinks about the military.
It does to some extent, but again, to be legalistic about it, it's not up to the American public whether or not waterboarding is a crime. That's actually up to Congress and the courts, who've said at the moment that would be unlawful. And even if a large majority of the American public supports it, a military officer would be obligated to disobey in order to do something that is unlawful according to our legislation and our courts. That doesn't quite capture the sort of hypothetically possible range of orders that could be given, including orders to obey a law that was crystal clear in its meaning, and yet we regard it as deeply immoral and unethical, again, alluding to things like the Nuremberg laws and so forth. You can certainly imagine situations in which the moral and ethical military officer says, I don't care if every single person in the country and every legislator and every judge said that it's okay to go kill Jews. No. But I don't, again, and maybe I don't mean to put you on the spot, Jim, I don't know that I would be comfortable saying either absolutely, oh, you have to stay in, or oh, you have to resign, because it seems to me to be so utterly specific to the situation.
Major Gopi, could you see a place in which you would
I actually completely agree with that. About 2 years ago, I wrote an article on this saying it was time to move beyond the resignation debate for the same reason. So I'm not going to deny anybody their individual conscience to make a decision about what they feel they can do morally and ethically. My point is that we need to have a strong norm against it, because over the past few years, it's become sort of a reflexive action that if we don't get what we want, military officers stand up and say, if you don't do that, we're going to resign, which I think is fundamentally problematic and reflects on us very badly to the public as well. I also think, as Rosa pointed out, that this really is a question that has to do with very contextual specifics, and spending a lot of time on those, and not spending a lot of time on like blocking and tackling, the things we do every day, giving advice to civilian leaders, figuring out how we should speak in public, what can we say, what we can't say. We actually don't spend enough time as a military profession thinking about those questions, and instead we spend a lot of time thinking about dissent and resignation, and it actually undermines trust in a very harmful way, I think.
So another aspect of civil-military relations that the American public gets to study, gets to see splashed across the media, is the relationship between the top brass and the president, or the top brass, and Capitol Hill. Sometimes a very contentious relationship, as between President Obama and General Stan McChrystal. From everyone that I've spoken to around his staff, he thought he was giving the best military advice. From everyone I've spoken to around President Obama's staff, they felt that somebody in General McChrystal's camp was leaking policy to try to box him in, and that colored the military relationship from then on. So how do you bridge those divides between the president and his generals, between Capitol Hill and the generals?
Well, so as we grow up in the military, we have opportunities to engage with our leadership on the Hill, and so those are opportunities to interact and to grow in how we interact with those leaders. Very often, the legislative leaders as well as their staffers may not have military experience, but I think they still have an appreciation and a respect for what we bring to the table as a military. I do think that there are a couple of things that they count on. One is a transparency, and the other one is kind of a trust. And I think that's important between the general officers and those that are giving guidance to the president, the administration, as well as those that are giving information to the Hill. And you could expand on that, and even how we interact with the media. I think transparency and trust are important. And we are beholden to the executive branch, and so I think that it's important that we continue to have a relationship with the executive branch that isn't riddled with leaks, and that we give our best military advice, and that we're as transparent as can be.
That is a great description of how it, I think, should be, but that's not what we normally see.
So I think this idea of best military advice is one of the worst things that's happened to the military profession. We have this idea that we can come down from on high and offer advice that is best military advice. And I think that's problematic for a couple reasons. One, military leaders often disagree, either based on service preferences, differences in upbringing, or sort of the way they see problems. So that's one problem. Two, war, as we know from Clausewitz, it's non-linear, unpredictable. There's a fog of war. So very rarely can you give advice that's going to hold up very long, because our adversaries are going to react. And so this idea that we can come and give best military advice, I think, again, pits military leaders at odds with civilian leaders in a damaging way that really, I think, undermines trust, because we try to say, we know. It's much better for us, I think, to come to this and try to stay within our lane in terms of expertise, to try to have humility, to admit what we know, but also to be clearer about what we don't know, or about the places where we're making assumptions or risks. And I think that last part, being clear about what we don't know and being clear about the assumptions, is what's often lacking in our best military advice.
But arguably, the American public thinks that what the military recommends should be, well, portions of the American public think it should be swallowed wholesale, and other portions think no matter what they say, it's wrong. And then one could say that maybe from some of the comments from President Trump, that he has given too much latitude to the military.
Well, I think that for one, that highlights your last comment. It certainly highlights the need for ongoing, respectful, and quiet conversations from military commanders to civilian leaders. And sometimes they can't keep it necessarily quiet. If Congress wants to hear from it, they have an obligation and duty to talk to Congress. But I think General Dempsey particularly was very assiduous about removing himself from the public spotlight and saying, I need to have the president's trust, that when I walk in the room, I'm giving him my advice, knowing that he can do whatever he wants with it. I think Jim's points and the general's points are one to this ideal of how it should be done. I think we do a bad job of it. And part of that is because the military has, to a large degree, inculcated a bastardized version of Huntington's professional ethic that says that there's this great red line between politics and, to Jim's point, the best military advice. And it really is very unhelpful for the way the military approaches these conversations, and for the military to be frustrated that, well, I just spent 3 months coming up with a con plan, and yet you're telling me you don't want it anymore. It's like, well, yeah, that's the way the world works. And so there's a little bit of give and take that needs to be done. I know Rosa's written quite a bit about some of this.
No, the only thing I would add is that the whole idea of giving your best military advice, that assumes that we know what it means to give military advice and that there's a clear articulable distinction between what counts as military advice and what counts as some other kind of advice that somebody else, the civilian, should be giving. And I think actually going back to the example that you gave when you asked the question initially, Kim, of the relationship between President Obama and General McChrystal, one way to look at the debate about troop levels in Afghanistan in 2009, and I'm going to paint a slightly oversimplified picture here, needless to say, is that President Obama gets various high-level people to do a strategic review. The strategic review says, okay, here are our strategic goals in Afghanistan and Pakistan. President Obama then says to General McChrystal, go off and spend whatever it was supposed to be 60 days and tell us what you would need to do to fully resource this strategy. And General McChrystal comes back and says, he doesn't actually say this because he gets told to lower it before he even says it. He says something along the lines of, well, we need X number of troops in Afghanistan. And the White House goes, oh, no, that's too many. And then everybody gets into a kerfluffle about whether he's trying to box the White House in. But on some level, I think it comes down to a misunderstanding of, on some level, perhaps what he should have said was, if you want a different answer, ask a different question. He was stuck within what he saw as his lane, and he did not see his lane as saying, if you want a different answer, ask a different question. Maybe if you're not willing to pay the price of fully resourcing the strategy that you claim is your strategy, then your strategy stinks, you need another strategy, because he didn't see that as his role, right? He thought, I'm just the military guy. I don't tell you what strategy to pick. I just just the facts, ma'am. And I actually think that in some ways that a probably overly rigid conception of roles sometimes fuels civil-military misunderstandings as much as it helps protect them. Then you can't have that conversation of, you have a strategy that requires integration of civil-military lanes in all kinds of complicated ways. You have a strategy that may be overly ambitious and unwise in all kinds of complicated ways. If our military senior leaders don't feel that they can have those conversations, which requires them to get out of at least their sort of Huntingtonian lane, then I think we get stuck. And I don't know that, here again, I don't think that there is a simple way to say, aha, and now here's the 21st century military lane, and it used to be over here, and now it's like this. But while we're figuring it out, while we're all struggling to figure out what on earth does that mean, the only antidote is a high level of transparency, as my colleagues have said, being really clear, hey, here are my assumptions, here's why I'm saying this, here's why I know you may not agree. That putting everything on the table, I think, is the only antidote at the moment.
Well, just to pivot, what the American public comes away from watching that is that there is a fight between the civilian leaders and the military, or depending on where they come from in the political divide, our civilian leaders are doing what our military wants, therefore they're good, or et cetera. So
I'll just throw this out there. I think it's important to remember that even your military members, they're all human, right? And so they bring some of the same baggage that some of our civilians bring to this dialogue, in terms of the sense of passion you pour into it, because the importance of the work that we do. Lives are at risk in many cases, and maybe you come up with a plan, and that plan's not adopted. There may be a decision to try to influence or come up with a different outcome. And that doesn't always go in the direction or using the avenues that we would like in an antiseptic kind of laboratory experiment. But I think it's important to remember that even these officers are human. And so we'll see kind of different aspects of who is in this discussion and what the outcome is. It's hard to pick a specific exceptional case. I know we used this case with President Obama and McChrystal, and clearly that was, I think, one of the big takeaways was that there was this, even with Admiral Mullen, there were a lot of issues going on in that during that time with Afghanistan. These are people that poured their passions into it, came up with plans, and didn't feel that they were heard.
And I'm not saying that conflict is bad. What I'm saying is that the American public, and then sometimes the American public that becomes an elected official, doesn't understand that this conflict is part of the process. And therefore assign certain value judgments to people that might make a decision that goes against the passionately put forth recommendation. So that brings us to the question of how many Americans know someone serving, much less know the intricacies of how senior military officers interact with our political leaders. The figures that I always hear are that fewer than 1% serve, or around 1% serve, and fewer than 5% of America know someone who serves. But General, you had some slightly different figures from your time in recruiting.
Yeah, we typically thought about it in terms of our target market. So if you look at the kind of 17 to 24-year-old age group, we would find that in 1995, it was about 40% of that target population had a parent that served.
The target population is again?
From 17 to 24 years old.
Okay.
And today it would be around 15%. So it's a significant difference. And so there are a lot of households today that don't have the experience necessarily of military service. And so what they do get is potentially what's offered in the media, where they see things like, what's going on with the VA, or maybe what's, injured or individuals that were killed in war. And so that's what they think about when they're thinking about whether or not their child should go off to join the military.
And it goes back to that anecdote that Major Golby had described, where it sounded like one person, by saying thank you so much for your service, was, some soldiers have said to me, it feels like they're being patronized. Another person says, we apologize for what we're putting you through, which is another way of insulting someone's service. So how do you bridge that gap between the Hollywood or the news version? The news version of the military is always going to be the bad news because that's what we do. The Hollywood version is always going to be, I've seen reporters portrayed on movies, it drives me crazy. So I know it must do military folks. But where's the connective tissue to draw the communities together?
So I guess I'll challenge the premise just a little bit, because sometimes I worry that we try a little too hard to bridge the gap. And so we have the prevalence in the media and in movies and veterans who are sharing their experiences. And I think rather than helping the gap, I think that actually exacerbates it and reminds people that there are really big differences in some cases. Or at least makes people think that there are bigger differences than there are.
What kind of stories? Like, you mean what kind of story makes someone think that the gaps are bigger?
So as an example, if I would go back to a town and talk to college students and talk about my 2 deployments to Iraq, there's a segment of that group, and I've experienced this on a couple circumstances, where they've come away and said, wow, I can't even imagine doing that. And they've taken it more as, I'm not bridging the gap, I'm making the gap bigger. And I'm showing them that there's more of a fundamental divide than there actually is. I think for me, the way you really solve this is through relationships and sort of long-term interactions with people. So, during my time in graduate school, during my time at the White House and other places, I think when I've had relationships that didn't start with, let me tell you about my service, or with somebody asking me about my service, and you had a relationship develop over time that came out sort of organically, it had a much more positive impact on bridging the gap, so to speak, than if I tried to tell people, hey, let me talk to you in a way that helps bridge the gap and helps you understand.
Oh, you mean they just needed to get to know you as opposed to
some
artificial way of let's all kumbaya together and get to understand each other.
So I think sometimes by trying to solve it, we actually make the problem look bigger than it really is, if we just interact with people sort of in a more organic way.
I think it's a really hard and interesting question to sort of figure out which problems are problems, which differences make a difference, because I don't think all of them do, right? There are little problems and there are big problems. And, is it accurate to say that civilians often fall back on one of 2 stereotypes about military personnel? which is they're either all, Superman-like heroes, I could never do what you do because you're such a, superhero, or they flip immediately into you probably have PTSD, you're probably sexually harassing people, and you're probably about to go nuts and kill a bunch of people because of your PTSD, and you're probably about to be homeless. One of those two that we do tend to sort of flip back and forth. But again, so as I started out, to be provocative, Americans have stereotypes about lots of people, right? We have stereotypes about reporters, we have stereotypes about lawyers, we tell mean jokes about lawyers and sharks. And the question is, which of these matters, and when does it matter, and how does it matter? And what I would suggest on the sort of numbers question, the small percentage of the population who serves, for most of American history, we have had a tiny, highly professionalized military that has been quite separate from the rest of society, and we didn't think it was a problem, right? That the anomaly, we tend to hearken back to the World War II era as this sort of weird golden age of mass death.
The meeting has ended because it had only one participant for the last 30 minutes.
I think we're getting pulled off the stage.
And that's it, everybody. We hearken, this is so weird to me, by the way, right, that World War II era was a horrible era in a zillion ways, but we think of it as this kind of golden age of civil military. Like, oh, wasn't it great? Everybody was getting drafted and sent off to get killed. That was wonderful for everybody. And it's true that the benefits were real in terms of demographic mixing, in terms of sort of creating a degree of social change that probably would not have come about, or not nearly as quickly had it not been for the draft. But that being said, that was an anomaly. To have that high a percentage of Americans in uniform was completely weird and anomalous relative to American history. For most of our history, that's not the way it was. So I think the question that we have to ask, and I have some potential answers, but I'll stop and see if my colleagues want to chime in. I think the question we have to ask is, when and why does it matter if it didn't bother us for most of American history that the military was tiny and professionalized and separate from the rest of society, if it bothers us now, are we right to be bothered now, and for what reasons?
Yeah, I would push back a little bit in terms of, yes, every organization has stereotypes, and we hate lawyers, and we think academics are liberal. Not you, sorry. But at the end of the day, neither of those two groups or institutions possess the state's power to execute violence. And so there is a fundamental question that does get back to a little bit of what Fever and Cohen were talking about last time, of let's not take for granted some of the civilian control of the military. Now, to get down into the weeds of this hero-victim dichotomy, because it's clearly there, it's ingrained, and nobody's quite figured out the answer yet in terms of how do you get past this. I would submit that we need to be concerned about it, because what it has is it's bastardized decision-making about an organization that is, yes, very small, but wields a tremendous portion of the federal budget and has a massive footprint, even though it's small, has a very massive footprint overseas and is shaping the world on a daily basis. And so my problem with particularly with the distance and with the hero-victim dichotomy is that, yes, you should respect the troops. They are doing really hard things on a daily basis, risking their lives. But it's somewhere, and I think the World War II example is great, what we lost from the World War II experience was the lack of hesitation among civilians to look a general in the eye and say, you are screwed up. And so some of the reputation of the military for sacrifice for service has been appropriated by the military's senior ranks, and it's the most under-criticized institution we've got. And it is wasting billions of dollars to little result in two theaters.
General?
So I think it's not a case of whether people, worship or are ambivalent to the military. It's about whether or not you want to sustain your military. When you actually peel back, this piece about how many people had parents that served or not, it's deeper than that. We did some surveys, focus groups, when I was in recruiting, where we asked, and this was for DOD, they asked black families what they thought about their college-bound child joining the military, becoming an officer in the military. And they used some pretty stark language. They said they would react with fear, anger, and disgust. Then they asked Hispanic families what they thought about their college-aged student joining the military, becoming an officer. And they said that they would see it as a distraction from an otherwise successful career path. And so the question is, and that's large numbers. And when you have college, and you ask the college students, or in that age group that I mentioned, what they thought about joining the military and whether or not they could see themselves in that future state, 22% of males said that yes, they look like me, and 16% of women said, yeah, that's somebody who looks like me. And so the question is, how important is your military? That's a part of this too. And I think it's not just about whether or not they're worshipped or you're ambivalent to it, but it's also about sustaining a military that can do the things that our nation needs them to do.
How does that feed into the numbers of what's available year by year and what the military needs?
Sure. So when the population that fits in that age group, 16, 17 to about 24, is about 20 million people in the United States. And of that, there's about 11 million that would fit into the quality in terms of academic, taking the vocational battery test and having the kinds of grades that we would recruit you. Of that, it's only 4 million that are of that quality, and then also have the medical and moral ability to join. You haven't killed somebody and didn't burglarize the local bank or that sort of thing. Plus, you have the medical ability to serve. Of that, it's about 350,000 who would also be propensed, which is they are willing and would consider joining. So of those numbers, we have a requirement in the DOD of 250,000. So you can see it's a fairly tight, somebody out at a barn somewhere who might fall into that propense category. And so we don't have, what I'm saying is we don't have enough people that meet the quality and are propensed on a daily basis that we can rest on our laurels to sustain a military.
So I'd like to open up to questions, and as people think about their question, I'll just ask one more tough one while I have you on the spot. The other thing that a lot of people think of in terms of the military right now, one of the main headlines is about sexual assault. Where do the latest numbers stand? How are you doing?
So, across the department, again, we're not where we want to be. I think we had a decrease when you look back in 2010 or so. Well, in fact, if you go back to the early 2000s, there was a joint task force that really discovered that we didn't have the right policies in place, we didn't have the right training, we didn't have the right resources, we didn't have the right accountability. And I think we've come some distance in terms of putting in place response networks. But when it comes to the prevalence and how much this occurs, the last reports that just came out in the last couple of months, but both for the military service academies and for the active duty, show that we're not going in the right direction, whether it's for the occurrence of sexual assault or the reporting of it. So prevalence, which we always like to say was going down, is not. And in the Air Force, it was a slight number, but I like to say we have about 2,400 sexual assaults in the Air Force, and the reporting is not going up either, which is concerning. 25% of the folks that reported last year said they wouldn't report again. We had, just as a side note, we had a panel. We brought some victims together, and a couple of them said this. I thought it was pretty stark. I would rather be sexually assaulted again than go through the process again. And so that's a challenge. And
that's a challenge for civil military relations. So, right here, sir. Do we have a microphone headed your way? And could you please just briefly introduce yourself?
Joe Collins, National Defense University. Two things about best military advice. First off, it's connected with a person. It's the chairman's best military advice that goes into the national decision-making process. And the chairman, and we've done interviews with the last few, basically considers all the contextual factors, all of the military situational variables, and gives his best military advice. But it is the military advice from a person. So the first thing is connected to a person. Second thing is it's not magic. It's often wrong. In the Iraq surge, the best military advice of the on-scene commander the combatant commander for the region, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, backed up by all of the Joint Chiefs, was rejected by the president. He decided that a surge was in order. The surge worked. It reduced violence by 90%, which I think was about as best as you could hope for coming out of that one sort of thing.
Joe, that's a good example, but of course President Bush's popularity rating really took a hit because he stood up to his military commanders.
He did the right thing. And it required, for him to do the right thing, it required a massive electoral defeat and the firing of the Secretary of Defense and the pushing of the Vice President to the background. But he did it.
So do you have a question for the panel?
No, it was a comment.
Yes.
It was a comment because Jim on the end said, hey, we shouldn't use the term best military advice. As a matter of fact, I think it's a term that's in the law. It's in the Goldwater-Nichols law.
Anything to add to that?
I don't actually think that's in Goldwater-Nichols. I think it came out in one of the recent NDAAs as a change. But that's a fair point, and I can go back. Whether it's in the law or not, I think the point I want to emphasize is that this is a conversation, and there needs to be more humility because we often are wrong. And from somebody who's sat in a number of principals committee meetings and deputies committee meetings and heard it from the White House's view, they don't usually view it as being tied to a person.
Ma'am.
Mary Beth Ulrich from Army War College, Carlisle, PA. Follow up to, I think it was Rosa's question about should we be bothered about these trends now and why with the general, I guess, civil mill gap issues. Two things that come to mind that I think have changed, and it's been brought up a little bit today. Number one, the obligation to serve. The idea that, of the common defense and an obligation of citizenship is to somehow think that you are at least, it's possible to be called upon in this common obligation to serve, which there is survey data now showing that is not widely reported or not widely perceived, and there's actually been a change. So I'm thinking in particular the Pew Survey 2011, War on Sacrifice since 9/11, some of those questions were getting at this, and you're saying, like, for instance, do you think that it's the who's bearing the burden of these wars? And they polled the veterans and civilian groups separately, and they both agreed, very high numbers, oh yes, the military's bearing the burden and the military families and all that. But then they said, well, the next question, do you think this is fair? And the civilian side just basically said, well, that's their job. Of course it's fair. So, this came up. If they want to do it, fine. So I think that's a change, and that is a basic obligation of citizenship, and we should be worried about that. So maybe there's only 1% who can serve, but maybe national service or something to increase this obligation to some type of national, to the country somehow. And then the other trend, which came up, but we haven't talked about it much since then, is the rise of the military caste. So I think this is directly part of the civil mill gap issue. If we have a 1% that's serving, so 1% of the families or whatever are all in, that's all they know, and they all want to do it. They think this is great, great mission, great satisfaction,
so
great
you have
benefits.
Sparta. I see
They
you're
know all
saying,
about
what
it.
you're saying is how do you get civilians who have not been part of this warrior caste to get the sense of the need to serve?
They're not even thinking about it. That may be part of not even on the radar. They don't even think about
it. Panel?
So I guess this is why I push back against kind of generic statements about, the gap, it's a problem. I think we need to not be sloppy in how we think and talk about it. I think we need to have real specificity in what parts of that are a problem for what reasons, because depending on what we think the problem is, there are actually rather different solutions. If we think the problem with the small number of Americans who serves is that the military has been a really powerful engine for social mobility, and that military service gives access to certain high-level government jobs because of things like veterans preference. Then the fact that women serve less and that African Americans are less likely to serve, et cetera, is a problem because it will limit their access to social mobility in very real ways. And then we want to have one targeted set of solutions in terms of recruitment to the problem. That's what we think is the problem. If we think that the problem is that we want to inculcate more broadly amongst young Americans a sense of obligation and shared sacrifice, then the solution might be a return to conscription, even on a very limited, small-scale basis, so that risk is distributed evenly. If we think that the problem is that lack of familiarity with the military because people don't have close relatives who serve, means that they lack critical knowledge that then enables them to ask questions that we believe are societally important, well, then there's a different set of solutions to that as well. And maybe we think that they're all problems, right? And that's fair. I mean, and I would go so far as to say they are all problems. But I do think that they're quite different problems, and you could solve the knowledge problem, as Charlie Dunlap suggested in the last panel. There are ways to solve the knowledge problem that don't require lots more people serving in the military, if that's the problem. If the problem is the service problem, you could potentially solve that with some kind of national service campaign that also didn't involve serving in the military. If the problem is social mobility, there are two. You could actually solve these problems in a whole bunch of different ways, and unless we're really clear on what bothers us and why, I think we have trouble articulating exactly what we want to do about it.
I think the key thing that I hear a lot is uneducated voters. If you don't know what your military does, or you don't know what your State Department does or should do, it goes back to your book about that. Can you remind me of the title, Rose? It's the only book I didn't read out loud.
The title of the book is How Everything Became War and the Military Became Everything.
So, to that point, if you don't know what all these different branches of government are supposed to do, what their roles are, and military becomes the thing that solves all the problems, that is what you take into the voting booth and who you vote for.
And I think there's no silver bullet, right? So one of the things that we were challenged with in recruiting was just having the resources to recruit. Our budget in the Air Force was about $90 million, and we were funded at 20. And so when we talked with leaders and we said, how do you get to the dinner table with that family who felt anger, fear, and disgust? How do you get to that dinner table for that discussion? But it's not just the marketing. It also, I think, requires some structural changes, like was brought up with a service, that kind of forces this experience to some extent. And then I think it's incumbent on the military to also do things, and we do some of those things. We get out in the community, we do honorary commanders. When I was a squadron commander, I had the director of operations at SeaTac Airport was my honorary, and he didn't have any military experience, but I made sure that all the events we did, I brought him and his family out to those, so you kind of get that. And so the military, I think, has a responsibility to get out there too, wherever they can, and do that. Air shows and all those kinds of things that we do across the military. So I don't think there's a silver bullet, but I think it's incumbent on us to do it.
Yeah, I do want to point out one thing, because I agree with Rosa's comment that the all-volunteer force is not the aberration. World War II, if anything, is the aberration. But I think there was an aberration from about 2003 to 2009, 2011, where we had an all-volunteer force during a period of costly, bloody wars where we mobilized the military but not the rest of the public. And so I think sometimes we lose that in this discussion. And I think that actually leads to three sort of specific problems that I saw. One is a breakdown in norms, which Jason talked to, and over-deference to the military and less skepticism. Some of the work that Peter Feaver and I did, and Corey Shockey and Secretary Mattis's book laid out some of the evidence for this. But there has been a trend over the last 15 years toward more deference by the population. I think second is there has been at least some sense of entitlement on the part of the military, that we deserve more because we're the 1% who are serving and other people aren't. I think some of that is natural when the military mobilizes and bears the cost and the rest of society didn't mobilize in the way we had in previous wars. But I think some of it's a failure in leadership as well. We emphasize that military service is unique and the only type of service. I think that was good for small unit morale, but it probably helped to sort of bridge this idea and help build this idea of entitlement. So we need to broaden our conception of service. And then the last one, I think it has had impacts on recruiting. by driving some of this into particular areas that will only sort of reinforce itself. It is easier for us to recruit generally in the South. It's generally easier for us to recruit in rural areas. I have evidence in a paper I did in Armed Forces Society that shows since September 11th, the number of Republicans who want to, or who identify as Republicans in high school, have significantly increased their willingness to serve in the military, while Democrats have stayed flat. Well, actually have decreased at about the same way. So it has impacts, I think, in very concrete ways that we can tease out, but I would agree with Rosa that those are all different problems that we'd have to solve with different solutions.
Then that brings up the question of, is it a civil military gap or is it a Democrat military gap, a blue state military gap? Because one of the things that I discovered, I got the honor to teach at the Army War College. It was really cool that they let a reporter be there for a year. But some of the people that I taught, we were like aliens talking past each other, because I had lived primarily on the coasts and they had lived primarily their whole career in Army towns, where the people they were around were supportive and largely politically conservative and understood their language, and vice versa, versus the world that I was walking in, which was largely a bit alien to that, unless I'm hanging out with Pentagon reporters where we've all been overseas with the military.
On the one hand, I'd say, the military gets what it pays for in terms of recruiting. And again, it's this habit over time. And when I can guarantee that if an institution has given me 5 graduates for ROTC over the last 20 years, then yeah, I'm going to keep putting money into that, versus establishing a new outpost at Fordham. What I found at Columbia University in the aftermath of 9/11, it's funny, I used to do a little quiz with my students while I was at West Point, and I would always want to end the semester, well, for one, at the beginning of the semester, I would ask them, I'd say, as a much more clean-cut infantryman, I would ask them, do you think I'm a Republican or Democrat?
Now he's a hippie.
Yes. I'd say, do you think I'm a Republican or Democrat? And overwhelmingly, they looked at me as a white male guy in the combat arms of the United States Army, and the vast majority of them would say he's a conservative, he's a Republican. And then at the end of the semester, I'd always try my hardest over the course of the semester to get something of an even answer. So I'd always ask them at the end of the finals, what do you think I am? And in a lot of ways, given those preconceptions, that required me to rave like Lenin for a good portion of the semester. But one of the funniest moments I had was at the end of an exam. A young officer, a young cadet came up and I said, "So what do you think I am?" She says, "Sure, you're a Democrat." And I said, "Well, why is that?" She said, "Well, you went to Columbia." So, one, I don't know what the point of that is, other than there's preconceptions, and it's a really hard question about why the senior ranks tend to be more conservative than Republican. But I think one of the interesting things about my research, some of the great stuff about Heidi Urban's recent research is that is not the case across the Army. The Army looks like America in terms of ideological self-identification, liberal conservative. The military generally matches the public. Unfortunately, what you have masked in those overall numbers is you do have a large swath of very young, ethnically, racially diverse soldiers with an increasing proportion of women who do look like the communities they come from, but then you also have a small upper caste that over time is congealed into kind of a conservative Republican worldview. There are some cracks in that. It's not uniform, and it's let's just say that given that there's at least 8 of us in this room who've tried to figure out why that is, that it's unclear whether that's just a generational thing or something that we actively reinforce.
Just to add one thing to that, just a footnote to Jason's comments and Jim's comments, that these are all things that to some significant extent are within our control. That if we were to decide, I don't know that there's any particular reason we should decide, but if we were to decide, gee, we want the officer corps and the military to ideologically reflect the ideological diversity of the nation, we could decide to make that a priority in recruiting. That in all kinds of ways, and I think Jim was alluding to this, we make decisions that turn into sort of self-fulfilling prophecies. We say, aha, more of our recruits are from the South, so if I've got a limited recruiting budget, I'm going to go where I know the recruits are more likely to come and my dollar is going to be more effective rather than going off to Colombia and trying to recruit these, hardcore hippies like Jason, right? But on the other hand, if we want to put the resources in and say it is an absolute priority for this nation that we recruit more Columbia students, I'm certain that in a decade we would be doing so. And that's not to say that we should do that, right? I mean, that goes back to my question about which differences should we care about and which differences should we say, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. But I think it is really important for us to keep in mind that these things don't just happen. That they happen because of decisions about where to locate bases, where to close bases. They happen because of decisions about recruiting budgets and where we're going to put our recruiting dollars. They happen because of policy decisions that we make. And if we don't like the way it's working out, we can always change it.
Yeah, the point I was getting to was these stereotypes about universities and about the military are largely fairly fragile if you just take the time to poke at them. And I said, in the aftermath of 9/11, everybody assumed that Columbia was this bastion of 1968 liberalism. I tell you today, right now, there are close to 500 veterans enrolled at Columbia University, more so than almost every other Ivy League combined, because Columbia University in the aftermath of 9/11 said, this is a community that's important to us, and all they did was open a couple doors, and that the rest of the Ivies are a little bit slow to get to, and say, come on in. And I think Recruiting Command would find the same, but it certainly requires more than 20 million. It requires something closer to the 90 million budgeted.
And that goes back to Major Golby's point about relationships. We had two questions. Can I have one after the other? Yeah.
Hi, Carrie Lee, U.S. Air War College. The last two wars have seen kind of extraordinary wounded to kill ratios, traditional ratios being kind of 3 to 1, and we're looking at numbers that are 10 or 12 to 1 now. Recent research has suggested that the public really internalizes the costs of KIAs but not wounded in action when determining support for military policies. Although people who know folks in the military or have family members in the military do internalize wounded in action and expected numbers of wounded. What are the implications of kind of these extraordinary wounded to kill ratios and the ability to medevac folks out, but you have a large portion of your veteran population that lives with disabilities? What is this, and the gap and kind of the sensitivity to wounded between the public and military families? What are the implications of that for the military's relationship with the public? And what are the implications of that, do you think, for policy?
And just one more question so we get through more.
Sure. Risa Brooks, Marquette University. So I'm going to take up Rosa's challenge, why does it matter? Asking about sort of, in particular, why does sort of public blind reverence matter? And so all institutions have problems, right? The military, of course, has problems. I can think of a couple of examples. The one that's most glaring that I rarely hear talked about is this report that was done at Carlisle Barracks by two professors about ethical fading, which is really devastating if you read that. So how do you get change in an institution? It's very difficult to internally reform. That must happen. I'm not an organizational theorist, but I think it's probably hard. So one way you do get reform is you get external attention, you get oversight, you get scrutiny. So who's supposed to do that? Congress is supposed to do that. Congress ain't gonna do it unless the public cares, because they'll just be held up for criticizing the military. So you need the change in the public to get the scrutiny, to get reform in an institution that's necessary. How do you get that scrutiny? I think that's really difficult. How do you tell, because one of the reasons you don't have that scrutiny is because of the social esteem of the military. So how do you tell an institution that it should be less esteemed, especially in a poisonous political environment where the kind of scrutiny you might attract is not going to be constructive?
At the same time, I have friends on the House and Senate Armed Services Committees who would really push back hard on what you just said, and the Appropriations Committees as well, including also on the military side, people who've had to testify before those committees and consider it hell. So let's jump in.
I'll jump in on real quick on the first one, which was the wounded and killed in action. I think in general what we found was that a lot of Americans view it as broken, right? Whether you're killed or whether you're wounded in action, they see it as broken. They also view things like how do we treat our veterans, not just current serving, but post-service in terms of the VA, what's going on there. And so there are enough negative stories that a lot of young Americans are thinking twice about serving because they see it as potential to come back broken or killed. You know, when they look at the top reasons to join the military, they can actually find those anywhere else, probably, right?
What would you say the top
education,
reasons are? Okay.
travel, adventure, that kind of thing. The top reasons not to join are almost unique to the military, right? Wounded, killed, leave your friends, right? So, so that's a challenge that we have, and how do we again market to the American people that the other good qualities that that the military service provides. So
General,
it's a challenge.
If I could push back, where do you get the tribal sense that you get in the military, this family that goes with you, and esprit de corps anywhere else but the military?
So it is complicated. There's a service called Joint Advertising Marketing Research Service, which looks at all the what do young people think about service, as well as we call them influencers, their parents and educators and others who might have an impact on whether or not young Americans want to continue to serve their military. And as you would expect, when you ask them the question about what do you think about, which service do you think about for pride, they would, be the Marines. What service do you think about high tech? Be the Air Force. And so these things are complicated. You can't shoebox any young American into why would they join or not join. But I would say, by and large, the challenge of whether they're broken or whether they're wounded, whether they're suffering from PTSD, or whether they're killed in action, I think in general they see that as a large problem set together, not separately.
Interesting. Did someone want to take a stab at the other question before?
Risa asked the hard question, which none of us can answer. No, I think it's terrifically hard. How do you change institutions when so many of the surrounding institutions are at least somewhat broken themselves, notably Congress in all kinds of ways? I think there's, to some degree, obviously, the services have some ability to make these changes on their own. Not every shift requires congressional action, obviously. How likely is that, given existing incentive structures and everything, even time in different jobs before people rotate on? I think there are all kinds of structural barriers to really significant internal changes. So I'm not going to say more than that, because I wish I knew the answer to your question, but I don't. The only other thing, just going back to the earlier issue of when and why do these differences make a difference, I do agree, actually, notwithstanding my earlier comments, that the gap, broadly speaking, is a problem, that particularly at a moment when the role of the military in terms of the kinds and scope and scale of activities that the U.S. military is being asked to take on is expanding, that's not a moment that we want to have the percentage of the American population that understands anything about the military contracting. And yet we've seen those two trends going in parallel. And I do worry about one of the issues that does worry me is precisely, where do we get the smart people asking smart questions and raising hard questions about the military when we have that combination of reverence and cluelessness in the general population?
So one point I'd like to make before taking one last question about on the wounded piece. I remember being in Afghanistan and having an officer explain to me, one of the reasons they do these IEDs where it's a pressure plate that takes 6 people to walk over it, and then it just takes one limb off of one person, is that they know that person is going to go back into the community, be hard to care for, and be a message to that whole community of this is what we did to your soldier. So how sad it would be if we as a nation allow that to win by it keeping people from signing up because of what might happen to them. Sir.
Midshipman Calvin Stever from the United States Naval Academy. My question is exactly on that point of that kind of the myth about the military and how, you know, the exceptionalism at the service academies, we call ourselves the best and brightest, which is really presumptuous to assume that we're better and brighter than the other universities out there in the United States. But how do you take away or present a more realistic picture without degrading people's pride and joy of the services?
So many Navy jokes, I'll pass up. Yeah, it's tough, and we do want pride and service, and I think what's lost is this collective engagement in the idea of citizenship, and it gets to, you know, what is the problem we're trying to address. And unfortunately, we're trying to address this problem of a loss of a sense of citizenship across America by putting it on the military. And every discussion about citizenship goes to mass service and back to the draft, and that was the thing that got it. I'm not sure it will, and I'm not sure that that's the silver bullet, but clearly it's an issue, and I don't know how we address it. But I would say, and you know, to keeping to some of the other questions on accountability, it's tough because it does tie to the midshipman's question. Do we care enough about Afghanistan to admit where we've fallen short and to ask hard questions? I don't think we're there yet. The only area where we're even close to the military being held accountable when we ask hard questions is the issue that has failed decade after decade on, and that is sexual assault and sexual harassment. And we're still not there yet. We're still failing. We're still reluctant to fix. And so I think it'll be interesting to watch that dynamic, and when finally do you have to stop trusting the generals who are giving you the same press release year after year after year after year. I don't know.
I think part of the antidote, and you know, believe me, I teach at Georgetown Law Center, and we tell our students that they're the best and the brightest too, and I'm certain that I'm certain Jason tells his Columbia students that they are the best and the brightest, and that's okay, right? I mean, it's fine for everybody to go rah rah, we're pretty awesome. And you are, right? You're all awesome. But I think, and you get gold star, right? But no, I actually do think that the antidote is for all of us, civilian and military alike, to remember that there are many forms of service that are absolutely vital to this country. Military service is one of them. It's incredibly important. And military personnel do bear particular sacrifices, not so much that they take risks. Lots of people take risks. You know, loggers take risks and fishermen take risks. But because you say, I'll take risks and I know I can't change my mind. You know, that's the responsibility that the rest of the nation has for service members, is that, you know, you're literally entrusting us with your lives. You can't quit on a moment's notice if you decide you don't like it anymore. But that being said, the nation needs teachers, the nation needs doctors, the nation needs people who build roads, the nation needs all kinds of people, you know, and I think that reminding ourselves, both within our civilian institutions and our military institutions, all the time, that it takes a whole lot of different kinds of service to keep a nation together and to make a nation a nation. You know, and that most of you at the Naval Academy will not end up spending the rest of your career in the military. Some of you will. Some of you will become the members of the Joint Staff of the future, but others of you will do 5 years and then you'll go do something else, and some of you will become teachers and doctors and so on. You know, and I think that sort of continuing to reinforce in all of our institutions that how incredibly important it is that we emphasize to all of our young people, service matters. It's not how you do it, it's that you do it. And there are a lot of ways, and we haven't really talked about national service, but I think, you know, it's been alluded to in some of the earlier discussions and questions. You know, I would actually love to see the U.S. have universal national service, including not just military, but a wide range of other activities, from sort of Peace Corps-like things to AmeriCorps kinds of activities. I think would be incredibly powerful, not only in addressing some of the specific issues we've talked about today, but also in terms of some of the more broader issues of political divisions in this country.
I just want to say, we ask you to kill justly and to possibly die in the process. And you're about the only job in the United States where we ask someone to do that, and that's extraordinary. So balancing that possible sacrifice and that job with everything else is something that the American public is still trying to understand and will, I think, every single generation. The question is, are we educating them? So I've warned you all that our last couple minutes are going to be spent in another lightning round of 2 minutes each. What's the solution? Major.
Thanks very much. It's been a great panel. So I'll try to hit a few things. One will come directly off the topic we just had. And I would say you should be extremely proud of your service, and you should recognize that, and I agree with everything Rosa said. But we have to be able to praise military service in a way that's not exclusive or in a way that puts other people down. And we have to talk about the value of service more generally. And I think when we talk about the 1%, or when we tell people like you that you're special because you signed up when others wouldn't, and those punks at Harvard can't do it, that's not helpful, because they're going to serve and do other great things, and we, as Rosa said, we need all those people. So I think that's the first point I'd say.
I could do without the hedge fund guys, though.
I think, two, we need to work harder to recruit in the hardest areas, and this is not just a military problem. This, as Rosa pointed out earlier as well, this requires resources and commitment. We need to try to make sure that we are representative of all of our society in sort of a more sustained way, in my view. Three, I think we need to get back to our norms of nonpartisanship. So we had this question about the Democrat-military gap earlier. One thing to remember is the military has always been conservative ideologically, but we have surveys dating back to the 60s and the 70s that showed as late as 1976, the military was a plurality nonpartisan, and only about 30% of this is the officer corps, only about 30% identified as Republicans, only about 10% identified as Democrats, and I guess it was actually the majority, about 60% didn't identify with the party at all. And I think going back to that idea that we serve the entire nation, regardless of party, regardless of whether they're rural or urban, regardless of whether they're educated, uneducated, wealthy, or poor, get back to that idea that we are servants of the nation and the republic as a whole, and to reinforce those norms, because I think they're wearing down over the last 10 or 15 years.
I'm going to go with universal national service as my solution. No, I actually think that whenever this issue comes up, people are way too quick to dismiss it. There's a sort of immediate, oh, well, yeah, that's not going to work, or, well, oh, yeah, that's too expensive. I don't think that's true. I don't think that we have been serious, and this, I think, was something that we had talked about spending more time on today, and we didn't, but I'd love to see a whole conference on that. I think there too, we're a little too quick to just go, oh, not possible, and we're just not being imaginative enough. I think that there are viable ways to fund a really expansive national service scheme and view it as a massive investment, both in infrastructure, education, et cetera, but also in rebuilding a sense of America and a sense of common identity. And I do think that was the one good thing from that World War II era was the role of military service in forging a much greater sense of common identity. I think we can overstate that, right? We still had plenty of issues, but at least in really helping to create a sense of there's an America, whether you're from the South or from the North, whether you're black or white, et cetera, and we certainly need something like that today. The other slightly sort of smaller point I would make is that, going back to Reese's question, well, what can the services do without Congress, even if you assume Congress won't do anything, that there are all kinds of ways that the services could experiment more with temporary commissions, with lateral transfer possibilities for people to increase movement in and out of the military world and the civilian population. We've done it in the past, particularly during wartime. No inherent reason we can't do it again. Similarly, to expand opportunities such as fellowship programs and programs that fund people to go to civilian institutions for education and go back. I think all of those things are, they're smaller scale, but they all play a really important role in trying to ensure that sort of fluidity and common knowledge between military personnel and civilians.
Oof. Yeah, boil the ocean is what we're being asked to do here. Because I think it comes down to this conception of citizenship. The military has like a 76% approval rating, which is just ridiculous. A good third of that is just complete ignorance, and sure, they've got it. You know, Bradley Cooper looked great in that movie, whatever. And so, you know, and it's actually unhealthy because, again, it has not allowed us to dig into what structurally is the military doing? How is it manning itself? How is it choosing to recruit and retain people that are not an issue right now, but are going to become an issue? And we do have a system, you know, where this cohort effect and the way the military runs is very much a 1950s era industrial scale personnel system that makes very little sense, not only for today's wars, but makes very little sense for the way we're likely going to be fighting 10 to 15 years down the road. The inability to pick talent, the imposition of a lowest common denominator system that ensures we're all interchangeable widgets because we're fighting the Russians in the Fulda Gap in big numbers. That's the system we still have. And this lack of public engagement to ask military leaders, this is what you say you're doing, but this is the system. And for me, the most preposterous, you know, we're not in a personnel discussion, but the one indicator of the difference between the American public and the American military is the American public has been allowed to be an unexamined bureaucracy and operate as one, unaccountable to the people it serves. If you were to go and pull out the evaluation reports of every battle space owner in Afghanistan over the last 10 years, just pick one district, pick one province, and lay those OERs side by side, and I guarantee you that they all got A+ marks, and that all their evaluation reports tell a never-ending tale of success. That's what a bureaucracy does. It has its own measures and outcomes, tells itself it's winning, despite evidence to the contrary. And it's allowed to do so only when there is no external scrutiny. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with, one, the inflated indifference, or the indifference we have that allows for this inflated sense of efficiency and proficiency. And some of that boils down to, again, the bigger question of how do we convince citizens that you not only have a role, you have an obligation to be asking what the military is doing with your sons and daughters.
Well, I'm going to pretty much agree with a lot of what's been said already. I think especially on a couple of the points that Jason's made over the course of this, that I think, you know, when I started out, I talked about the expectations that the American public has for our military, including, you know, a reputation for selfless service, unimpeachable integrity, and of course, the expertise in our specific services. The challenge, part of the challenge has been that I don't think people question our selfless service or necessarily the expertise, but sometimes the integrity piece is the piece that I think will really challenge us. And I think when he talked about the sexual assault, I think that is really indicative of where we really have challenges, being very transparent, owning up to what the problem really is. And quite frankly, I think that the American people want to know that we know what the problem is, and then that we have some solutions for it, which is, quite frankly, in many ways, the way the military is really good when they're facing certain problem sets, is that they can distill a problem, and then they can put forward courses of action and make decisions and go forward. But on some of these challenging issues like sexual assault, I think we haven't done as well as we could have done in terms of owning up to what is the real extent of this problem, and then what are, no kidding, some real solutions. And quite frankly, I think we face some of the same challenges society faces when we talk about sexual assault, in both understanding what it really is and then actually having some solutions. And just, you know, what I found is even when you do have some solutions, not everyone wants to admit the extent of the problem. And I say this very often to senior leaders. I don't really believe we believe the problem is what we say it is. Otherwise, our actions would be different. Our investments would be different. Where you put your money, where you put your resources, where you put your time, that's what matters. So I think if our nation wants to continue to sustain a military that reflects what they want it to reflect, then you've got to put the time in. And that means the military has to do certain things too. So I think on both sides, we should be looking for structural solutions.
So to sum up, one of the overarching themes is the American public needs to be taught both how the military is incredible and fallible, what it's doing to stay accountable, and how they can be part of the mission. On that note, I'm going to release you all for some coffee before coming back for Admiral Mullen. Thank you very much.
Iran's potential nuclear capability is the focus of international concern, but its conventional missile arsenal poses another critical threat. Tehran appears to have a clear objective: development of nuclear weapons on one front and short and long-range missiles on the other, to create a powerful regional deterrent and the ability to pressure and intimidate its neighbors. The potential for a nuclear-armed Iran worries leaders from Jerusalem to Washington, Riyadh, and beyond. The fear is that Iran could couple nuclear weapons to its long-range missiles. Iran began to develop its missile arsenal in the 1980s. It drew on designs from Russia, China, and North Korea, and it now has the largest deployed rocket and missile force in the Middle East. Approximately 1,000 rockets and missiles, with ranges from 90 to 1,200 miles. The arsenal includes the Shahab-3, which can reach any target in Israel. It can carry a payload of up to 2,200 pounds, and it's accurate enough to hit city-sized targets. Iran claims to have deployed nearly 100 of them. The Saji-2 is Tehran's newest missile, with a range of more than 1,200 miles. A solid fuel system powers it. Iran claims that anti-radar material makes it stealthy and hard to detect. It may have better accuracy and quicker launch capabilities than the Shahab-3. These are only two examples from an arsenal of at least 1,000 short and long-range missiles and rockets. This force allows Iran to compensate for a lack of conventional air power. Iran can also strike large area targets, potentially attacking the cities of its Gulf neighbors in Israel. At the same time, the effectiveness of Iran's arsenal is limited because the missiles aren't accurate enough to hit key military and infrastructure targets. Still, Iran may be able to make this threat far more serious. Development of a terminal guidance system to make its missiles far more accurate, or of nuclear warheads, would change the equation, the balance of power in the Gulf, and prompt a response from the United States, Israel, and Iran's Arab neighbors. Negotiations are underway for Iran to stop work on its nuclear program. But even if they succeed, the missiles remain and complement Iran's ability to use its asymmetric forces to threaten the flow of world oil exports. The missiles, the nuclear program, its asymmetric capabilities all contribute to Iran's ability to pursue its larger geopolitical objectives in the region.
I believe in strong alliances, clarity in dealing with our rivals.
What is the very last
and I take the oil.
Populism, border walls, retrenchment, and protectionism. While foreign policy is often overshadowed by economic concerns, contrasting visions of America's role in the world have played a major part in the recent election cycle. This contentious campaign season saw some of the basic tenets of U.S. foreign policy since the end of World War II called into question. Does this heightened acrimony over key aspects of U.S. international engagement reflect trends toward isolationism? It may seem unprecedented, but it is in fact not new. Today's controversies are continuations of debates that have lasted for decades. While support for the nation playing an active part in global affairs has remained strong since 1947, public opinion on key components of U.S. international engagement, such as defense spending, has waxed and waned over the last 70 years in response to economic trends, military interventions, and domestic priorities. In the first decades of the Cold War, America was committed to international engagement as a part of its strategy of containment against the existential threat presented by the Soviet Union. The U.S. experience in Vietnam, however, created an aversion to overseas military engagements that lasted from the late 1960s through the 70s. During the 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union led the U.S. public and policymakers to again question defense spending levels, foreign aid, and forward military presence. Many thought the limited interventions of Desert Storm in Kosovo would serve as models for future military operations. Then came September 11, 2001. Our response to the events of that day have largely defined contemporary American foreign policy since. First came the long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Their unsatisfactory outcomes left much of the public and policymaking elites disillusioned with large-scale military engagements. The result of that disillusionment has been an increasing reliance on small footprint forces for a variety of contingency operations, including in the global war on terror. At home, the most severe recession since the Great Depression exacerbated America's growing reservations about global engagement. As the economy recovered at an anemic pace, income inequality ballooned. Fewer were able to reap the benefits of our globalized economy. Opposition to free trade and large-scale immigration grew. Now, 8 years after the recession, and the more than 15 after 9/11, views on the desirability of America's international engagement strategy are fractured. For the first time ever in 2009, and again in 2013, most Americans responded that the U.S. should mind its own business internationally and let other countries get along the best they can on their own. This comes at the same time that more people are concerned about major domestic terror attacks than in 2002, just months after 9/11. Do these polls reflect temporary reactions to the state of public affairs? Or is there a genuine trend toward retrenchment in the American public? Democrats and Republicans now disagree on the benefits of free trade, alliances, and multilateral approaches. Divergences in threat perceptions and approaches to international engagement have also grown between the American public and policymakers. As history shows, this is not a new debate in American politics. Yet, as distance from World War II and the Cold War grows, the rationale for a U.S. foreign policy of engagement may be growing less clear to younger generations. If the new administration decides that sustaining a strategy premised on deep international engagement is best suited for the advancement of American interests, it will have to do a better job of communicating the rationale for those policies to create a foreign policy the American public can get behind. If, on the other hand, the new administration seeks to chart a new course for American foreign policy, it will have to find avenues of consensus among an increasingly fractured public.
Food and the way we eat has always been changing. From how it's grown, sourced, prepared, to the consequences on health and the ethics of what we eat. In the 20th century alone, we saw food in many different ways, and today there are many new trends shaping what and how we eat.
6 billion, 7,
5 planets.
The age of electronics. Big data isn't
self-regenerating growth.
Subject to arrest.
The 113th Congress.
Food of the future will involve 3 major drivers: availability, access, and stability. Are current food production and efficiency gains sustainable? With more people, there needs to be more food. Growth of this order requires more arable land and better farming. Most importantly, it requires significantly more water. The effects of global climate change will further exacerbate today's
Slightly behind, and I don't want to hold people too late. This is a civil-military relations marathon. I realize that we've done today, but as in all marathons, there is a reward at the end. And in this case, it's our pleasure to have former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen. I'm just going to do a brief introduction. Admiral Mullen will have some remarks, and then we'll do some back and forth and come into the audience for some discussion. As many of you will know, Admiral Mullen is the 17th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He served in that position for 4 years. For those of you who hung with us all day, you may remember from that video montage we did many of those items and issues that came up. Admiral Mullen was present for, whether it was as CNO or later as chairman, serving for both Presidents Bush and Barack Obama. He is a 1968 graduate of the Naval Academy. I have to imagine that was an interesting time to come out of the Naval Academy for civil-military relations. And since retiring from the Navy, Admiral Mullen has joined the boards of General Motors, Sprint, and the Bloomberg Family Foundation. He also teaches at Princeton's Woodrow Wilson School and has maintained a strong and important presence and profile on issues of civil-military relations. So without further ado, if you can join me in a round of applause for Admiral Mullen.
And sometimes this just happens when you handle your own schedule. I ended up this morning at Pete Peterson's annual conference on the debt, which I think is a huge problem for us. I just sat with Michelle Flournoy for an hour at a CARE conference. Sam Nunn's daughter, Michelle Nunn, runs CARE for the last couple of years. And to say they're concerned about the 30% cut in the State Department budget and USAID, et cetera, is an understatement. And the whole idea of that discussion was the interaction of the relationship of state, AID, and all those programs to national security. And then I agreed to do this without looking at my calendar. A couple months ago, Kath asked me to do this, and this is this is very near and dear to my heart, this whole issue, and I've looked at least who was discussing it. I saw him earlier. Sam Neill is here. Sam used to work for me and is probably as knowledgeable in this area as anybody that I know. And I'll just talk a little bit about my own views of this and where it is. I'm not sure I can actually put a stake in the ground to where it was when I became more senior. But it wasn't anything I paid a lot of attention to when I was young. So to see midshipmen here and actually War College students is encouraging, because we don't spend, at least throughout my career, we didn't spend a lot of time on it. From my perspective, it was a given, and in that regard, I didn't have any big problems with it. And Kath said, yes, the 60s were certainly a challenging time to be commissioned. That said, I wasn't paying a lot of attention to civ-mil relations at the time. I was trying to find the bow of my ship and my rack and my watch station and get qualified on the gun line off Vietnam. And the only reason I talk a little bit about that is because people are very anxious about what's going on right now in this country, in the world, et cetera. And part of my perspective is we got through that. Those were really, I'm a 60s kid, 50s, 60s, 70s. Those were really tough times. We got through it as a country. We'll get through this. It won't be easy. It's going to be messy. It is right now. But we are going to get through this, I think. And in the long run, we'll be better for it. When I think about civ-mil, a couple things immediately come to mind. Seminal, in my mind anyway, in recent years. When I was the CNO, which was 05, 06, I'd just come back from a trip with 14 of my counterparts from Argentina. And while I was gone, Time magazine came out with a 2-star general by the name of Baptiste on the cover, and it was The Revolt of the Generals. I'm not sure that was it. I'm not sure that was the title, but essentially that was it. And he and 2 other generals had walked away loudly in disagreement and publicly with the Iraq War. And a reporter stuck a microphone in my face and said, well, what do you think about that? And my reaction was, I just came from a couple countries, Argentina and Chile, in fact, that used to be run by the military and where civ-mil didn't exist. And it wasn't in 1770 or 1870, it was in 1970. And I can tell you, my counterpart in Argentina had just signed a document with Human Rights Organization International accounting for, in accountable fashion, for what the military did in the 70s, which you may have read about, which was drop Argentinian citizens out of their airplanes, P-3 pilots actually, in this case. So the issue was pretty live for me when I got that thrust in that microphone put in my face. That said, it was pretty easy for me to say we as a country exist in a democratic institution or democracy, and civ mil control is absolutely sacred. And I couldn't disagree with Baptiste, and I can't remember who the other two were, more. Our job in the military is to serve at the pleasure, and if we disagree, and we should think about that before we take a job, by the way. Most of us don't. We find ourselves, on a cliff, all of a sudden, moral cliff, integrity cliff, illegal cliff, if you will, and you have to make what's almost an instantaneous decision, and I'll come back to that for the couple jobs that I had. But from my perspective, if we disagree with our boss in that regard, then our only option, from my perspective, is to put your letter in and you walk silently. You don't splash it on the front page. It is the resignation that is the disagreement. It is the resignation that is the voice in a situation like that. So this is 05, pretty tough time, 05, 06 for all of us that were involved in what was a very, very difficult war. I'd only say that I heard Ryan Crocker, and some of you mids may have been there last year, Ryan Crocker, who's multiple-time ambassador to many Middle East countries, who gave a speech to the brigade of midshipmen, and basically Ryan was called in by Bush 43, what do you think about going into Iraq? He said no, and I didn't know that until I heard him say this. And then overnight, the president makes a decision, and Ryan's the first one in Iraq trying to make it work. That's our job, foreign service, intelligence, government servant, etc. That's who and the military is certainly a big part of that. To the degree that we start to erode that over time, and some might argue that we have, or it has eroded, we, back to Argentina and Chile, and they're not the only two countries, we start to very badly politicize the United States military. And to the degree that we are politicized or allow ourselves to be politicized or become political, we are undoing the very organization that we love and serve and would and willingly give our life for those that we serve with and for our country. So that was sort of an initial point for me, and then back to thinking this through, I had no idea I was going to become the chairman, and I won't walk you through that, but I had an opportunity both before I became the CNO and particularly when I was chairman to think through what are my limits here. How am I going to, what's the space, and then how am I going to look at what will be a very, very tough situation, I'm sure, that I'll have to deal with, and what are the criteria from which I will then walk and say, I'm not going to be able to do that, or I'm not going to be able to carry out that order. I don't believe in that to the point that I'll resign. So I'd done that calculus before I ever took over as chairman. What I didn't know and didn't understand, and I would argue if you haven't been in this job, you don't either, is the world that I walked into. I get asked by a lot of people, young people, what was it like to be the chairman? Well, it's great. Middle-class kid from Southern California can rise up through the ranks and become the top military officer in the country. It's a great country, isn't it? Yes. Every time you walk in the White House, which is a lot, it turns out, I didn't know that, every time you do that, the hair on the back of your neck ought to go up, and it does. And when it stops going up, you need to say, this is enough, okay? This is pretty special. That said, for a military officer, you're walking into a strange land. This is a place where it's politics 24/7, 365. It's what they do. It's not what the Obama administration did or the Bush administration. It's what they've done forever. And you are the lone person in the room, if you will, representing the military on obviously major national security issues. And you find out you're pretty lonely pretty quickly. And there's no There's no, go do this job for a couple of years. We'll train you on what this is going to be like. Doesn't exist. And I tell young people, you want to get ready for for the future and to be able to lead, take the hardest jobs you can take, because those are the crucibles. That's where you learn. And you may fail in one or two of them, or certainly fail at times. That's okay, because we're human. But at the same time, that's how you would get ready for a job like that. We can teach this, and you've had, at least from my perspective, and there are others, Peter Feaver and Elliot Cohen, both who have given this issue an extraordinary amount of thought. I never thought about it until I was in it. I didn't have time. I now teach at Princeton. I've been doing that for 4 years. I'm reading stuff because I have time to read it, and because I'm also teaching it, that I wish I'd read 10 years ago. None of these jobs provide you an opportunity to just go to the shore, sit down, read a book over the weekend, and kind of relax. You are nonstop. So the question is, how do you get ready, given there are very clear limits in that regard? And then how do you translate that back to the military and the 4-stars, by the way? I had a lot of them that work for me who are not in my job and who don't get to see what I've seen. That's a real challenge. You do it by example. And I'll give you one specific example, and then we can kind of open it up. I was there, obviously, for the Bush-Obama transition. I knew when I took over as CNO in 2005, I would go through a transition. CNO is normally a 4-year job. So I had actually put a fair amount of thought into how I was going to transition as the head of the Navy for a new president. Obviously, I changed jobs. That was not on my preference card. I didn't ask for it. It was a complete shock, quite frankly, when Bob Gates said the president wanted me to take the job. And there's a lesson there as well. You're around town a fair amount of time, your antenna's up, you think you know what's going on. I had no idea that PACE wasn't confirmable. Basically, that's what happened. And so Bob Gates asked me, or the president asked me to do that job. The idea that, you know, so I had actually, as soon as I started as chairman, you know, we're going to have a new president, whoever that's going to be. I start working on transition right away. And so we go through transition, and transitions are always difficult. We're in a difficult one now. I would encourage people not to be too judgmental at this point, because it takes any president the better part of a year to get his team in place and to get people and kind of get going. This one is incredibly visible. I understand all that, and challenging for lots of reasons. But the transitions are very normal. So we go through right away. President Obama comes in, and President Bush made a decision which I thought was a heroic decision. He could have added 10,000 troops in Afghanistan in December. That's kind of when that was the first, a major decision that we teed up for him. He says, got a new president coming in, we'll let him make that. And he did that across the board in the things that I thought, because that decision was going to be very impactful on whoever the new president was going to be. So that was the first decision, and the first decision that President, we rushed at him with that, because we're driven by the fighting season in the spring. It takes a while to move people. I found that out, particularly ground forces. So we go in for 10,000, and President Obama says yes, and then he starts the review. Well, of course, this was learning for me. When you agree to send 10,000 forward with the Army, it's really 17,000, because you've got 7,000 that are in support of those 2+ brigades. So you go back and you sort that out with a new president, and then we review it, and over the course of that year, through December really, we go through this Afghanistan-Pakistan review. Enormously difficult, painful, meeting after meeting after meeting. And a new president, it's a big decision, and I don't begrudge him this at all, because this was a huge decision. We're 60–70% of the way through that, and the story, and Woodward gets McChrystal's assessment, and it splashes on the front page of the Washington Post. And immediately, and so part of this is tendencies, okay? My overall view, is the press here, by the way? Is this all on the record?
It's all on the record.
Okay.
They're here virtually, if not in reality. We are streaming.
My overall view is that from the military, now this is the military side, I think Republicans have a tendency to trust us too much, and Democrats have a tendency to trust us too little. So that's sort of where you start. And that's where we were starting with the Obama administration. That's not critical. That was, I think, a realistic position. And then that splashes, and the numbers are big, and of course, right away, we're basically boxing in the President of the United States. And that was our plan. Fact was, we did box the President of the United States. We started to take away decision space from the President, which was exactly what I didn't want to do. And as we worked our way through, because it just went, needless to say, it was political immediately. And then with that, what happened was, and I came back and I told the rest of the Joint Chiefs this, I said, no matter what happens from now on with President Obama, he is going to be scarred by this, and we are going to be fighting our way through this for the rest of the time he's president. And in fact, I would argue that's true. So despite the strategic intent, and believe me, when you get a new president, those of us in the military, you know this, we just kick over, this is our president, and this is what we're going to do. And we ended up in exactly the wrong place for a lot of reasons that I won't go into. And it had a huge impact on a brand new president who didn't have the experience, didn't have the military background, and he's in the middle of 2 wars, by the way, one of whom he campaigned on ending, and the other one, which was at one point, when he was campaigning, the good war. There isn't such a thing, by the way, but relatively speaking, that's how he saw it and campaigned. And then obviously we've struggled mightily even since that time to figure out Afghanistan. And then I'll just come to one other thing, and it's the politicization piece. Those of you that know me or know of me, I was hard on retired generals and admirals that got on TV and spoke against the policy. Not because they didn't have the right to do it, not because they weren't civilians, but one of the things that's just a fact is too often the American people that are looking at you on CNN or wherever it is, they don't correlate the fact that you're retired. What they do correlate with is Lieutenant Colonel Umpty Squad, and you're an automatic expert in whatever you're talking about, or Admiral whomever you are. And in that regard, there's over time, you can very badly, I think, undermine the organization that you serve. And you do that because you now take very strong policy views that are immediately politicized for one side or the other. So I railed against that when I was chairman. I didn't understand how far out of the barn that horse was. But I mean, it was a long way out, and I got to the point where Anne Rondeau was running NDU. I said, I got to go to the majors and lieutenant commanders. I mean, the senior people are, not listening to me, and this is a slippery slope we got on, and Bill Crow, who I love dearly, but when Bill Crow came out and endorsed President Clinton, or then candidate Clinton for president, that was the okay flag. That's not okay. Every right to do it, all of that, because it really put us on a path that we continue on. And I don't have solutions for how to get back in the box, except I hope our young people can pick up on this and recognize how serious it is. And then for years, I've seen, rows of admirals and generals at Democratic or Republican convention, whatever it is. And I think, if that isn't political, I don't know what is. And that message gets sent back to the military or to the American people about the military as well. And I was completely appalled at what Mike Flynn and John Allen, I know them both well, they both work for me, I've known them a long time, what they did at the Democratic convention. And I think they hurt the military very badly when they did that. They do that because they feel so strongly about what they're speaking to. But it's my view, not theirs, it's my view they badly undermine the institutions that they love so much. So there's a lot there that's sort of a stream of consciousness, and I'm happy to discuss.
I welcome the stream of consciousness. There is a lot there. I actually want to
well, I was going one direction until the very end. I'm going to stick with the direction I was going. We may come back to the very last thing you said. But let's go back to the Afghanistan example, but then just broaden it. What do you find has been most successful to you personally, and then in what you've observed in building that trust at the senior level in terms of the relationship with civilian leaders? And what do you think breaks it? What have you seen sort of be a cringeworthy thing you see over and over on either side?
It just takes time. I mean, it really does take time, and you can't, I'm not saying you can't accelerate that. You've got a brand new administration, you know, it's hope and change. The country was ready in this case. And I think this is always the case. You've got a new administration with a big agenda, and they want to go fast. And so the relationships, and Bob Gates, who was, you know, bless his heart, stayed and made our transition, despite our preparation, made our transition much easier because he stayed for President Obama. You have to cement the relationship, and that's tough. And you don't know. I mean, I didn't know. I'd met President Obama when he was a senator a couple times. He called me out about a week after he got elected, and I went out there basically alone to just talk about issues for 3 hours. I think you have to really work the relationships. That's one. And what undoes it probably most rapidly is, and it's what happened to me in that regard, what undoes it is when you just absolutely crush a political requirement that they have, even if you're not thinking that way. I mean, I certainly wasn't thinking about the political requirements aspect of Afghanistan at the time. I wasn't unaware that there were politics involved, but we were working pretty hard to not put him in that position, and when you do that, then it becomes, and it's not, obviously it depends on the president too and how he sees it, but the staff just, you know, and the immediate group around him sort of start building that wall. And then it becomes very tough to establish the relationship, which is absolutely critical.
You have been very outspoken in a good way on resources, and that is something we talked about early in the day, but honestly didn't come up much in the panels. And I'm wondering if you think the issue of sequestration, unpredictability, budget, whatever you want to call it, perception of increasing threat but without the budget to support it, if those dynamics are an important part of the context in which we are seeing civil-military relations currently evolve, or is that a little bit of a red herring, something to be, if you will, to be blamed, and we know our dynamic of civil-military relations ought to be strong enough to withstand sort of the political polarization and inability to come to a budget deal?
I'd say I'd be in the latter camp rather than the former camp. It hasn't, I mean, not that sequestration hasn't been going on for a while, and clearly, you know, I describe sequestration as you know, the very likely outcome of the political polarization that exists in this town, where the extremists from both parties meet on the other side of the world and make a deal. And one group doesn't want to spend any more defense, and another group doesn't want to spend any more money, period, and they make a deal. And so we go into this sequestration, which devastates our services. I mean, we're pretty good, a lot of you know this, we're pretty good at actually planning 2, 3, 4 years out. And when you're existing on CRs since 2012, and you can't plan ahead more than a year, and that doesn't change because of the politics, quite frankly, because those that are in the political jobs can't figure out a way to stand up and make hard decisions with respect to this, then you get something like this. And yes, it saved a lot of money, but it devastated our readiness side. So the money that the Trump administration put in this, I think it's called the skinny budget, was needed money on the readiness side. The money that's there for this budget on the readiness side from all, and I don't have a ton of context, but certainly the ones I've talked to, that it really did have a huge readiness impact. We do need to fix that in the near term. But one of the things that doesn't get talked about much in that I'm really worried about is after war, even though we're still basically fighting, I think I saw this morning, we're in 5 countries overseas, by the way, so the wars really aren't over, although politically I understand it's convenient that they are over. We still got a lot of young men and women who are in harm's way, and we need to pay a lot of attention to that. But we do have a tendency after war, a couple of things happen. One is we have a tendency to isolate as a country, and I think you certainly have seen some of that. These have been long, drawn out, unexpected wars. But the world isn't going to let us isolate. This isn't 47 or, or 77 or 97 because of what's going on out there. So I think we just have to be very smart and careful about how we come back. Secondly, and this goes to the sequestration and the readiness issue, typically after a war, our best young people, a lot of our best young people leave. You know, we have huge JO retention issues. We have huge mid-level E5, E6 retention issues. That hasn't happened, at least I haven't either read about it, and the contacts that I do have haven't spoken to me about that. So I worry about that, but I can tell you, you take a young JO that wants to fly a jet and you stick him out in that hangar and say, I don't have the money to maintain it, that young JO isn't sticking around very long. And I could do that for each service, officer enlisted sort of across the board. That's not what they came in for. I was at another conference, I mentioned the fiscal conference, the debt conference this morning. I think the Pentagon's got about the right amount of money. I think like it or not, and there are people that don't like it, you know, that article or that not survey, but the study that came out last fall, that $125 billion that you can get at systematically is there. It's $25 billion a year, and you can actually go get that, but that takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of work from the leadership perspective. You can't just turn this over. Bob Gates at one point said, when the Obama administration came in, he says, oh, okay, I really want to get involved in the budget. I said, really? You want to do that? Because you're going to have a budget amendment in the spring after a new president comes in. I said, if you're going to do this, and when you have to do this, and you have to roll up your sleeves, and it's tough, arcane stuff for those of us that grew up in it. And so to do that, you know, to get at the $25 billion a year, you know, Jim Mattis is going to have to roll up his sleeve and say, this is what I'm going to do. And I think I had, when I was in 6 years, 2 as CNO, as a member of the Joint Chiefs, and 4 as chairman. I had 1 budget meeting in the White House, by the way. White House does policy. Now, budgets create policy options or take them away, but you want to know where budgets get put together? It's Mick Mulvaney. He's the guy that puts the budget together for the president and his predecessors in other administrations. So fixing that, and there's an agency in Washington that can't get leaner and be smarter about how they spend money, but leaders really have to focus on that. I think, you know, I don't think we can reduce the budget a whole lot more. We're famous in this town, at the Pentagon, we're famous in this town for adding requirements, whether they are on programs, stuff that we're buying, or on places that we're operating. And we don't actively take anything or very much off the table. Leaders have to start saying, okay, I'll go do this, but what do you want me to stop doing that's okay? And then that gets into what we haven't had for decades, which is what's our national strategy? What are we doing to foster prosperity and security in a changing world? And it is changing, and who's doing that? And you have a strategy, actually, you know, an execution of what you're doing, but that's not any way to do it because nobody knows how they fit in except doing what they're told to do. And we're sorely lacking for that, and we have been for a long time.
Well, this links to something that you've spoken about before. I'm going to read a quote that you gave in The Atlantic in January, February 2015, which is sort of about how the American people sacrifice, if you will, with respect to use of military forces. So the quote is, the next time we go to war, the American people should have to say yes. And that would mean that 500,000 people who weren't planning to do this would have to be involved in some way. They would have to be inconvenienced. That would bring America in. America hasn't been in these previous wars, and we are paying dearly for that. So is this part of the civil-military issue that we're facing, where we have, if you will, this warrior caste that's engaged and maybe a set of decision makers in Washington, but is it your sense that the American people, either because of tax policy or the way in which the military is resourced in terms of personnel, is not largely feeling the effects of what the military is experiencing?
Well, I think, and it's a great question, and I meant what I said back then, and I'll say it a little more pointedly in just a second, to try to get at solving or potentially helping solve another problem. I was in the military in the 60s, and so I was there when we had a draft. And it was, and if I would compare the military I saw for those several years 10 years or so to where we are right now, there's just no comparison. It is we have now the most exquisite, professional, exceptional force we've ever had. Actually, they give me hope for the future, the young people that I've served with in recent years. That said, it is drifting away slowly from the American people. The American people are not connected to this. It's the 1% piece, or less than 1%, as it turns out. We come from fewer and fewer places. We have, from a budget standpoint, bracked our way out of places all over the country. We almost don't exist in the Northeast anymore as a military. So we're not coaching Little League teams. We're not going to church. We're not in the schools. The American people don't know us except as we are depicted by the press, as it may or may not interest them. I've actually said for years, we almost are becoming our own version of the French Foreign Legion, which is go off, we'll pay you well, and the compensation package these days is much better than it was in the 90s, for those of you that have been around for a while. Congress and administrations from both the Democrat and Republican side have seen to that. We'll pay you very well, go off and fight our dirty little wars and let us get on with our lives. That's not America. That is a formula, quite frankly, for the undoing of us in the long term. And I believe strongly we need to fix that. I don't know what the fix is. I want to have, and one of the ways I describe it right now is, and this is not to get at the Pentagon budget issue, but it does. I don't want to have a big enough army, and this is what happens when you grow the budget like this, is all the services, what do? First of all, they're all hunkered down right now, in their bunkers, protecting their money, and they're trying to get other people's money, we call it, the other services money.
It's probably worth people knowing you used to do the
money
for
I used
the
to do that. I did. I grew up in money. I didn't grow up in policy
yeah.
until I was, more senior, but really policy full time when I was
of what you
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was how I was trained. It was literally how I was trained. So you try to expand your resource base so you can buy more of, get bigger than whatever you are right now, generally speaking. Strategically, I think we need to have a big enough army, and I don't agree with Bob Gates on this, and I agree with Bob on most things, but Bob famously said at one point in time, an ex-president or a follow-on president or SecDef would be crazy to put 100,000 people somewhere in the future. And I get that. I understand why he said that, and it seems unlikely. But the empirical data is we've been 0 for 1,000 predicting where we'd go and what we'd need when we get there. Since 1983, we have not predicted it. So I don't want to just take that off the table. We need to be able to have a force that can do that. And these wars, despite the fact that we'd like them to end quickly, they seemingly don't in this era. So we need to plan on a longer war than 3 months or 3 years, just based on the empirical data that we're living with right now. So I don't have I want to be able to put 100,000, whatever the right number is, somewhere. But if I have an army of 350,000 or so, and that's not the number, that's a number, I can put 100,000 somewhere. What I can't do is I can't sustain them. And so in order to do that, I'm going to have to call up 500,000 kids, and I'm going to have to draft them, temporarily draft them, whatever the right answer is, so that I can sustain them. Now, I'm smart. I learned a lot about ground combat. I learned a lot about the Army. I learned a lot about the Guard and the Reserve, particularly on the Army side. And I recognize that I'm not going to be as ready as I'd like to be if I got to go draft 500,000 kids. And I'm going to have to use the Guard and Reserve. And there's a whole history there as well that I wish were a lot better than it was. But I'm going to have to call them up to sustain the bridge in order to relieve that 100,000 until I can get the 500,000 kids in, train them, and have them start the rotation if we're going to do this for a long period of time. Now, my Army buddies would kill me for this because they don't want to come down 100,000. They want to go up 100,000. And I just don't think. Now, that's an answer. I haven't figured out how to get the American people involved, but I guarantee you, if we made a decision nationally that we're going to call up 500,000 kids. Now you're talking in every house with an eligible 18-year-old in the country. Now you're having the fulsome, wholesome, rigorous, raging debate you need to have, from my perspective, about going to war. It's that serious of a decision. And I don't want to say the American people have not been in this at all, because the American people have written the check, by the way, which has been, depending on who you believe, $3, $4, $5 trillion. That's all treasure that's coming out of, that we could be investing somewhere else. But it's that detachment which has come after a long, long time, and in developing this extraordinary force of young men and women that we have right now.
So I want to turn to, you talked a little bit about the current transition, and one of the features of the new administration, I think many would say, and we talked about quite a bit on the panels today, is the fact that there are a number of senior, recently retired military officers. You have one active duty senior military officer, General McMaster, serving as National Security Advisor, the third such active duty National Security Advisor. Should we have any concerns, and if so, what are they, and what will we do to ameliorate those concerns?
I talked about what I learned as chairman, and I would argue that anybody that's been in that chairman's job, save Colin Powell, had no experience going in, just like I did. You're sort of learning as you go. There isn't any training ground, because Colin had been the National Security Advisor as a 3-star, active duty 3-star, for Bush 41. He clearly did. Secretary Mattis, General McMaster, Secretary Kelly are all going through their own learning phase right now. Even though you've been around it, you've certainly been in discussions, but now you're sort of in the line of fire, if you will, on a regular basis. And I have tremendous confidence in those 3 individuals. I've known them all actually for a significant period of time. What I am a little bit anxious about is that we're not a country where we have staffed our civilian leadership with military leaders. I mean, we have historically, but it's been a long time. I mean, one of the things, Mattis goes through this confirmation process. There's a requirement to change the law, for waiver. And the last one that served in that job, or that needed that waiver, was Secretary Marshall, was George Marshall. And my response to that, there's a reason that thing hasn't been used in, lo these many years. So it's a little bit concerning, and it is at the same time, when I talk to I talk to a lot of people around the country, the American people are really reassured right now by Mattis and Kelly and McMaster and Tillerson's presence with the administration. So I think it tugs, in that regard, it tugs both ways. For, again, another president that doesn't have a military background, obviously has faced, you don't have a lot of time to study all these things because they start coming at you. So in that regard, my druthers would be no, but that's not me. He is our president, and he can pick who he wants to, and they volunteered to go do this. And I got a lot of faith in them. That said, it's a straight up hill figuring out the politics, the political environment in which they are working as it relates to the national security issues.
I'm going to turn it over to the audience, but I have one quick follow-up, which is, now imagine you are one of your successors, General Joe Dunford, and you have a lot of former Marines, for one thing, but you have a Secretary of Defense who's a former 4-star, you have a 3-star at the White House. What is the particular role that the chairman needs to assert, if you will, or maintain in this environment that would be distinct from what people who have an experienced military background but are not vested with that chairman role? What is it that he should make sure he maintains for himself, vice these other former military representatives?
Well, I'd go back to almost to where I started, that independence, first of all. Secondly, not unlike my time, Dunford's there at a time where they're in transition. Mm-hmm. So he's been there, a year and a half or so in the job, has his feet on the ground and is, pretty comfortable with all the issues. He's obviously got to establish relationships you know, with the new president and new administration. That said, he goes back with Secretary Mattis a long way. I actually am pretty comfortable that they can figure out, and John Kelly and HR, that they can figure out these relationships and that they understand where they are with respect to that. I'm not overly worried about, you know who SecDef is, and you know what SecDef does, and you know what you're supposed to do in support of SecDef and the president, and Joe will keep doing that. So I'm pretty comfortable with that.
Good. Okay, well, let's open this up to audience questions. I have one way in the back there. That's Kim, actually.
Admiral Mullen, Kim Dozier. You talked about how you thought that the two generals who spoke out at the two conventions shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But my question is, we've got these people, these flag officers that we as Americans, American taxpayers, have put years of investment in. They have all this wisdom, all this experience. With the American public's lack of trust in the political system, I, as an American, would like to see more flag officers be able to take part. So do you want them to be political monks for the rest of their lives? Are we supposed to lose their experience?
I have no problem with, no, we're not. And I have no problem with quiet advice to whomever, both sides, quite frankly, because there is a ton of wisdom there. But I do have a problem, and it's my belief, perception and belief, that as they become political without being politicians, and there's a difference there, as they do that, that they undermine, that there is a bigger risk associated with undermining the institution from which they came. And part of the problem with what happened in Iraq, and it turns out it goes back further than that, but with what happened in Iraq and everybody speaking out on it, is we're training our young ones that this is okay. So when they get out, short of getting involved in politics, you know, they can then start to speak out this way because people that they respect did that as well. So we're sending the wrong message to the American people, not the message itself, but the message that there's a former military leader that's sending it. And we're also training our young ones that this is okay as well. So I just think we can be more creative about having the same kind of impact without doing it as publicly as they've done it.
Okay, two questions about different aspects
Can you
of.
just identify yourself?
Sure. My name is Mindy Reiser. I'm vice president of an NGO called Global Peace Services USA. I've also worked overseas in Central Asia and the Caucasus and some other interesting places. A question or two about the civilian part of the civilian-military relations. You talked about the distance of people serving in the military from the Northeast, okay? But certainly there are people in the Guard and the Reserve, so there would be interaction there, I should think. And also, with women in the military, how has that changed the view of civil society on the military and the role of women engaged in combat and in policy?
So and this is because, I mean, part of this is just budget for me. We have a BRAC every, I don't know, 3-5 years, and we have it because we're 20% notionally, 20% over capacitized, that's the overhead. We go through BRAC, we're still 20% over. I mean, we're talking about another one right now. I'm willing to pay a certain price to exist in certain places in this country and pay the overhead to have the contact with the American people. And there are retireds living in the Northeast, retired men and women living all over the country, but it's not the same as being at a naval station or at an Army post with deploying, or at an Air Force base with deploying forces, living in the neighborhood, watching what people are going. I can tell you what I went through, but that's different from the reality of really what's going on right now. I mean, that's part of it. And we BRAC'd in it was I think it's the 05 BRAC, and I was involved in that. You're basically mainly focused on saving money on that. The other strategic thoughts in terms of the overall goals of a BRAC seemed, from my perspective, seemed to get lost. Although I actually thought today, how do we solve this debt issue? How do we get them to actually do something? Maybe Congress could be heroic enough to create a BRAC-like process where they could somehow figure out how to, to have somebody go do this work, Simpson-Bowles-like, and say, boom, we're going to give it an up or down vote when they bring back to start to solve this huge debt problem. I first was involved with women in the Navy, women in the military, women in the Navy. Actually, my good old mentor, one of my mentors here, Jerry Holland, and I, and 6 other guys, I think, and 1 woman, tried to figure out how to bring women in the Naval Academy in 1976 when we got the order to do that. I've advocated for that literally since the 70s. I think it's made us a better force. It's certainly, we are more representative of the country, and I've seen women serve in combat in extraordinary ways, and that issue is obviously still out there. But we're a much better force for having women integrated into the military and go through the combat exclusion lift in 93, I think 93 or 94, and the very difficult discussions that we go through right now. From a combat standpoint, I have no problem with women in combat as far forward as we can put them if they can if they can meet the standards. That's where I am, and it's a that can be very, very challenging, but I'm fully supportive of that. Just in my own world, I just found out I got better advice. I got a broader look at the world, if you will, if I had views from women rather than, just the guys, if you will. So I think that it has become a reality. There'll still be challenges associated with that, and I heard a little of the last panel, the whole issue of sexual assault. Which is a monstrous issue. It has been for a long time, and we need to solve. We, the military, not me anymore, but military leadership, no kidding, need to solve this, or that authority, the discipline authority, is going to be taken away. And I knew it was so bad. I actually got to a point a couple years ago where I was ready, and I'm pretty much of a chain of command guy, I was ready to let that go because we were so far from solving that problem. Now, I've gotten friends of mine that I told that were at active duty, they didn't want me to do that, so I stayed away from it. The statistics are somewhat better, but we need to figure out a way to solve that problem, and we still haven't solved it. And quite frankly, it's to get at the perps who are doing this. I offered a solution which drives a lot of people crazy, and there's no easy solution here, that if I were in charge, and I'm not in charge of anything, by the way, these days, but if I were in charge, I'd seriously consider moving the perp on accusation. And one of the things that would do is if you started to do that, now you're affecting orders, now you're affecting careers, and clearly there would be allegations which would be untrue. And I understand it. But the problem has been so tough to get at that we need to do something different. Now, that moving somebody before they're proven guilty is that's a huge issue, and I understand all that. But the problem, the reason and I'm not sure that would do it either, but I was at altitude and airspeed with respect to what are we going to do about this, because the leaders were not handling it well.
Okay, other questions? I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting this side of the room. Right over here. And then we'll go right next door to you. We can actually pair these. I'll give you 2 at once.
Yeah, Liam Collins with the Modern War Institute at West Point. Typically, we focus on the military's role with the executive branch in terms of civil relations, and we kind of overlook or don't get as much, and today was kind of similar to that, and what's the role with the legislative branch and keeping them informed in terms of civil relations, democratic accountability. So what challenge did you face with that in terms of keeping the legislative branch informed, you or the military in general? And what should that proper relationship be, recognizing, right, that once you go to the open hearings, that's inherently political, and the closed-door sessions, right, that's inherently about policy, but we can't always get necessarily what we want for that.
Okay, let's add, did you have a question? So, yep, let's add right there.
Midshipman Second Class Stieber from the Naval Academy, sir.
I recognize the
uniform. My question has to do with marrying military resourcing and planning to legislative budgeting. And it seems in one of my classes we studied the recent budgetary report from the CBO as well as the CSR, and how the military, or the Navy in particular, has this 355 ship goal, but we've never actually reached any of our shipbuilding goals in the past, and it seems to be a political maneuver to try to just get some of the things we want. How do you get the military and the legislative branch to actually come up with a cohesive plan to meet the mission of fighting two-theater naval combat?
So when I'll try to reverse this just quickly, and there's a relationship there, obviously. So when I took over CNO, one of the things that we did for 6-9 months was look at how many ships we need. And I was a budget guy, so I've been in the shipbuilding account a long time, and I knew a lot about that. But it was a really rigorous study that looked at requirements, and we came up with a number, 313 ships. And we were, and where we were, which is where I felt my responsibility, we were at 260, but we were headed to 220 because we hadn't built the requirement piece. We hadn't obviously funded it like we should. And unless you have a legitimate, believable requirement, and then you advocate for that, it's too easy to undercut. And actually that number 313 stayed out there for a significant period of time. John Greenert, who was the last CNO, revised that, I think, to 315 through the same kind of thing. And John Richardson, who's a CNO now, has looked at what his requirements are, and he just didn't pull that number out. It's a pretty rigorously done analysis to say this is our number. One of the questions is, for a president or anybody else, is do you want to meet that requirement? And here's what it's going to take. It's made particularly difficult right now. They're always difficult, but it's made particularly difficult because we have to renew the strategic submarine force, which basically takes up, if you do that, if you pay for that, that takes up half, that alone takes up half the shipbuilding account. So we have a responsibility in the military and in the Pentagon to lay out what our requirements are. And then you go to the Hill and you start to fight for those requirements. And despite, and I should know the answer to this, despite all the press, the Hill basically, the hearings and the final changes, and maybe you know this, Kath, I think in the end Congress plays with maybe 5% of the budget max. I mean, what is it? Yeah, it's like, so it's a very small number, although it gets, it gets a lot of hoorah, if you will, throughout the process. And I'm not saying that's bad, it's just where it is. And I may be strange. When I first came to town, and I came late, I came as an 06 and really started engaging the Hill as an 07, but there's a wonderful guy who was a vice chief named Don Pilling, who was a budget guy. I mean, it was as good a budget guy as military's ever had. And one of the things he said to me was, one of the things you don't want to do here is tick off your banker. You don't want to do that personally. You don't want to do it professionally. We don't want to do it here. And the message was, go see your banker and establish a relationship. And I did that. That was 95, 96. And I did that over the course of, the next 10 years. It wasn't just the politicians that elected representatives, because key to that is also staffs, chiefs of staff for key players, staff directors, because they set the table for those politicians. And as an extension of that, I may be the only one I know, but I didn't mind going to hearings. That was a great opportunity to make my case, whatever it is. Now I recognize, I learned early, painfully, this is their show, not mine. So they're the stars. I don't want to be the star, but it is an opportunity to address key issues. Just like they're human, like anybody, you try not to surprise them. So if something bad happens or something different happens, you get on the phone to them or to their staff and say, hey, this is coming, you're going to see this. And you need them. You need authorizers, but you also, in the money world, you also need appropriators. And so relationships with all of those are absolutely critical. And then if you, and so I found, and it was a long time. I had no idea that I was going to be the chairman. But I will tell you that 9 years of work through the time that I was CNO, and I had some really terrific relationships, that really paid off, You know, this is '07, so height of the surge when I take over, and I've got good relationships on both sides of the aisle on what is generally regarded as a relatively bipartisan set of committees in both the Senate and the House on the appropriation side as well as authorizers. So you have to work that very, very hard. That to me is a little different. And if you're showing up as the chief of the army and you've never done that, then that's like being the chairman and you got a new president. You're trying to figure all this stuff out. The services, generally speaking, don't do that. You know how all that sausage gets made. What you don't know with a new administration, different from that relationship, is that's right now, they're moving fast, and you're going to be involved. And so establishing that relationship has to happen much more quickly. I was fortunate, I was in a position where I had good, long-standing relationships on the Hill when I took over as chairman and as CNO. And I would argue that's the way to approach this. And they're good people, they want to do well, they've got their own politics. But quite frankly, in the defense world, I see them much more likely to lay their politics down. They wouldn't want to call that way, and do what's right there in the defense world than I've seen in other places.
Okay, one last question because we are at time. Let me go right here, and that's it.
Hello, I'm Michelle Munger, and my question has to do with the book Tribe by Sebastian Junger. I was really moved by it.
I'm sorry, it's to do with what?
Tribe, to do with
The book Tribe
veterans.
by Sebastian Junger.
Oh, yeah.
My question is really, do you agree with his thesis that the veterans coming back into civil society are not understood because of the tribal relationships that they make? And if so, are there any solutions that would work?
Great question. I worry a little bit that we characterize veterans based on the few stories that we see where it's really not gone well. And that 95% of them transitioning back into civilian life is hard. It's made harder in particular if you've been at war and in ground combat and seen what Sebastian and others have seen, if you will. So that doesn't mean we don't need to pay attention to that. The tribe piece is a powerful, powerful word. The first time actually I ever heard tribe was John Jumper, who was Chief of Staff of the Air Force and a good friend of mine, who started talking about his tribe. And it really sort of started to click in that, we have four services that are tribes, we have tribes in the services. But more powerfully, the tribal way of life is something that we've seen in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria, in the Middle East, and in other parts of the world. But when you're at war, we were learning as we go with respect to that. So it is a powerful, powerful factor in our lives, more so than we know. And certainly we need to understand that as these veterans come back and make transition. I spend a fair amount of time on this issue in the veteran space now. And the biggest challenge any veteran has is transition. It's not a priority for us on the active duty side. My investment in you, if you're a sailor or a soldier, airman, Marine, or Coast Guardsman, my investment in you for your future is the 4 years or the 8 years you're here. I don't pay any attention to my transition programs. If you talk to young people, actually young and older that go through transition in the services, they would tell you outside the legal documents or whatever they had to sign, pretty much didn't do anything. It's not a priority for us. Our culture is active duty. It's while you're here, we love you. When you're gone, I got a day job, it's a big day job, we know you're gonna be okay. That's not always the case. I don't like that model, it's been that way for 150 years or so. We need to change that. It's my belief that when a young person in America signs up to serve their country, we need to have them from cradle to grave, quite frankly. And that may need a lot of support, or they may need no support, or something in between. But that we have mechanisms that join the Pentagon, the VA, communities throughout the country to make sure that those who've served are very well supported, whatever that requirement. And I'll leave you with what I consider to be prima facie validation of that issue. We're an active duty culture. My wife and I, sitting at Fort Bragg 2010 or 11 with about a dozen Gold Star spouses. And I think about 10 of them wanted to stay connected to the Army. Young, 20-year-olds with kids, paid the ultimate sacrifice, have gone through, obviously, a nightmare that none of us would ever want to go through. And because that vein that connected them was now cut off, basically, and this wasn't an active conscious decision, but because of who we are, and he, in this case, he is no longer here anymore, boom, please have a nice life. Thank you for your sacrifice. That was a terrible and yet very important moment for me. But we do it in many other ways as well.
Well, before I go on to thank you, which I will do momentarily, I just want to comment to let you know there's a lot more on our website. If you've made it this far, you care a lot about civil-military relations, but we have more. On the conference website, Alice Friend has done a podcast series with a variety of thought leaders on civil-military relations who we were not able to feature on stage today. That includes Mac Owens, Aaron Simpson, Michael Desch, Mary Beth Ulrich, and Richard Cohn. And you can also tune into those via our website, or you can go to SoundCloud and search for Command Climate. I don't know how to do that, but hopefully it is as direct as that sounds.
SoundCloud.
SoundCloud.
I just want to say thanks. This is a hugely important issue. We don't spend enough time on it. We really don't spend enough time on it. It becomes incidental or anecdotal or situational in a crisis. And we need to do a whole lot better job teaching our young men and women, teaching those who are involved in this a lot more about it. And that's one of the reasons I like Peter and Elliot and others that are really focused on this. So this is a great series, and I'm delighted that you're doing this.
Great, thanks very much. And
Yeah.
please join me in a round of applause for Admiral Long and all today's speakers.